pressure. Morana even now with a full Lotus Orb. And that's going to be a second Scythe. Not really anytime soon for Zeal. He still needs like 4,000 gold, the two expensive components, but he'll get there. Once again, Unknown buying out here for Eye of Scotty. We'll see if that's the move for him here as they look for a fight.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Searing Chains. Okay, triggers the set of cap, so RR will be fine.
They have a gem? Who's got this gem? How did they see up there? Oh, right, because they've got another sentry there, and then the wards give lingering vision after they die. Wow, that's a... Okay, I was surprised he farmed Spinner Snare that fast, but it is no buyback available.
Impressive. I mean, now, guys, when one person goes to the Spinner Snare, it already disappears. Okay, another Spinner Snare. Flash activates BKB and Bloodstone, but Tristam already got rid of Zeal. That's your main team fight. That should be Flow's victory now if they can just get through this arena. And it seems like Mercury will be the first one to get through it. If there's still Bloodstone, there is. XC learns still has a little bit more healing, but won't use it before he dies.
Yeah, everyone was BKB'd around him. Refresh, Miracle's in.
And there comes the arena. Still has a BKB available. The snowball as well from the Tusk, but they need damage is what they need. And BKB won't help Miracle here. Going for Tusk first. Getting rid of the damage as much as they can. Kishka's down. Picking up a CCY.
No.
Requiem of Souls. But that is a death Requiem because XC Learn was back with Vengeance. Mercury's next target. They have Hex. Turn him into a pig. Then they spear the pig and get his hand.
I gotta be honest with you.
The fight backlines, never mind, is just fighting versus 1,000 illusions, and he will succeed in TPing and go.
I gotta be honest with you. Like, that's not the Requiem you want to go for. I mean, that was the aftershocks, if you call it, from Split Earth that actually caught him, and he was still trying to Requiem to do that. And then, of course, he got hit by the clown car of stuns that Darkseer has. Into just more chain stuns, and then he just dies in that fight, honestly. A strong use of the buybacks there from Myth Avenue Gaming. They just barely managed to farm it up ahead of time. Ember does have buyback, but he'd be basically alone in this fight. And it'll be third Roshan here. What's he carrying? I didn't quite catch it. Oh, an Axe Blessing for Exilern. Okay, Nihilism's pretty darn good this game.
It is very, very good. It makes the Spiderlings useless. Makes SF very useless if you have BKB on.
Same thing for Marcy. Marcy can't hit you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Very good point, actually. Oh, found the spider. This time there's no BKB. Do they have anything? Oh, they have a Marcy. Rebounding into the arena, trying to fight Mars head on. She's kind of winning for now, but Miracle, he's just tanking through this, hoping someone brings the damage. Zeal's going to be bringing it first, but he vacuums them forward, which is not going to help him, and does not Walrus punch him. Oh, sorry, normal punch him either. What?
Do you see what I mean? Where like Trasm and Nevermind, they just have like a blood pact. You know, we must fight at all times.
Yeah, but Trasm was winning. He was hitting the Mars shield and winning.
Yeah, but you didn't. I mean, the fact that they go in there, dude, they just took Roshan, brother. They're all 5 alive. You don't have an Ember. You don't have an SF. You know? Didn't seem like a very valuable fight for them to take. Fortunately, Myth Avenue Gaming were like, what is going on? This Marcy, it's like, you know, it's like when you're at the dog park and you have like your, I don't know, you've got like your big German Shepherd, right? And then there's like a little tiny Maltese dog that's like yapping away, and your German Shepherd's like, what are you doing? What you, my brother in Christ, we don't take these fights.
Yeah, but the Marcy was, the yapping was like bit the guy's neck and he was or the leg, and he was bleeding away, you know, and the German Shepherd still didn't understand it. I feel like Marcy's just very strong.
I mean, she is very strong, but not strong enough to get kills like that, clearly, right? She was winning the fight, but I mean, as soon as BKB's up, like, she just dies.
And it was so confusing that you didn't get the normal punch off, right? That was...
BKB's ready again. This Penta Edge Sword is doing her a lot of good, though.
Oh, that's why. That's where the damage was coming from. I was wondering. I was checking your build. I was like, where
I kept hearing that MAME builds, the MAME sound, which we used to only hear on the what's it called? Well, old Sanj, right? But now it's on the Wolves. The Wolves have that noise as well from Lycan, and which is why I got into the mood of doing the dog park analogy.
I see. Yeah, I haven't seen a Lycan in forever.
Me neither.
I played against one today, but it's not very popular here.
Although it was really interesting because yesterday, I'm pretty sure Team Atlantis banned it.
Yes, it was first banned, but that's because KMP is a Lycan's ban.
Of course. So I was looking forward to seeing it because it wasn't banned in the last draft we ended up having.
Yep.
I wanted to see why they thought it was good, and unfortunately we didn't get to see it.
Okay, so now it's... I mean, no, it's not even even, actually. Mag is winning, I guess. I still think SF should be able to take this, but it feels like in fights he's never in the position you need him to be, and they just run him down. The arena from Mars has been brutal at canceling.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, it's those ranged auto attacks. I mean, this refresher will help for that second BKB, but he's still going to be playing from behind the 8-ball for quite a bit. Fifth Avenue Gaming just farming up now, farming the whole map. They still have this Aegis quite safely on the Lesh, who did have to buy back in that last fight, remember? Which is why they're a little bit more timid, perhaps, at pushing up too carelessly for the high ground. Mercury's just taking outpost here. Just extremely bold of him. He'll pick up a couple of neutrals. Witchbane, is that really crucial for anything here? Not really. Nothing you really... No silences, nothing like that you're dispelling. Wouldn't be surprised if that getting picked up. By the way, I am surprised that Zeal has not yet purchased the shard. I'm seeing every other Darkseer spammer buy this shard. Not quite first item, but pretty quickly. And he's just ignored it. It's
good, but this game you have much more important items to buy. Like, I do think the choice of the Ags is important here, and the Blink was necessary afterwards. Now you need the BKB to secure that combo. Like, you just can't afford the 1400 gold for the shard. I think it's not a must buy. I think it's just like, oh yeah, what other item gives me as much utility for 1400 gold, right?
I mean, that's fair, but he still has the Void Stone chilling and the Cloak chilling. Like, that's almost 1400 gold right there, you know?
Yeah, but the Void Stone's going to be for Scythe of Ice eventually.
Right, but he started building Scythe and then went back for BKB instead, right? So it's like that's kind of wasted gold in that sense. The Cloak, I guess, is just fine, right?
Yeah, I think the Cloak was disassembled, right?
No.
Oh, no. I thought he used the Ring of Health from it, but no.
Yeah. So I mean, like, it's fine. I mean, it's an imperfect build, you know. We allow those. I think it shows willingness to change right under pressure. So I'm not going to be upset by that. But hold on, I might be upset if Mercury dies here.
Nah, he has a ascetics cap. Oh, apparently it doesn't matter because he got the spear right at the end of ascetics cap, thus ignoring that resistance. Well done, Miracle. Very good timing.
Very good timing, but a very bad death for him. I can't believe he was that willing to he was so trusting of the ascetics cap. I mean, it's not an
he didn't see the Trickster Cloak, I'm assuming, on XC Learn.
I mean, still though, like, he's farming near a dead tier 1 tower, you know, against a Tusk who has got 2 forms of stun again. Like, very bold, I have to say, to assume that he was going to be completely alone there. He just kind of ignored him, pretended like he wasn't there. Extremely bold play.
I don't deny it, but there's been the team plan of team flow the whole time.
They do get Zeal, though. That's pretty good. That's a good trade.
Yeah, that's a very good trade.
Oh, and maybe even Kishka, who just is casually snowballing, farming a wave?
Yeah, Unknown coming to kill him. Scotty should slow him. And Hurricane Pike to kill him.
Very good.
Okay, I guess both teams like doing this.
He died to farm a wave, unfortunately. Is he really close to an item? No. Not really.
I mean, I guess because he lost like 200, 300 gold, you could argue the wave is almost ads.
I guess, yeah, I guess.
Because you sell Magic Wand as well.
He would need to do that to 1 more wave, and then I think he has it, right? Tough game for the solo kills, unfortunately. Team Flow released back into the world, however, as this Aegis has expired. A small window where Exelern does not have buyback, but very quickly closing in the next 15 seconds. He is underneath a ward, however, but Team Flow are going to be backing up. They don't want to leave anything to risk, and there's also a gem for RR. He's had that for a while. Almost a full Vlad's ready to be purchased as well by RR. This is always the fun part of the game. Hey, what's Nevermind been up to ever since he's got Ag Scepter? Farming up a Nullifier.
I guess is this response to nihilism. I feel like Scythe is better, but I guess even during the duration of Scythe, you don't kill this stupid Lush, right? Especially if Piggy is glowing.
Yes, exactly. Especially if Piggy is glowing, especially if Piggy uses Bloodstone. That's
Well, I don't think you get to use Bloodstone beforehand, but I mean, assuming you just walk in and Pulse Nova, I think you will just have Pulse Nova activated, and even without the Bloodstone buff, I think you still survive Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, probably. 20% evasion, 20% magic resist as well, thanks to the Trickster's Cloak. He's level 28 on this Lesh. Is about to get 400 more HP, by the way. That 39 talent. I didn't know Lesh had that one. That's pretty nice for him. Basically already 6 slotted as well. I guess he can get rid of maybe the... I guess he kind of really wants these bots, though. I don't know. I think he's pretty much 6 slotted.
Small.
Do you see any other item that Exilern might actually purchase here?
Hmm? What, sorry?
Do you see any other item that the Slush would... Like, can he sacrifice any of these items in his inventory to pick up another one? A refresher? I mean...
Yeah,
but then
I guess you put a refresher in your backpack and you just use it occasionally. I mean, but what's the refresher for? Just BKB Hex? No, honestly,
I guess,
it's fine.
I guess, right? Yeah, but then you don't have your move speed on your bots. Like, I feel like unlike most other heroes in the game, like, Lesh really likes this move speed. He really benefits from it quite a bit.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine is like you Kai and Sanj and you turn it into E-Blade instead.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
that has more use to deal with the
that.
SF.
And now you have 20 strength anyway, so like, what's the point? Although, I don't know. I feel like this this spell lifesteal amp 22%. That you'd be losing a fair amount of that if it's just an E-Blade.
No, I mean I agree. I'm just saying, like, if you really want to increase into like changing, because I feel like they kill you regardless of the Scotty, right?
Yeah.
Like if they catch you in that position, so you're just becoming an initiator that can surprise. Other option would be Blink, right? You can swap the Kai and Sanj altogether for a Blink.
Oh man, this is like a crazy Lesh.
Okay, they have the high ground. Mercury. Mercury. Oh, he got saved. He got saved. It's fine.
Oh, the
Little
vacuum
Piggy
whip.
is not gonna go.
Oh,
to the
he hit a
graveyard today.
Requiem.
He did get a Requiem,
But he's
why?
just standing there menacingly.
What's the point of the Requiem then? I mean, I guess you have a second one. So it's just like to show off. Like, guys, look, I got a refresher.
Could be. He's just flexing. Like, the kids call that a flex these days, you know?
Okay, Mars. That's BKB. There we go. There, Arena. Miracle can fight back. He's ignoring the webs altogether. Forces a couple BKBs, not bad. But Krishka, he's here. Mercury surprised him by being more aggressive than even he expected. And he goes back there. Oh no, Kishka, he's dizzy. He's drunk. Doesn't know what to hit. He's just gonna go back. Take a moment of respite. There's gonna be the vacuum with the Hex going for Griffin instead, eating the cheese, and now Unknown seems to be in position to get punched apparently. Unknown just keeps hitting. The Fear is ready finally. Even refreshes for a second Requiem of Souls. There's no people. It's the perfect time for a Requiem. Oh, Kishka, a target instead, as Miracle going for Mercury. This time they do have a stun. Requiem of Soul stop for the Split Earth. And now finally Mercury will die.
What
Requiem
deal?
with BKB is gonna be ignored. It did just barely attack the rest of the Myth Happy Gaming, but the Fear is useless here.
That was incredible. Zeal normal punched that Ember Spirit out of the frickin' telekinesis. Did you see that?
Yeah,
that was amazing.
What is this fight, dude?
Oh man, that was incredible. He was like, "Get back here, you stupid remnant of fire!" Punched him out of the sky.
At this point, I'm starting to question if this is how you should be using. I mean, is Requiem even useful?
If that's what anime is like, he punches people out of the sky. I think I have to start watching it.
That is what most anime is like.
That's incredible.
You should watch One Punch Man. You'll enjoy it.
If it's just stupid fun like this, I'm into it. I mean,
that
these
is what
fights,
One Punch Man is, literally.
These fights, not making a lot of sense right now. Both teams are
nobody knows who the fuck is initiating.
You know what they're doing? It's like they're playing these team fights like it's a turn-based RTS, you know?
Yes, it's true.
They're like, I use Requiem.
Miracle's turn. Oh, they used BKB
but
to counter.
You see what I mean? It's like...
Yeah. Go, Miracle! Second time! He got helped out by the refresher. We don't have BKB on the Broodmother yet. She's been turned to a pig. Normal punch into the wall. That's how you kill pigs, with concussions. We saw the Tusk as well with an Ags, who doesn't have buyback, by the way, so Kishka now has a chance to perhaps kill Krasm. Rebound? Nope. Walrus kicked away, and they even found the Emperor this time. Snowball keeps him in place. One more stun. They don't have it. They have the Walrus kick instead. Does he have remnants? He does. Mercury is okay to get away.
Okay.
I think Myth Happy New Gaming is winning.
I think so. I think they're going to take this Roche. Fourth Roche, I believe, actually. First time we've seen Refresher Shard, pardon me, which makes him fourth. Another free Acceptor for them. Tusk just bought his. I think everyone, I guess Mars can buy his. Marana, maybe? Who would you rather give? This is still, the Bulwark, right?
I guess Marana, right?
I might.
This is bad.
I mean, maybe it's bad with this build. Yeah, probably. No, me
Oh,
carry.
you don't think it?
Me carry.
Yeah, I think that was a me carry moment. Honestly, I feel like the Verano one is pretty good.
Me carry.
I mean, what are you using? I guess you could just activate Bulwark perpetually. It got
It's some damage.
it got nerfed a lot because now you don't. It doesn't work while stunned.
Yes, which was really stupid before.
Yeah, that would be Amar build.
When Amar got black holed and he SL1 Genting and then kills the Enigma.
Yep.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. So, yeah, that's a pretty good change in my opinion. Although, I will say that's a little bit unfair. Mars, the god of war, even while stunned, cannot fight back with his summoned soldiers. However, a Monkey King, who is just a smart monkey, can.
No,
because
Monkey King is not just a smart monkey. Sun Wukong is like one of the most important deities in Chinese mythology.
He is a smart monkey.
I don't think that's the case. I think you're confusing him with Curious George.
Oh, that could be. Oh, you're telling me Sun Wukong didn't have the yellow raincoat and then pick something up?
He never did. No. He had a golden raincoat.
Oh, yeah, probably
He was
right.
much richer.
2-slider fist charge, just trying to keep
you
him
have
at
to
bay.
I love how he's bulwarking nothingness.
All right, Alvaro, another one over the average for us.
You know,
here.
every game yesterday was 2-0s except for the 1-2-1 recasting.
Yeah.
I feel like it's gonna be the same thing again.
I mean, it could be. We'll see if we ever get out of this one.
Kishka just kicked someone out of base, mate. Oh, look, there we go. He heard me.
He has Aegis, by the way.
He's going to be kicked out of his own base.
Oh, you reflect the snowball?
Lotus Orb might work. Zeal with a punch, kick. They only punch the Rubik up in the air. That's not going to help him. Wrecking Assault's already been used. And once again, for very few heroes, that's how he likes it. Concentrated Wrecking Assault. The vacuum into the arena, finally working out. We have Refresher on this SF, but no chance to use it. As Little Piggy does get a sleight of fist off Mercury, saving himself thanks to Ascetic's Gap. This time they might be able to kill Tusk for real. Marcy tried to finish him off, but instead got caught in the split earth. She forgot to BKB Richie. XC learn, he doesn't have Nihilus in 4 more seconds, but SF won't have enough life to even get through it. He's done. Normal punch from Mercury. He's done too. XC learn, finding the split earth. He misses it. Who cares? Game is finally finishing.
We will be spared an hour-long game, but only just slightly because Team Flow are not going to call it GG. Okay, there it is.
There we go, GG. Myth Avenue Gaming, they win this game. Flow, they lose the flow, the plot, everything.
Oh, look at all those medals back there. Huh? All right, yeah. I mean, that was. I'm surprised, honestly, how that game turned out. I think Zeal with one phenomenal team fight, basically, quite literally. Revitalized the entirety of Myth Avenue Gaming. I'm referring to that, 30-minute fight, I think it was, in the triangle, where he just initiates onto all 4 while Trasm is just trying to 1v5 on the other side of the fight. And to me, that kind of is basically what happened the entire time this game, is Team Flow just never really played these team fights together. I mean, I made the analogy of it was like a turn-based RTS game here at some stages of the game, because Myth Avenue Gaming at some state kind of ended up getting pulled into this style of fighting as well. But really curious shot calling all around. I mean, even giving Kishka that Aegis at the very end is like quite a bold move. I don't think most teams...
it was good, though.
I think it worked. I think it was actually pretty nice, right? Because he was just disposable, throw him into the fight and, just kick something back, mate. Don't worry. It ended up working, but just a completely wild game here.
Yeah, I think Team Flow, I mean, in the late game, you do have a superior team fight in the mid team with a Vacuum plus Wall and Mars Arena. They both had Refresher, so it was a little bit ridiculous. I like that, right? I think that was hard to fight into, so I understand their their reticence to actually be able to do anything in the late game. But in the early mid game, when they were just start to lose, I don't know. Like, I honestly don't understand what was happening there. They just could have taken the fights. We're going to get the MVP to the Leshrac. I think that seems fine. I would have given it to Zeal personally, but I understand that Rivalry likes damage. So Leshrac does look pretty good there.
Yeah, I probably still give that to Zeal. I think I've got to agree with you. Miracle and Excellent, I think their impacts early on were, I mean, they farmed, So that was something. So that's, I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I think I would have probably given it to Zeal as well. But I mean, he still played an excellent game, right? Once he finally got all of his items online and Zeal was, setting up the team fights for him, he was in position. He managed to farm through a pretty oppressive early game, I have to say. Also surprised how very little the Broodmother did after Spinner Snare got activated, basically. I felt like nothing else really that she was able to do this entire game, which is probably the Lesh effect, to be honest, but still, that's pretty tough.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like the Broodmother definitely did get cancelled into the mid-late game, but it was also because when the pipe was super impactful and Lesh was doing nothing, they just kind of walked in 2 versus 3, or 2 versus 5 rather, which was happening a lot for Team Flow. It's hard to say. I don't know. This match feels like if this team is planning to go to Division 1, you need to make the mid-late game look a little bit better. Like, yeah, some Div 1 teams will throw a little bit of lead like that, but this game seemed pretty closed, and they just kind of take 2-3 fights that weren't even like they measured them improperly. It just seemed odd by all standards. But congratulations to Myth Avenue Gaming showcasing that their strategy can work, and we'll see what happens in game number 2. See if they go with something similar or if they try a more traditional strategy instead. For now, we'll take a small break and we'll come back with game 2 shortly. Stay tuned.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the Blade Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. That's the Mala Hala Hala, isn't it?
Halo Halo? No, that's not Halo Halo. I mean, it's similar. There's a couple of them that are similar.
Oh, that looked like it. We're still using the Filipino B-roll because it's all so lovely little. Oh, that looks so.
Yeah, I love that it
tasty.
says Filipino B-roll. It says style Thai cuisine, showing it in Philippines is truly a melting pot for all cultures.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's all. That was all filmed in the Philippines by our boy Numu TV. So shout outs to him for walking around the streets of Manila and shooting that V-roll for us. For now, though, we are still back for Myth Avenue Gaming versus Team Flow game number 2. Game one a bit long, 55 minutes on in, where eventually Myth Avenue Gaming were able to somehow outscale I guess really just out team fight really is what it came down to. The side of Team Flow, despite having the SF, didn't really feel like Unknown could get on top and really managed to aim to accomplish any of the objectives he needed to in these team fights. And Fifth Avenue Gaming will prevail on top. So well played to them. They have the 1-0 advantage heading into game 2. Going into game 2, though, I wonder if we're going to see a couple of different draft adjustments. I have to say probably from both teams. I think this is a game that, I have to be honest with you, Miracle was probably surprised he won. It didn't look like he had a very good early game at all. A very fun early game even.
No, I would agree with you. I felt like the idea, though, or I mean, I don't know, it was odd because the way they played the early mid game just seemed to not make much sense, honestly. Felt like Flow couldn't capitalize on it, but that's not to say. Like, I think it'd be easy to say, and we could just cop out and be like, oh, their plan worked all along. But I don't think that's true. I think they just couldn't capitalize on that early beginning, and Zeal kind of saved the game. But the choice to, like, pick a offlaner essentially as a carry, which I think is fine personally. I think it's a good idea. And then you don't play around him at all in the early game. You just kind of let him die. He takes a bunch of deaths for no reason, uses arenas in really weird spots. You don't give him any farm. And then he recovered basically because Zeal did so well. Which kudos to them. Like, maybe the strategy was Zeal is actually the carry, and the offlaner is just going to die a bunch for no reason, but it just doesn't seem like that was a thing. Like, supports had TPs as well, right? Why were they covering Zeal doing nothing? That kind of stuff. I think that needs to be fixed a little bit, and that's like generally the case for Myth Avenue Gaming. They tend to be really disconnected in the beginning. From my understanding, the team has said that it's kind of like one of those practice teams, and they're seeing how it goes. So maybe they haven't scrimmed the lanes, or they haven't scrimmed the very specific early game combos, which is where most teams are very tight. In the case of Flow, their late game decision making is
Yeah, it needs some work. They need to flow better there, I would say. Myth Avenue Gaming have kind of ran this as a strat somewhat. They had a Rubik. No, they didn't have a Rubik this game. The Rubik was against them, right? Yes. They played a draft very similar with a carry Mars and then an offlane Zeal Darkseer, which are just like two heroes that these guys enjoy playing. But then like a win condition from the mid lane, right? So this is kind of a strategy that they have. This, especially with the Mars. Last time though, it was a sniper mid who's definitely a little bit more of a carry type than the, what did they have this time around? The Lesh, right? Which ended up working.
Yeah, Lesh is a bit of a carry type. He's just not a damage dealer per se. He's more of a tanky, but he can be win condition. Yeah. That's why I thought the strategy was solid to begin with. They just didn't really play around it.
Yeah, I
mean, I guess they realized that Darkseer was more important than Mars. You could argue, if you want to give him full benefit of the doubt, they sacked Mars completely early because they hoped that Zeal would eventually make it through, right? And they were taking advantage of the fact that Shadowfiend has really bad positioning and movement speed, so it's kind of easy to just punish him. But, you know.
I think with a Darkseer Mars dual core though, I think you definitely want more of a carry type, if I'm being honest. Like I said, I think Myth Avenue were a little bit lucky that the game went as late as it did, so that they could pick up all the items to make the team fights impossible to navigate for the SF, really.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I'm hoping that's for this game number 2. I feel like Myth Avenue Gaming just needs to fix their tight early game, but for the most part, it looked pretty decent overall. But Team Flow needs to maybe picking a carry that's easier to play. I feel like Shadowfiend. It's not particularly hard, just stand there and you turret, right? But it's like Terrorblade where you have to play around them, and if your teammate is not on the same page, especially for mid-late game, it's a little bit difficult because it's not really his fault he can't get the team fight. It's like he's either out of position or he is not in the team fight. Like, that's kind of how Shadowfiend feels. Drow, for example, has a little more mobility because she's faster, and earlier Hurricane Pike, Drows can even go for Blink very commonly, and that's pretty good because they don't need damage items. Morphling has Waveform, like maybe those ideas are a little bit better for them. Or maybe don't pick Ember. I don't know. That's also another option.
That could be. Looking for... Yeah, not a lot of people are playing Mars either these days. Like, I'm looking on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and Yapsor is the only pro, and Vazia, the only two pros that have been playing Mars lately. which is just a little curious.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's back.
Four?
Yeah, I believe so. He's been streaming a lot, actually.
I've seen that, but I'm surprised he's playing Mars.
Let me see. Let me just check his games because we have some time. We're still waiting on players to get ready. There's an offlane Mars with Handskin, and then a 4 Mars with Solo, and a Pure. Very cool. But yeah, I do see an offlane Mars game here for him, and a support Mars. But you don't see it too much, right? Which is a little bit surprising given the amount of ranged cores that are popular in the meta, especially like I think like an NP who I believe would probably really struggle against a Mars. So there's got to be something against the hero. Probably that he doesn't like building auras, right? Could be probably his biggest problem, which is maybe why as a carry he would work in that way. Because at least the carry versus carry matchup, as we could see, becomes a little bit too oppressive for the opponents being ranged. You know, they can't really deal with 1, let alone 2 arenas in these fights. But yeah, I guess maybe that could be it.
I think that's definitely it. I think the reason why every single other offlane that gets built can build auras or has deviated into it. Like we see Magus, for example, now going into Greaves, even though the hero traditionally always going for Blink Dagger. I think the only exception to this, because of how much he provides, and because there's a couple specialists in the hero, is Brewmaster, who's a hero that can build some auras, but doesn't usually build auras. Usually the build is either Midas Ags, or we see Vessel, or whatever it is, into the Ags, or into the BKB straight up. And the only reason why that hero's played is because the hero provides something very specific in lane that other offlaners can't.
Sure.
But he's the only one.
I also can't help but wonder if like maybe you can run a mid lane instead. Maybe I think it's because he probably gets beat by a lot of... Yeah, just because like if he can't be your aura carrier, I think he still has a big purpose. Like he can have a decent impact in the meta. But I agree,
mids,
right?
We see usually, I guess against Embers it would work probably.
Right. I guess against Bat Rider it could also, it's playable, right? It has the ability to really start going downhill fast, but we have seen some good Mars players just save Spear anytime he tries to go for the kill there.
Yeah, I agree, because it's a little bit crazy. We don't see Mars in a range carry meta. Like, he is a very strong hero against range carries, as we just saw here, right? So, yeah, I don't mind the mid. I mean, even the carry idea that like they did here seemed good to me, personally.
I would have to look over those OG replays, and because Amar is one of the best Mars players, full stop, I've seen, right? So I imagine that was probably his idea as well, right? Like, hey, range carries are very popular in meta. Let's see if
he's on Nigma now.
Yeah, I know. Oh, sorry, did I say OG?
Yeah,
my bad. Nigma. Of course, I was thinking, of course, of Nigma. But yeah, I'd like to see how that worked. I know eventually, I think they moved him over to the mid lane, didn't they? And they kind of made a couple of adjustments around him. But I'd be curious as to see why those kind of games kind of fell apart there, because he must have other weaknesses than maybe they just all look like Miracle did in this early game, right? Maybe there's not much more you can do. Miracle felt pressured to go for the double bracer into Falcon Blade build still as a carry, right? Which is like, what? That's like over 2,000 gold in just stats, isn't it, early on? So maybe that's not the best thing there.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you look at Mars, I guess one of the issues that he does suffer is that in this very heavy heal meta, which is definitely the meta right now, his arena kills are impossible to make, because even if you only have mech or hood or whatever single item, you're already going to survive the arena. It's not that much damage. It just barely killed you back in the Mars days, right? He's also gotten a couple of nerfs in that regard, so it's even harder. But I'm assuming that's actually kind of the reasoning as well why he's not playing mid. He's not as good at ganker either. Like, I feel like Ember does more, Puck does more. Like, they just do more when they gank because they provide something that's not just ultimate.
That's true. That's true. Right. Yeah. Plus, I feel like, I don't know, going off of my theory that I think a lot of offlaners or a lot of these types of heroes, like, because Mars, he's a fighter, right? He doesn't really help you take objectives in the sense like that a DP would or a Lesh would. All he does is he stands there and he's ready to counter initiate, right? That's the threat that he brings in these fights. Kind of area denial in that sense, I guess you could think of, because of the threat of the arena. But outside of that, like, because he doesn't build auras either, he's not playing off of the strength of, say, like a mechanism, like you would see a lot of other offlaners these days would. Yeah, I guess he just must really have some big issues, because you're right, we really don't see him that much. Interesting. A little deep dive on the Mars, the lack of the Mars, I guess.
We had, it's Mars Avenue Gaming. We had a bunch of times for these two teams to get started. The draft is finally underway. We'll see it on the screen any second now when they finally pick the heroes. As Team Flow has a massive penalty for this second game.
Yes, wait. I think it was supposed to be. Yes, we're gonna have to remake this draft actually. Avo.
I see. Okay, so it was Myth Avenue Gaming. Right?
It was supposed to be Myth Avenue Gaming that has the draft penalty.
Yep.
Oops. Anyway, what other hero do you want to talk about? What other hero are you surprised we don't see more? Who else is like an anti-ranged hero?
I'm kind of surprised the Razor we don't see anymore, frankly. Because I know he's not considered an anti-ranged hero because obviously his lane is bad against ranged heroes, but he's very good against all these static ranged heroes because they don't move, right? So you just go around them.
Yeah, that's true. Like your Dusas and your your snipers a little bit more. Yeah.
He's very good against the Drows. I mean, I guess he's kind of bad against the Morphling, obviously.
Could be the... yeah, actually, good question. Maybe it's because Lincoln's is such a good item, and he doesn't really have a way to break Lincoln's. It feels like that could be a pretty easy solution for a lot of the range cores in meta, especially if you do have to go for this Bloodstone Axe build. I don't know if that's necessarily the only build you can do on Razor, is my question. That's kind of the only...
That's my question.
Yeah, that's the only build we've really been seeing.
That build feels pretty weak right now, I'll be honest. I know that people watching, especially those that just watch Dota or then play like low skill pubs, like it seems a broken build. But when you have 5 teammates that all coordinate to deal with that build, and you can build Vessuwan and Scotty, like it's not that strong, right? Which is one of the reasons I think Razor is not picked in general. I think in general, actually, Dota's in a pretty unbalanced state, I'm not gonna lie. There's a couple of heroes that seem straight up unplayable, and it's not because the meta doesn't favor them, it just feels like they're weak. I would put Troll in the same category, where you're like, why would you ever pick Troll? And in some situations where I just see him and I go, it's a great Troll game. Like, it's such a good pick, but I can't vouch for it because the hero feels horrendous. Yeah,
the hero's just bad. I don't know. I'd like to see now
Jug in the same position as well, actually.
Yeah, I think Lifestealer's in a very similar role, unless it's a really good Lifestealer game. We saw a really good Lifestealer game yesterday, right, against that Pudge. So he still has his moments where he shines, because, when you do just want to tank up, Lifestealer is always going to be the answer there. It does kind of feel a little bit wonky sometimes, right? We'll see how things get going here. I hope this is okay. Third time's the charm. Another remake here, by the way, I think. Let me just check to make sure we are remaking. Yeah, we're remaking again. Shakes fist angrily.
At Cloud.
At Cloud, yes.
Yeah. I apologize for this. We will be very, very close to starting again.
Yes. Welcome back to the Dota 2 Hero podcast.
What did you have for breakfast today, Richie?
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't.
What would you like to have for breakfast today? I will send it to your house right now.
I want a 6-egg omelet.
6 eggs?
Not 6. That's a lot. I don't know. I don't know how many they put in American omelets, but sometimes it does feel like 6.
I feel like American omelets are very subpar once they came to Asia. I feel like Asian omelets are just next level. The way they do the egg mounting thing, like...
You're saying American omelets are subpar?
Yeah, I mean, European too. Like, I just... The Western omelets, I guess, in general.
What?
Yeah, have you seen the fluffy, like, Japanese omelets? Or, like, the one that's, like, just a bunch of... I mean, not quite an omelet. It's more like a scrambled egg. It's just piled on top of each other. I feel like those are...
That's not an omelet.
I mean, it's just it's a similar thing. It's a bunch of eggs scrambled into a shape. Like, that's an omelet, right?
No, you don't scramble omelet. It's folded. That's the whole point. You cook one side and then you fold in the other.
Yeah, but they fold it successively. They fold it a bunch of times onto each other to make it fluffier. That's still an omelet.
I guess so.
Shape.
I guess so.
It's an omelet. It's an omelet. It's delicious. It's incredible. I feel like Eastern cuisine just beats us in terms of eggs.
You can make scrambled eggs with a very similar texture.
Yeah, but it's just not as good. It's just not the same thing. Is that have you ever had omu rice? I mean, I've never taken you to an omu rice place. Those things are delicious. We should.
I still miss American omelets much more, especially because just the volume of food, while mediocre, is very good. The volume makes up for it.
I don't think anyone but Americans agree with that statement. It's a quantity over quality.
I disagree. I've heard plenty of people go up to bat for Waffle House and Denny's and all these other kinds of places. I strongly disagree.
These places are really not good. When I was in the BTS house, they would all get excited about Denny's, and it's just not that good.
A street food theme where some of this food is not the best, right? And then you talk about America, and Americans just get railed for having the same kind of cuisine in a different setting. What is
It's kind of
this?
expensive. It's not street food either. It's like a real cook
It's
in a real
not that
kitchen.
expensive compared to the rest of the food. I mean, America's just more expensive in general.
There you go. So that's it. That's it.
Listen,
if you
it's
made
not,
it for
it's not
$1,
Americans' fault that the price of a dozen eggs is $10 now, and therefore a 6-egg omelet is $20.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
It's not up to us.
What are you chickens? What, dude? Worth diamonds? Like what are the chickens doing?
It's because the chicken feed prices have gone up a lot, actually. But anyway,
Why
you
do
know
you
what
know
else
this?
is going up?
We have a
this
draft.
Let's see her. There she is. Our girl, best girl, and she's back yet again for Team Flow. Trasm, let's see. Hopefully he doesn't try and 1v5 all game like he did last time.
I hope my SEA brethren in the chat defended the Eastern cuisine over you Westerners. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad, Richie. Pretty sad take.
What are you talking about?
John and Mike would have never ceased to pander, and you instead went to pander for your own people. Just
I didn't even pander. I just said
Sad.
it can also be good.
sad. Team Flow with the Marcy Rubik. I like this combo.
Since
but I
when
like it
did
as
you
an
become a
off-lane.
food supremacist, huh?
That was
What
always
is this?
food
There can
supremacist.
only be one good food in the world?
Yes,
That's
and it's Eastern
dumb.
cuisine. Marcy, it's specifically anything is in Southeast Asia. Marcy as an offlaner with Rubik, we've seen this combo a bunch of times. I think it works wonders. I would like it to be the case here again. I don't like the Marcy support they ran last game. I also don't like Trezem playing the Marcy. I think the guy's fucking crazy. And I think you need someone that's a little bit more
He's a little
mellowed.
bit. Is he? Yeah. I agree with you completely. I think having this Marcy offlane would suit them a lot better for sure. And it'd be nice to see that with the Rubik. It's a fairly strong lane, as you alluded to, and maybe even against a Lina. I mean, it's likely to be a carry Lina. Myth Avenue Gaming have run this Lina mid though. I should say, because Miracle is
true.
He's not. He'll play the Lina, right? But he's not the biggest Lina player. Like he won't really be arguing to take the Lina, right? If he wants a different hero, if he wants to play Doom carry, he'll play Doom carry, right? He'll still very much do that, and he'll send the Lina mid. So let's just keep that in mind as well. That even if you are going to be playing this Marcy Rubik off lane, you might be playing into a Doom or something just as strong. So that's always the thing about Miracle you got to be aware of. Also, maybe ban the Naga just in case.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, right now I don't see it usually to ban the Naga, but sure, maybe later. I guess if you're banning Darkseer, you're getting rid of all your Naga counters, then maybe sure.
Right. You're right. Yep.
But I agree. I feel like Myth Avenue's gaming's carry is so open, such an open pool of heroes that it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
pick up here.
And they're super comfortable. I mean, it's not the most unique thing anymore these days to shift your win condition to the mid or the off lane. Even I'll say, especially with the rise of NP. But like Myth Avenue Gaming will do that with other heroes, not just I mean, I would say they did it last game with mid on the Lesh. Teams aren't really doing that anymore, especially with those specific heroes, and they do change the way that the game has to be played. So it's something to think about. I think teams that have this kind of style are really annoying to draft against, especially when they have first pick, because they kind of force you to respond, right? Unless you're proposing something even wackier, then it always, in my opinion, feels like you're forced to respond to whatever Myth Avenue game they're playing. You're responding to Miracle's carry pick, whether you like it or not.
That's true. Yeah, I'm gonna be forced to. Constant camera adjustments. He always asks before the game as well. Is my camera fine? I'm one of the few pro players that cares.
Any coffee left in there? Hell yeah.
Now we're just commenting. I guess he has a partner as well. It helps him out. Okay, there's clearly we can tell now who's the drafter for Myth Avenue Gaming, or at least who's the jokester in the draft. Ember again for Flow. Looked fine last game. I'm okay with an Ember. I felt like Mercury. I just give him something that's more mobile as a carry, right? That's my only concern.
For Unknown, right? For Unknown?
Yeah.
I agree. For Mercury, I think the Ember looks pretty good. I think he just didn't have anyone to play with at all. I think if you, like, for example, had replaced this Rubik with like a Hoodwink or something, just spitting an example, some long-range damage dealer, it would have looked really amazing. But I just never felt like he had anyone to play with, Like you said, giving Unknown a more mobile carry is certainly one role. either that or you give an offlaner like, I'm not going to say the LC. I'm not suggesting the LC pick, but something that could also just go in and start doing damage as well with the Ember Spirit on these plays. Because it felt like he was alone up there. Trasm, then maybe that's why he was playing so aggressively, because his Ember was maybe getting frustrated. Oh, there it is. The Doom for Miracle. That's a carry Doom, almost certainly.
Yep. They can still flex it to the offlane, though, to see a bad lane, which is good. I do like the Doom a lot against Ember. I think he's probably one of the few spirits that can easily get caught by Doom, because you do run between remnants and you play around that, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't say easily, but gets caught by Doom.
More reasonable than avoid,
yes. Yeah. I think Void Spirit is probably the easiest to catch, unless he plays really conservatively. Then Ember and then Storm is impossible. And so is the Puck.
There's some instant catch. You have Sinister Gaze, which is instant cast as long as you're facing the target already and within range. So that could be something to get Ember Spirit when he does try to jump into those remnants. Oh, you got a refill. That much like significantly more full than the last time he drank from it.
We actually cut away while his partner came into the picture to refill the mug.
Oh, well,
this is truly a support in the house.
Get that in the shot a little bit more.
Beautiful.
Oh, looking into the camera?
Looking into the camera. Oh, like, man, I just locked eyes. That sent chills down my spine, my friend. I do like the Lich, though. Not only the instant cast, but, getting the Frost Shield on Lina. Good luck, even if you catch up to her. Like, you just die. There's no chance you physically get through her, even with Marcy, actually. She's one of the hardest counters to this hero.
Especially as the Marcy, right? I think it's up to 70%, if I'm not mistaken, at level 4 plus the 10 talents if you take it. 70% physical damage resist, which is very strong. Even in the lane, it might be good enough to get you out of a couple of difficult situations. Then again, we're assuming, I don't know, maybe the Lich is going to lane with Doom. We're not really sure where these lanes are going, but the mid game is certainly looking really good, and it's still really good against Drow Ranger, by the way. It still blocks a lot of the damage.
Yeah, not a big fan of this, honestly.
Me neither.
I feel like...
I think they expect this Doom to be offlane, probably. Then
because then the Drow at least wins the lane. Yeah, sure, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that. Because like Doom carry versus Drow Ranger feels pretty strong, because you can always pretty much gank her with a Blink BKB, stomp, right?
Yeah,
it's really hard to catch up to
or whatever, right? Like you'll have items.
And then you give the Frost Shield to the Doom, not even the Lina, right? And then good luck Drow getting through that, right? And you still don't have a way to get on top of Lina unless it's Marcy.
Yeah,
but if it's Marcy, then you can save with Frost Shield and the Lina, and Doom just dies, and that's fine.
Also, the Sinister Gaze is really good against Marcy. We saw lots of times last game where Trasm was not able to get the rebound stun, because he kept getting force moved. I forgot what it was last game, but he kept getting it interrupted, right? And the same will probably happen here for the Lich, who's going to be the Lina's bodyguard. You also have Tusk as a counter initiator here eventually, right? Could still be, by the way, there's a world where this is still Doom offlane, Tusk mid, Lina carry. Like it's possible. I would assume that we're looking for a last pick offlaner, and it's a Lina mid and a Doom carry. Personally, is where I'm seeing this going for Myth Avenue Gaming.
I agree with you.
As well as because I think they're lacking some big team fight right now. Team Flow also kind of agreeing that they banned the Mars, which was a carry last game, but I think in this game would be much more of an offlaner, as well as the Brewmaster. Two good bans.
Okay. So they see it. Brew was a really good ban, actually.
Yeah. The Pango as well was a phenomenal ban. That would have been a super annoying pick. Oh, they already know. Oh,
Lycan.
Nice. I wanted to see a Lycan.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, in general, right? I asked for a Lycan last game. I don't know if I'd like a Lycan here. Let me look at it.
I mean, now you have a bunch of heroes that like get on top of the Drow and nothing to save her. Like you actually have 0 save. I think you're forced now to go. I think you're now forced to use Marcy as a 4, and you need to get a better offlaner than this. But you don't have a Centaur, which is the best option here. What do you pick, honestly? Your next pick, ideally, would have an offensive dispel, so you get rid of the Frost Shield and you don't die. Some sort of save for the Drow, or positioning. If you have to cover so many holes on flow, and you still need a good initiator.
Nope.
That does one thing. It saves.
Yeah, but it's not that annoying for Lycan. I mean, he just runs through your Nature's Grasp when he's shapeshifted. I don't know what I was going to suggest either, because I felt like running Marcy as a support was a decent option. I was thinking maybe if you wanted to, you could try and like go for some Underlord pick, just kind of protect this Drow Ranger a bit more.
Underlord was pretty good. I liked Underlord better than this for sure.
But I think he still suffers from, well, eventually BKB's get online for Zeal and Miracle and he does nothing. So like I think there are still issues with that, but at least it gives you a little bit of a better early game and a way to just nuke through towers, or sorry, to defend towers, right? And buy lots of time for your Drow. Maybe this tree, his goal is to still do the same. I'm not 100% sure on what the Lycan builds are these days, which is why I wanted to see him. But I still assume it's probably a Helm, right? Which means these towers are going to go down super quickly, even with the living armor. I don't know. I'm a little bit scared for this Team Flow draft.
Overgrowth does have some counter initiation, so there's that power to it. Like I was thinking actually Enchantress because of the being able to offensively dispel, in addition to getting rid of the Lycan, right? And early on, at least you prevent them from running over your map. Drow gets enough items, hopefully you can deal with this. But Enchantress is pretty weak as the game progresses, and I don't mind the Overgrowth idea, right? Like you at least have some counter initiation to protect the Drow. I just don't feel like it's going to be enough. Like if you're here, if you can Doom the Ember, it's GG for sure. But if not, you can still Doom the Drow, and you're pretty happy with this. I feel like Frost Shield would deal with Marcy entirely, and I think this Lycan is gonna probably rush AC as soon as he finishes the Wraith. What is it called? The Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah. So I think the biggest weakness I see for Myth Avenue Gaming lineup is they're pretty heavy. Just run at them, you know. Just like, let's get on top of this Drow Ranger, which is the answer you want versus Drow typically, but their team fight is real bad. Like their team fight is basically run at them even faster, which is better still against a Drow Ranger, but I think still actually might end up running into issues, especially if they do struggle to get the Doom on target. So I'm really curious how this game's going to end up going, because I still think there's, especially if the game gets a little ugly, like it did a little last time, and the fights aren't super clean, there's still probably a way where Team Flow can manage to get away with this. Telekinesis save is not the best, but that alongside Overgrowth might actually be enough, you know?
Yeah. That's why I like the choice of a save at least. Like at least they took the easiest route, I'd probably say.
So I definitely see where you're coming from there, because that's Myth Avenue Gaming. The biggest downside is just lack of team fight here. We'll see if it ends up making a bit of a difference. Especially their early team fights are going to be pretty cooldown dependent on Doom and cooldown dependent on Shapeshift, right? Which have some pretty long cooldowns here, obviously. So that might be a moment where Team Flow can get some damage done.
I also feel like the lanes should actually be pretty good for them. Like Marcy Rubik should beat out the Doom Lich, I would hope. You know, you have so much disposed power. I guess the Frost Shield might debalance this, but I would still think that this is a good enough combo to deal with Doom Lich. Mid lane is Ember versus Lena, so not much to be said there. Then bottom, obviously, anything against Drow will lose, especially a Lycan.
Yeah,
so you could just get a snowball from there, right?
I think this Doom Lich lane might be a little bit stronger than you give it credit for. I'm wondering, I have some hypotheses on this, especially with Lich in general, with starting off with a decent amount of mangoes and having mana regeneration ready to go. I feel like this lane might get a little bit too difficult for Nevermind. It might get a little bit oppressive, especially because, I mean, Miracle is one of the better Dooms I've seen in C, to be quite honest. Bosku's up there as well when he's on his game, but to me, they do very similar things here. And the lane, I mean, Lich is such a lane bully, right? We don't see him too much, but he's up there with your Banes in terms of I kill people in lane and make sure my carry gets his space. Doom also a bit of a fighter. I think this lane might be deceptively strong here.
I suppose that if you have you can play around the level 3 timing with like 2 points in Scorched Earth, I'm assuming, and then 2 points in Frost Shield, and I think you actually can run down the Marcy.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Maybe that's the play.
It could be troublesome. I think as well, Marcy, one of these laners that wants to probably wait for level 3. So I feel like as long as you just get your experience and don't get out denied in this lane, you ought to be able to match her for experience, which means you'll have that level 2 Scorched Earth, right? You'll have the levels for Lich that you're looking for. I think it might be good. We'll see.
The only problem I see, of course, is the rebound to just get away, right? Like if you're Marcy, you just rebound and you just ignore. Luckily, the rebound has been nerfed a lot. At least luckily for Miracle, mind you. So the range is not that impressive, but I think this slow movement speed, you know, the Scorched Earth plus Frost Shield combo is not as impactful.
That's true. I think this is one of those lanes, though, where you take a look at this from an off-lane perspective, Right, like imagine this is your off lane, right? Doom Lich, right?
Yep.
And I'm Miracle in this lane. I'm examining the lane I'm going up against, which is this Marcy Rubik, and I'm saying, okay, we have a kill lane. Who is the kill target? Well, Marcy has an escape. You're right. She's probably a bit more difficult. So we just kill Rubik and make sure that Marcy cannot farm. And I feel like that's good enough, right?
Yeah, you don't have to do much. I agree. It's not even, you don't even have to kill anything, honestly, with this lane. You might as well. Miracle, why is he not devouring? Why is he not devouring?
He's waiting for that perfect, delicious creep.
He's missed a bunch of last hits on the tower, though. So
Yes,
I don't...
he has.
Is he just so he can keep the creep looking? Why is he not devouring? It's really starting to irk me.
Denied.
Just watching Miracle not eat. Is he full?
He's not hungry, dude. He's like me. He doesn't eat breakfast.
Oh, he's trying to go for a jungle creep. Oh my god.
Oh, he's got the ghost. That would explain.
Right, I was so confused as to what was happening there.
He's eating the ghost. Fair enough.
Sure, fair enough. I guess, honestly, by the amount of creeps that he got by there, he would already have the devour ready, but sure, whatever. I understand this point. He was just being a super greedy carry there.
Yeah, well, plus his
wanted
camp was
everything.
blocked. They weren't sure if they were going to win the unblock. I mean, a ghost creep is pretty major in this lane, to be honest. Because like I said, if you get on top of any of this Rubik especially, I think he just dies.
Yeah,
he just dies now.
I think that's the goal. Yeah, okay, I understand.
So, especially because, like, my point is, like, Marcy, one of these heroes, like we talk about, she has a very strict diet of what she wants to go for. Although I do see a Falcon Blade in the quick buy, so I guess that's actually par for the course. My bad. It's a core Marcy.
It's standard, right?
Yes. Yes, my bad. Yeah. No, they're fine. So anything you can do to just reduce her efficiency and farm is going to go a long way.
The Tusk comes from behind, actually. It still has ice. We'll walk away from this lane.
Yep, that's fine. No big deal.
At least he's having a laugh about it.
Yeah, Zeal as well with the quick sorry ping. In they go. I mean, you can see that the damage on it, Nevermind, it's significant. They force him to rebound out. So next bout of spells, they can very realistically just go for a kill onto the Rubik instead. Marcy as well, low on the regen. Like, it's just one of these kinds of lanes, I think, right? I think you essentially play this as an off lane and just be this oppressive presence in the lane and say, no, I'm getting my farm and you're not. I don't care if I kill you. I'm Doom. I want my money.
I will say that when we look at the other offlane, I like it mainly because of Kishka's lane pulls. I've been working so well in this lane. He's actually managed to even outlast the Drow, which is very impressive. This is mostly because she's had to last it under tower and she really can't, whereas Lycan is a good last hitter for the most part. But now he's been left alone, so he's going to lose the lane now.
Yeah, I think Tree is one of these heroes that can't really contest a lane pull. You know, I mean, he's got Nature's Grasp, but you can still just continue to aggro the wave through it and you'll be fine. Doesn't really have anything else, I think. Especially against a Tusk who's got shards to like cut a wave very easily. So that's got, I think, a big reason to do with it. It's this concept, and now he's mid, by the way, but he's scouted by a ward. It's this concept of, well, the lane's hard, so we'll just not play the lane. XD.
Yeah, exactly, honestly. And it's been working pretty well now. Unfortunately, Zeal now will have to lose the lane. As long as he doesn't die, I think that's his role now. Just don't die. And then you'll be happy. You could even go and take some camps to the jungle if you feel like you really need to find some farm here. But I guess he wants to annoy them.
They're going to go for kill top lane onto RR, by the way.
I don't think he dies yet. That shield
he's got
saves
frost
him.
shield. Well,
it's only level 1 though. Has a frost blast. Miracle's coming by as well. Rebound. That'll kill RR. And Miracle's gonna go for the easier kill on ZZY. At the rebound bonus, no longer has it. Now the Scorch Burst plus the ice attack, frost attack, sorry, should be enough to kill ZZY. He doesn't even deny himself. Well done, Miracle.
That's pretty funny. Miracle was like, "Oh, my support's dying, but there's 2 creeps under my tower," and he issued one last like there was like he was ready to last hit a creep. You know, it was fallen low within last hit range, and he even started turning around because then he issued the attack command. Just like the most me carry moment I've ever seen. That was good fun.
Has been killed.
Bottle refill. I don't think you can. I think you can use items. You're not use them, but you can interact with items when you're stunned, right? As far as like still passing them and whatever. Like, I don't think you're muted when you are stunned like that. So is the bottle pass still worked out?
Oh yeah, that's working. I think, I'm pretty sure. It's a good question actually. In this case, you got the ward just before it expired. Works for him. As now he's gonna try to go for Chasm. Xylern does have the arcane nearby, so he's gonna use all his mana, heal back up with a bottle, get the arcane rune. This is actually perfect for him, unless the Ember can steal the Sleight of Fist. Mercury was thinking about it, but he was quick enough with the fingers.
Marcy's still got a good amount out of this laning stage, actually, if I'm being honest. A bit surprised by that, but Miracle as well, of course. is Doom. So he'll continue farming up, and he'll probably still be at the items time. I mean, that's just the way she goes, right? He's going for this Vanguard as well, which will make him incredibly tanky against Marcy. I will say this Myth Avenue gaming team are one of the few that I've seen that actually build Crimson Guards quite frequently. So we might end up seeing that item even on perhaps this Doom, right? Going for Crimson. So it looks like a pretty good Crimson game to me.
It's an incredible Crimson game, actually, you mentioned it. Yeah.
So could end up seeing that. It's very realistic. That along with Frost Shield, I think it's just going to be 2 overall. I mean, it's the we're doing literally 0 damage meme, you know? Yeah.
And then eventually you'll have AC and the Vlads as well on Zeal, right? Which for extra armor. Like, you have a lot of good aura options. I'm not a big fan, by the way, of RR's choice to go Frost Blast as opposed to Ice Shield. I think the Ice Shield might have been the reason why he also dies in the lane and stuff like that. Like, it does scale pretty nicely, and the damage is pretty nice because the buff lasts longer, which is
really good. It's really good for the harass. The attack speed slow is also, I think, not too insignificant, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. Maybe he's hoping that just the attack speed slow is going to be enough, I think, to make up for this. This Rubik is still dead. He doesn't get away. They're still holding on to this Ghost. I mean, look at this slow. You're going nowhere. Who needs stuns? Who needs them?
Yeah, who needs them? I'm glad he didn't go for Sinister Gaze. Even if you tried to there go for like a TP, you don't know that Doom has actually gone for a point Infernal Blade or not. It's very difficult to tell whether the Devour is level 1 or level 3.
Oh, is he going to eat a different creep? Is it time? Does he want the Harpy, the Whirlwind? Yes, he does. Hurricane now ready to
actually,
kill.
never mind. You can tell by the armor. I was wrong. Sorry. I forgot that was the change they made.
And
oh, he has so much armor now.
Oh,
he tried to Doom the Ember. That was a really good telekinesis. ZZY might die for this, as there's the Frost Shield.
He is.
Plus auto attacks, and there's the 1-point Sinister Gaze, just in case someone TPs away.
150 move speed. It is brutal. Your minimum move speed, by the way, there's a floor of 100. Is everyone's base movement speed, but that is like nothing. First time this DPC tour, really a Doom Vanguard. Wow.
As he will rush the Crimson Guard, it seems like.
Yeah. Oh, is he really?
I mean, I would, right? If you already go Vanguard this early, you get Crimson Guard, and Marcy has nothing.
Curious TP. He's TPing away underneath the enemy tier 1.
Why don't they just break it first?
That's what I was hoping for. No, either way, they don't feel like they need to. Unknown, by the way, is into, speaking of him, right? He's into the jungle already. There's already this, full helm online for Zeal. So he is starting to push a little bit too quickly here. What creep does he have now? I don't see his creep. I guess they've probably killed it. But he'll get another creep up soon. No worries. Oh, RR and Miracle. Maybe looking for a kill top.
Unknown.
Yeah, nice movement there.
Yep.
Shards have not been perfect this game from Kishka, but that's okay. Still plenty of time to turn around. Oh, there's the creep. It's the Swarpine Raider. He's just farming the jungle while he pushes. He decides he doesn't need to have the helm creep here. Fair enough.
Interesting. I mean, the Warpine Raider is probably the best pusher earlier, because he has the best stats.
Yeah.
I mean, Dark Troll Summoner, I guess.
Yeah, Dark Troll Summoner. I think a lot of people... No, I don't really see anyone use the Tomato anymore, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, it's probably the Swarpine Raider. I have to agree with you.
That extra armor is incredible, tanky the tower.
I see this thunderclap damage. Yeah, no, it's probably the Warpine Raider or of course the Skellies. No, Mercury. Either way, I mean this is why you draft the tree, right? He starts to do his thing here. It's Kishka and Mercury. No, Searing Chains. No rebound. 10 more seconds. Nope. There is a telekinesis, but Rubik out of range.
He was thinking about disposing the Rubik into like the tusk.
That would have been cute.
Yeah. It's just unfortunately not incredible either. And I think it's a Wild Wing. That will help in general with armor with everyone. That's really good against Drow. That aura is plus screen armor, right? So marksmanship doesn't deal with it.
Yep. It's what, 3? Yeah, it's another Vlad's basically, so not bad at all. I hear a snowball.
Kishka? Why?
Going on.
He's alone? Okay, because I help from shapeshifted Lycan as well, right? Those are the shapeshifted, yes. But he's not sending the hero, he's sending the creeps.
He just immediately sicks his creeps onto this poor Rubik, man.
Yep, and the Rubik might die to the creeps alone with a Frost Shield, that's guaranteed. CZY is dead. Kishka has snowballs still. Are they gonna fight? Never mind. Did he go too far? He did. Attack team on top of this. Snowball, Ice Shark can still be set up. They don't want to use him. He's just going to rebound himself to safety.
That's hilarious. Seal, by the way, the entire time.
Actually, but
he was just pushing the wave. Miracle top lane is going to go drop a Doom onto Unknown with the Lina auto attacks. I think they have her here. Yeah, Dragon Slave just to secure it. Nicely done.
Level 2 Dragon Slave, that made the difference, huh? He's not actually maxing Light Strike Array. Okay, he's mid laner, he gets to do this.
And it was, by the way, a full Crimson Guard finish. It's already delivered for Miracle, so I'm sure that's going to be another new record. Yeah, first time this DPC tour. There it is. He might die here. There's the buff.
Is under attack.
And he literally takes no damage from Rubik auto attacks.
Like I said, I feel like with the Crimson Guard, you nullify Marcy, Ember, and all the damage from the supports as well. Like, it's actually a really good Crimson Guard rush game.
Yeah.
You also have Vlad's already at Zeal, he just needs the tower gold.
This is something I've seen before from Drink back when they were called Drinkwater in the opens. They did a really nasty strat where Zeal was playing Enigma against a rather strikingly similar lineup, by the way. It was, what was it? It was a TA mid and something similar. I don't think it was a Drow, but it was another just heavy right clicker, right? And it was a similarly fast Crimson Guard with also a really fast Wraith Pact. So these heroes were doing literally no damage. It was one of the most fun games of Dota I've seen from this kind of item timing standpoint, which is why I've always been very impressed about how Myth Avenue Gaming approached these kinds of games. So there's the Vlad's delivered then. So we're starting to really speed up this game out. Well, all 3 tier 1 towers have already been taken here by Myth Avenue Gaming. They have an 8k net ward lead, and they're already fighting underneath basically where the tier 2 mid is.
Yep. We did get Kishka though with a Syrian Chains. That's going to be kill secured. With RR trying to tank as much as he can, thanks to Frost Shield. He might even get the kill, so never mind. He's trying his best. The creeps as well, and they will get him. Zeal activates the shapeshift, so they will get a crit there. That guarantees that kill. It was actually the crit from the Wilding Reaper that allows them to get that. And now they go for Drought on bottom. Oh, no stone though, because the Golem gets silenced even though it doesn't show up that way.
That was so funny. I've never seen a Mud Golem get knocked back, actually. He threw up his little arms. That was so cute.
Oh boy, oh boy.
I don't know, Mr. Lycan.
This Drow seems very scary, Lycan.
Oh, poor guy.
Yes, Helm of the Overlord, dude. What is this?
He's big. He's big, man.
I would have sworn that Zeal would have a much worse early game.
I'm pretty sure. Can we see camp stacked? I'm pretty sure he stacked a lot of camps for himself as well. He's also been ultra efficient. He decided he hasn't needed his Vlad's creep in lane with him, so it's been mostly farming jungle without him when he's found a good one. While he still farmed the lane, of course. So he's been pulling double duty there basically. It's looked real good, man.
I mean, it's important because the sooner you get some of the Overlord, I mean, obviously the push increases, but it's the sooner you start building AC, which I think is the nail in the coffin for this lineup. I don't know how you mix damage if your team flow, honestly. Like, Marcy can't, Drow can't, it's just Ember.
And here's what I really like about this team. Like, everyone is itemizing, everyone is doing their scale build to support this, right? RR is going back for 3 points in Frost Shield now, and I believe his next point will be in that as well. I also wouldn't mind maybe a second point in Sinister Gaze. I think that extra almost half a second in the cooldown might be worth it, but who knows? Kishka, though, he's got drums, right? Full drums of endurance on a Tusk. You don't see that all the time. And then Lilina is going to just completely build as normal, right? But all these heroes going for their very fast items. My next question is, what are you building, Mr. Miracle? A Blink Dagger, already about to be delivered. It's being fetched now by his courier.
And now it's Greaves afterwards, so he's just playing offlane Doom. He's just playing offlane Doom. I thought BKB would be his next item, honestly.
I mean, what are you scared of? What magic damage are you scared of, Ava?
I mean, it's more just so you don't get gusted back.
I mean, I suppose, but then if you're getting gusted back, Dro's running away, right?
Yeah, I guess it's also true. I guess you're routing her. I guess Greaves also deals with the Gust and the Searing Chains.
Yeah. I think by the time you're scared of dying in that Gust back duration, because she's going to shoot like 8 arrows at you, and they're each going to do 1,000 damage, by that time you have BKB, right, on Doom. I think for now, this is the item build that allows you to just route her, right? And that's all you're concerned about. You're only scared of this Drow if she gets off like 50 auto attacks in a fight right now. Not happening.
XC Learn has ages, but he's solo bottom.
He is.
Can anyone TP in time?
How did he end up here, by the way?
I'm not sure. He just walked here, and apparently Mercury's dying, and they force an overgrowth. He's still stuck inside Ninja's grasp. He took a fair amount of damage, but he'll survive.
Oh,
and said Mercury got caught. Kishka just caught him, right?
Yeah, he did. Punched his ass.
Oh, boy. XC Learn barely alive.
Didn't even punch him. Mercury, or sorry, that's Unknown, who's like, I gotta get out of here, guys. This is...
Miracle?
Yeah, a Crimson Guard?
Okay, found the tree. Pushed him out of Light Strike Array, it's all good.
Yeah, I was trying to push him out of the trees, I guess. But
Okay, their early game this game is like night and day with the early game last game. I think they're playing much better. They're playing around their timing as well. They're playing around Miracle, which is appropriate because he needs help to kill things with Doom.
and he needed help
He's
last
just
game, by the way,
crazy.
to kill things as Mars. He just didn't have it.
They just didn't do it, exactly.
Yeah,
But this
yeah.
time it's like, wow, they figured out they can play early with him.
Yeah, it looks real good. I mean, that's the thing is this is a strat that I've seen them execute very well on before, whereas the previous one hasn't. Wow, they're even using Slam on the Thunderhide to hunt down Nevermind. Dude, he is dead.
I mean, Zeal is jacked, dude. Aura Sponge, Zeal's joining as well. They want to make sure they don't give a lot of healing to Nevermind in this Unleash.
Okay, fair enough. Good
Respect it.
restraint. You probably could have killed them, but they didn't. Do they really need to? Probably not. Oh, I didn't know you could. Wait, does Doom have? Oh, Doom has Hurricane. That's why Rubik has Hurricane. I was like, why?
Yeah, you can steal.
And he's just Hurricaned himself closer to the Doom.
Did not help. Doom has his own Hurricane. Oh, he's going to go for a more valuable target in
the
Mark 2. Has
hell
no
was that?
Unleash. Good rebound is what it was. An incredible rebound, mind you.
He's rebounded with the Hurricane on top of him as well. They're just pushing, man. Second tier 2 about to drop. Drums popped for that additional attack speed, and goodbye tier 2 tower. Mercury's got to get out of there before he's caught by the Doom. And mid lane is going to be the next target. I mean, all the lanes are pushing in as well. Team Flow, I mean, they have this living armor, but they don't have a hero that can really safely de-push these lanes. It has to be Ember, but he also has to be the one to clear waves off of towers. You know, they need him for both jobs right now. This is a really brutal lineup that they're going into. And again, this is not going to hit the brakes anytime soon. Maybe when they lose Aegis, they won't go high ground, sure, but...
Look how much he tanks this Kishka. Actually, do you know a multi-shot is blocked by the Frost Shield?
Let me think.
Does it count as auto attacks?
Let me think here. From attacks against it. I'm not sure. I used to know this interaction when Lich was way more in meta, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Because they're like, you get your damage on multi-shot from your auto attacks, but I don't know if they like are auto attacks. But they also apply they apply attack modifiers, so I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
Dire are scanning.
They're hunting his tree man, who has the shard already, by the way. Yes, he steals the bounty. Unfortunately, he won't be able to hide in the trees.
Yep. Malrus Punch.
But mid,
Hold
hold on.
the death. Oh, there's the
Sealer?
fight in the mid lane. And they will kill Alina. Maybe with Lich as well. He already used the Chain Frost. He also has the shard already, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, that Ice Spire. Making the sieges even easier. So they killed Tree. They have used Doom there, by the way. So they doomed the Marcy and then couldn't kill her, so they just chased down the tree instead. So they are without that bit of utility. They've also lost Aegis now. So we'll see if Team Flow are going to be able to defend this tier 2 or not. I like this shard, by the way, on Tree because this allows him to be the lane cutter. Well, it's a bit of a risky strategy because if the game ends in the next 10 minutes, it'll be a bad purchase. But if the game goes longer than 15 minutes, it'll be a good purchase. So it's very much a 50-50. No, I mean, it's one of those things like where you bought a Midas right now, and then your core's like, you know, shut up, just play is normally what they say in C, right? Just play. And then like it's the right answer if the game goes like 30 minutes and he scales. It's the wrong answer if they continue to push high ground and then he only has Midas and like, I don't know, Sanj, right? Then he does nothing.
Radiant's
Exactly.
bottom tower is under
It's a
attack.
risky item, but someone has to be able to cut these waves, and Ember Spirit is going to have a really hard time doing it against the Doom. So I see reason for it this game.
Yeah, but you also need that mixed damage deal with Frost Shield, Crimson Guard, and the Blads. So you even have Medallion from Zeo. Like, it's actually an absurd build. He's piling armor, dude.
He is.
It's such a weird thing to see. I mean, he went Drums, which is like a halfway item, right? But everything else is just a way to deal with the Drought to make sure she never gets online. The fact that they picked 3 heroes that all deal physical damage,
Radiant's middle
it just feels like the
tower has
perfect Lich
fallen.
game.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah. This
And
Ice
they all
Spire-
also deal the physical damage with auto attacks as well. Because again, Lich does not cancel physical damage in general. He only reduces damage from auto attacks.
Right.
In the Frost Shield. Like,
Right.
a lot of people always get that confused. And it's just, like, these 3 heroes all do that. I don't know. It seems so tough for them. They need to dispel. I actually think Nullifier at some point in the game for Marcy is a necessity.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's Ember. I don't know. Ember used to be a Yule's builder once upon a time, right? Back when like he would build a Spirit Vessel and Heaven's
That's
Albert,
an option.
right? But he needs Lincolns, right? Obviously.
Yeah.
And he maybe even needs BKB. I don't know. Maybe you can get away without a BKB this game. Maybe. But it's risky, right? It's real risky. But, you know, a Yule's, right, could be an option as well. And that's not an item coming anytime soon on Marcy, right? Again, she's got her very strict diet of items. Not any time on Drow Ranger, like, ever.
She is building Nullifier, as in, like, one day I will have enough farm to build this item. Is Nevermind gonna get beat by
If
creeps?
I punch a bunch of dinosaurs and wolves, maybe I'll get him.
Bro, Dinosaur's stronger than her, though. She just got raided. Just got routed.
Yeah. Greaves completed. I mean, it's just wait for Roche now. It's an 18k net worth lead. Team Flow.
Yeah.
This is bold, but Miracle is alone down here.
Could be a valuable kill. Greaves will help him out a little bit.
They've even drawn a line to wrap around him here.
It's tough, though, because his blink, he could just blink away, like Greaves blinking. Okay, Rubik is revealed. He has ward. Oh, what?
Blink out of the Rubik.
He went forward. Miracle's not afraid, but now he's going to realize why he should never be afraid. Miracle's completely fine, actually. He gets snowballed back in. It's not even his choice anymore. Miracle is now trying to run away, but his teammate decided it was time for him to die, and he will finally fall. At the same time, Unknown dies. They destroy Mercury. Nevermind, it has been slowed. Chain Frost used. Overgrowth is not even important here. Chain Frost will just kill him with a Hurricane Pike Lena. Miracle did not need to die there, but at least they elongated this fight long enough.
The Giga Chad Miracle move. That's what Winter would say right there. You never know if he's going to start fighting you. Yes, that was a 1v5 smoke, but Miracle, he likes those odds.
They already forced a couple buybacks here, but no buyback on the Drow Ranger. I don't think she would do much.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
I mean, 21k lead. We're dangerously close to the 1k lead per minute, which is usually considered the auto win in Dota 2.
Dire are scanning.
Right. The Mercy rule in Dota.
Yeah, honestly, there's only, I think it was like 8 or 9 games that have come back from a
Kishka,
1k lead a minute.
Oh, he doesn't have, does he have detection?
330.
No, he doesn't. I mean, he has detection. He's got
He
a
put the
dust.
ward down.
Is he gonna? Treston's like, guys, we can kill him.
We can kill Kishka. It's ripe for the taking, guys.
They're gonna go. They're gonna kill him.
Is he
Very
just
well.
gonna stay, Kishka? Okay.
He's
this is the longest gank of all time.
just chilling, man.
It just give him some time. Oh my god, he actually escapes. For now. Oh, they missed the Searing Chains too.
Yeah, he caught the creeps, I think, or it missed. I don't know.
Yeah, I got the creeps.
Well,
To be fair, when you slide a fist that far away, you can't control like where he goes first, right? So, kind of a chance thing. No, that was the one attempt, Richie, they had to kill. It's over.
well,
Now their kills are being squared, literally, for Myth Avenue Gaming.
they are being squared. Very true.
Yeah.
What a beautiful mathematical analysis there for you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Can they cube
now-
it this game? What's 4 cubed? I think it's too much, right?
It's way too much.
64,
84.
isn't it?
Oh, 64, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, unlikely. Maybe the
Yeah,
net worth lead gets there.
Maybe. Kishka, okay, attempt number 2. It'll work. Now they need
Man.
25 kills to keep the mathematical equation alive.
They just
But
beamed
Miracle
his
doesn't
ass.
care. He just doesn't care. He whirlwinds, goes for Trasm, forces the overgrowth already, and since he has Greaves, dispels that overgrowth immediately.
Punches him with Infernal Blade.
Steel bites.
he's going.
Marcy once.
Under attack.
Okay, well, Roche isn't up. So just a little 1-for-1. They didn't use Doom. They do use this Shapeshift, which is probably the biggest deal, and as well, of course, the Overgrowth. So kind of, you know, maybe an opening here. A chance, anyway.
Yeah, a hard one, but a chance, I guess.
I would say they have a snowball's chance in hell, right? Which is, I think, very apt because you have the Doom. The joke is funny when you explain it, right? I believe that's the conceit of comedy.
Sure. Yes, that is mostly how I do my comedy anyway. Can they catch him in time? They do.
Yes.
Nice. Blink. Never mind, never mind.
Never mind, nevermore.
Yeah, that is also Shadow Fiend's name.
I know.
Is the hero they used to lose the first game.
That's true, actually. But that was for Unknown. This time he's on the Drow Ranger, and his items not coming along as quickly as he would hope. He's actually still being out-farmed by Nevermind, who did just die up there. Of course, I mean, no use in BKB TP when you're up against the Tusk anyway. Roche is going to respawn here if Kishka is just 1 second more patient. And he is. He'll go ahead and see Roche. Hello. Lovely little
Oh, this guy stands like me. He also he's breathing the same way I
Guys,
do with my arms.
Do you think he could possibly... Can we communicate with him? And then Lina starts blasting with DD.
Has been killed.
I don't think Roche speaks a language that the heroes understand, right?
Into the dark.
Well, he used to be a creep.
Right, so they don't speak the language of the heroes, right?
I believe the ancients have overpowered the creeps so much that the creeps can't even communicate anymore.
Oh,
so,
they don't even have thoughts, huh?
yeah, they don't have thoughts. They're not independent creatures. Which is why, by the way, it's fine to kill them, of course.
Right. It's not murder if they're not don't have independent thoughts, right?
Yeah.
It's the same way why you can kill ants, but you can't kill an otter.
A what?
An otter?
Oh, yeah.
Because otters have independent thoughts.
That's true.
Also, don't kill ants. That's mean. Unless
don't do it.
they're in your kitchen.
It was
So
just
that
a
means you live
Dota.
in
I mean,
Malaysia.
you'd feel bad if every time you cleared a creep wave, if you used breathe fire, the creeps were like, my wife, you know?
I would love that, actually. That would encourage.
You just hear 5 of them.
The carriers would only be psychopaths. They're just all over the world.
BSJ returns to play Pro Dota.
He's actually the best pro player. BSJ, you got to play with both hands.
Brian, can you stop using your ulti to farm creeps? We need to use them to hit heroes.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, you multi-shot them. You multi-shot them.
Oh!
Unknown. He almost got the Doom out. But also, was he the best target for Doom? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Miracle is questioning if the arrows are actually hitting him. He's checking his items. Do I have evasion?
Have
It's
I
just
used
a-
my Crimson Guard active? Is that what happened? Oh, no? Okay.
Oh, Drought just doesn't hit me, huh?
Dude, Miracle, he just TP'd, man. Just blind TP'd.
He likes TPing as well in front of the enemy to show dominance.
Yeah.
He
He's
did
like,
this in close qualifiers as well. Like he would get into vision just to TP.
He's like he's a little bit like the villain from a murder movie, right? Where he enjoys the thrill of the chase, right?
Oh right, yeah.
I'll give you a little heads up, you know. The main character even
Jason.
starts hearing the music, right?
Yeah.
Why do I hear violins? And the Miracle says
Oh,
it's
no.
violence time.
Wow.
The joke is, of course, violence and violence sound similar.
It's funny because he is playing Doom, which is a perfect horror movie villain, but he's with a haste rune.
He's so fast. He looks
It's
so
like someone
stupid when he runs
fast-forwarded.
this up. Whoa! Kishka, just blinking in like he has Aegis.
XC Learn clearly has somewhere to be. He's just trying to finish the game, attacking objectives. Has no heal, by the way. Oh, there we go. Doom the Ember. Telekinesis saves him, and even
Okay.
commit the Overgrowth.
Oh,
and now
and the Gust?
maybe you kill the Lina? No.
No.
It was just a sneeze.
Miracle as well. Didn't even use Crimson. Didn't even use
Or
Greaves.
Greaves.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There's the
I mean, he does commit Doom, which has me wondering if it is worth to maybe try and go for that, but he decides not. You know, again, he says, that's fine. I'll wait for the next Doom. I'll make you wait for the next Doom. I'm a horror villain.
Yeah, he's straight up. Miracle's been chilling.
Antagonist, I guess. Maybe he's an anti-hero?
I think Satan is an anti-hero.
Yeah. Whoa. You seen these towers?
Yeah. No.
Collapse?
You see this dragon not taking damage? Oh, stop, guys. Stop memeing. Just punch him. You can break the telekinesis with that. It just chose not to.
Yeah. Oh, they still Doom, by the way.
What?
They still Doom. They have Doom
Oh, they do have Doom.
on
Okay.
the Rubik.
Maybe Doom dispels Crimson Guard?
Wait, sorry, did you see that effigy for CZY? That's so funny. We
Okay.
can't.
Nevermind is dead.
Oh, is
Oh,
he?
Nevermind is fine. He missed a lot of high ground hits then.
Miracle
Short-range
with the
blink of
babiest
Miracle?
blink of all time. What was that? Stolen Doom?
Stolen Doom, but he activated BKB before his Doom got stolen. Sorry, before he got doomed, so he's fine. In fact, he still has Aegis anyway, so he's okay.
Yeah. It's pretty funny because CZY's effigy says, steal your effing skills, which is exactly what he's done here.
Oh, okay, that's what made you laugh?
Yeah.
I thought you were laughing at the fact that a black dragon was being attacked by a whole team of 5 and still didn't die. But no.
Well, it's Doom used to buy the Rubik, and now Doom is going to be ready again. I laughed as well because Miracle literally blinked like 200 units. He
Yeah, that was. I thought it was a flicker for a second. Then I checked the time. I was like,
Yeah.
oh no, it's not time yet for that.
No, that was a blink dagger. That was a full-fledged blink dagger.
He's going Octarine Core as well for Miracle. Just at this point, giving up on ever becoming the carry. He's letting Zeal become the carry instead. Satanic on Lina. There we go. We
there
have
it
life
is.
steal. She's back.
She's back, and she's about to full heal off of this Aegis, which is going to be reclaimed here any second. Has bots too as well. Excellent really likes bots too, man. I feel like normally you don't see it upgraded this quickly, but I don't mind. Kind of expensive, right? It's what, a 4,500 gold investment? It's a 2K investment over what you'd normally get. What you'd normally see is what I should say. So there's Aegis Reclaim, back to full HP. Oh no, they killed Mercury's courier. That's actually pretty bad. He needed that Lincoln's. It had the full Lincolns on it. Literally the full Lincolns.
I mean, I guess most of Lincolns are built in the secret shop, right?
I know, it just hurts, man.
It takes so long for couriers to assemble those Lincolns as well, because they don't have talents. Oh, okay, I guess Doom the Drow. What are you stopping? The Gust! That's enough! Bye, Drow.
He has buyback. So does Rubik.
There was someone in chat's like, I think Drow outcarries leader. I've given enough time. Yeah, okay. Oh, shit.
They're gonna end.
Oh, wait, look. Oh, that multi-shot. Ah, Sia almost took 200 damage between 4 hits.
Yep, and this Ancient Granite Golem is still alive, and they still have... Oh, Crimson Guard, they just punched her. They punched her, Abba.
Alina, she's just decided to attack her head on. Luckily, the overgrowth saves her from the snowball.
Kishka.
Known. Goodbye. Never mind with a little dispose. Still being attacked by the Lina. Miracle realizing he might just be immortal.
Oh, no.
And that means that he's going to secure the kill of the Marcy onto the Ember. It's just a stop, guy.
This is it. Axelar, no! Choose life.
Kill yourself. Not even the fountain has enough damage to kill this Lina.
Yep. Wow. I mean, a completely revitalized Myth Avenue Gaming. We did actually end up squaring the score there again by the end, 5-25.
Oh yes, they fixed it.
Myth Avenue Gaming, very good.
That might be the best part of the. Oh, there we go. The knees. That's why he was taking no damage. So the knees were just so close to his chest. They act as an armor. I don't know, man. That is. This was a pretty big stomp, but I think rarely do we say that one game is an outdraft. I feel like we commented on this a couple of times, and when we're saying it, I mean, teams realizing it was just a very heavy outdraft. When you go for 3 forms on auto attack, physical damage against Lich and against a Doom carry that obviously can build auras, and he went for the perfect build as well, Crimson Guard. The enemy team also played the early game much better, and your early game is a little bit lacking, I would say, for flow, and your mid game and late game decision making is still not the same level. It seems like they just were a tier above here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, just taking a look very quickly. I know we can't see this obviously on the stream, but going through some of the damage received in reduced numbers, Miracle received 22,000 physical damage, but he reduced 76% of it, which is madness. Exelern as well, a ranged hero, right, who doesn't have that damage block built in, by the way, reduced 50% of the physical damage. Zeal as well, above 50%. So it's just an impossible game. I mean, you just simply don't do damage, I think.
It's quite literally just Ice Shield, I think, or Frost Shield that did that. Miracle gets the MVP. I think that's fine.
And Crimson buff, right?
Yes, that's true. I think Miracle getting MVP is fine. I would have given it to, honestly, the drafter for this game, but I think Miracle played a really good game. I think he was the only one that had a harder itemization, so fair enough. He's our rivalry MVP for the match. Congrats to Miracle.
So there's something about Myth Avenue Gaming where they really enjoy playing these kinds of lineups. Whenever they notice, guys, wait a second, they have 2 physical damage cores. Miracle's like, give me the Doom. I've already queued up Crimson. Let's go, lads. And it just looks good every time. Like they know the solution to this. It reminds me a lot of when Tundra were winning TI, and they're like, we know what to do against Lesh. You know, like don't pick Lesh against us. I dare you, do it.
That's true, actually. That's very true. I would say that Myth Avenue Gaming's, because their idea is just so different from most of the other teams, is more enjoyable to watch them. I still don't know how correct they are. It would be hard to tell because sometimes you see this like crazy idea diff 2, and you don't know if it's just not been adapted yet. It doesn't seem to fit the meta that every other region is playing. I mean, I know that SEA loves this thing of going 60-minute games, but even in Western Europe, the game length is particularly longer, right? And so is the case in China and other regions.
I think, of course, I think Team Flow didn't really help themselves with this draft, but with a more balanced draft, like maybe with a mixed damage dealer, you know, potentially this does fall through. But again, I see a draft that you have a couple of counter picks, you have a carry that's going to scale no matter what, right? Who can join fights early, just off of Maelstrom, right? Which we saw, and again off of BKB, and again off of every item, right? Lena's just that good right now. And then you have a pusher in the Lycan, right?
Yep.
So to me, like, this is a draft that maybe if you pick this against similar lineups, can probably work against tier 1 teams as well. You know, if it's like an equal matchup. I don't know. I really like this kind of strategy. I think this is what SMG showed, that is doable and viable in this kind of a meta against the very best European teams. You know, we're going to have to wait until Lima to see if anyone tries and dares it, right? But that's what's exciting about the league formats, is that you do see these kinds of strategies pop up. And right now, Myth Avenue Gaming, I mean, again, I saw it in opens, we saw it again in close, and this is something we're going to continue to see it throughout Div 2, I'm sure, if teams are not careful with their lineups.
And also because this has, now that Div 2 is not concurrent with Div 1, and on top of that, the fact that Div 2 is quicker, or I mean, both divisions are quicker, it's much harder to adapt to this kind of lineup. If a Div 2 team actually now wants to be creative, it's easier, because that tends to be one of the issues with Div 2 teams, is drafting in general, and strategy making in general. So before, what used to happen is a Div 2 team comes up with an interesting strategy, and this happened a lot in China, Div 2, South America, and Western Europe Div 2, where they would come up with like these weird strategies that nobody was playing. And then a Div 1 team would pick it up because obviously it was good. They would play concurrently. And then the other Div 1 team would crack it. And then it felt bad because they came up with a strategy that probably most Div 2 teams couldn't crack. But a Div 1 team with a coach and a manager, and like 16 coaches in the case of Liquid, like could crack it, right? But now they only have 3 weeks and you don't get to see Div 1 play during the meantime. I think the Myth Avenue game might have a serious edge if nobody can crack the strategy.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Flow also cracked themselves here, and not in the good way.
Yeah, I think the losing game 1, especially in that kind of a fashion, when they did feel like the stronger team there, and rightfully so, was a little bit frustrating. You know, they give themselves another lineup that scales. It does fix a lot of their previous issues, but they just don't get the time to play it, and it was difficult, you know, especially against this kinds of lineups. Like, we're seeing a ton of Rubik, which is still sometimes good enough for the save, but that's all Rubik really gives you, I feel. You know, and he does eventually become a little bit crazier with more items, as we can see, but didn't really feel like it this game, did it? No, it didn't really feel that way. I mean, great Lich pick though. I think that was as well a strong target. We do have an interview, I believe, ready with Zeal. It's with Zeal, so let's go and introduce him. Hello, Zeal. How's it going?
Hello, Zeal.
Hello. Pretty happy that we won our first game, opening game.
Yeah, great job. Really fast game 2 as well. Your Lycan was out of control that game. How did that feel? You don't see that hero very often. I know it's one of your favorites, but what was the logic behind the Lycan pick in that second game?
So Lycan is pretty situational, right? Like in this game, I seen all the heroes, and I feel like I would perform on this hero, so I suggested it, and they trusted me, and we just picked it.
Is there anyone that has a bigger voice in the draft, or do you guys also just your own picks?
All of us actually discuss our drafts together. We don't really have a captain or something. So whoever feels which hero is like crazy strong, we'll just pick it. Yeah.
Nice.
Can you talk to me a little bit then on that note, on the game 1 decision to run Miracle Mars in the safe lane? Because that looked like it was a bit harder than maybe you guys were ready for in the early game. So like, how did that come to be? Who called for that?
Me and Miracle kind of like discuss like what heroes are pretty good, and we did this Mars carry thing a lot on scrims, and it does have like good results. So we tried to run it just now, and we needed heroes like Mars too, so we just put it on safe lane.
Your conception of the game is very different to most teams, especially in Div 2, where you run these like Doom or Mars on Miracle. You know, you run these more active carries. Do you feel like that's the right way to play this meta, or do you feel like this 3-week format's very good for these surprise drafts and these strong picks that they might not be able to respond to as quickly?
I think it's more like our players, we do have like very unique ideas. Like America has like crazy ideas. Sometimes it goes like very too crazy, sometimes it's normal, and these 2 games you see that the ideas are right, so it worked out. So some games maybe it doesn't work out.
Okay. I see all your medals there behind you. Do you make sure that they're framed in the shot so we can see how cool you are? Why the Naruto characters as well?
They're just decorations. They have I have some Crystal Maiden plushie as well. Here,
that's nice.
Wait, here.
What's your favorite medal from those tournaments? Which one is you most proud of out of those badges?
Let me check. I think there is one WESG one, Malaysia, that we won. We won against CDZ Stack, which is some team that we cannot win against, and that's my favorite tournament. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Flower Gaming guys, right? They're always playing in the local Malaysia Cups because they're still pretty good. I remember going to a couple like the Asus Predator lands and seeing them there as well, right? So they're still playing. Well, they were back in like 2019. That was a good medal. That's a cool story.
Since we get you now for your first match at the DPC as well, I know I was checking Miracle comms on Twitter and stuff, and they were saying that this team was more of a, like when you guys made the drink water, it was like, let's see how it goes, right? A bunch of players that wanted to play together, but not a very clear idea to a plan for like 3 seasons. Now you're picked up by Myth Avenue Gaming. Do you feel like this plan is forming a little bit more? Do you feel like you've went from like a stack to a team now that DPC is starting?
It's definitely going towards the direction, but we have very less training until right now. We are starting to like get streams going and trying to find more of a balance and normal style of our team, if that makes sense.
Can I ask on that note, because when I was doing the opens with Winter, he knew about your team, that it came together a little bit closer to the lock deadline. Who formed the team? Like, who got everyone together with this idea in mind?
So I heard about like Excellent was trying to form a stack, and America was with me. So we were like trying to get a stack going on. Then I heard that Excellent is finding a stack. So we formed like the 3 of us. Then we get like 2 supports. Then I heard that Kishka is looking for a team as well, and he's in my friend list. So I just hit him up. And R is America's friend. So like back then they played together, so we just got our lane partners and let's go. Let's go to OQs.
You did really well. You're here at Div 2. Do you find any differences, because you played in a lot of Malaysian stacks before and international teams? Do you find any difference between having, I think, the most international team at Div 2 versus a Malaysian stack, or is it just the same because you always communicate in English?
It's definitely a bit different from the China scene, and I think compared to Malaysia and C stack is pretty much the same. It's always chaotic and you don't know what to expect. Most out of the games, you don't know what to expect.
Okay, fair enough. We didn't know what to expect for this game, but you gave us a beautiful 2-0. Thank you so much for that, Zeal. Is there any shout-outs you'd like to give? Any sponsors you might be looking for here now that you're looking good this season? Feel free to sell yourself out. We'll give you the stage.
We do have a sponsor, Myth Avenue Gaming, and shout out to the people that supports us and those who enjoys our ideas, I guess. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the shout out, Zeal. We appreciate that. We'll see you in the next interview, hopefully. Congratulations to your victory, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Cool. Nice lad.
What a nice guy. Yeah. Nice lad. Seems the team is working out really well. Always fun to see teams that are a little bit more unique in Division 2 for sure. And for that, we also have a couple other teams playing today. I don't know if they're as unique as you'd say this stack, but they're still very fun.
I was really curious. I was hoping to get in one last question there at the end. I'm curious who they think their strongest opponent is going to be in this league, right? Because we do have a couple of different teams, a couple of teams dropping down. I wanted to see where like they ranked Vessuwan, and especially maybe like who else took wins yesterday? Yeah, like Polaris, Army Geniuses. Army Genius is always like a mainstay, I feel. I don't know. We'll see. I suspect it's not the last time we'll get to see them, but we'll see what they feel, especially because we're going to get to see them tomorrow again, don't we, Myth Avenue Gaming? No, we don't.
2 days.
Yes, 2 days.
Because our games are on Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, so there's always 1 day in between.
Right. No, we
will get to see them against Spawn.
They only play one game a week for now, and then we see them every single day for the rest of the series. So they'll have a pretty intense schedule as we get going forward. But as you were alluding to, our next match already coming up is going to be what, Team Flow
versus Vessuwan versus Polaris.
That's right.
Yes. So if you guys want to stay tuned for that, it'll start in 30 minutes because it's not before schedule. Do not worry, guys. So we will be taking a break. Richie and I will see you guys again on Sunday for the first match, as we usually do. I will leave you in very capable hands here. I would recommend that you do watch the rest of the matches because Vessuwan versus Polaris would determine essentially who keeps that 1-0 score, or the undefeated score. And for the last match of the day, as AG versus Atlantis. Atlantis is really looking for that one single win that they weren't capable of getting against Vessuwan. We'll see if they fix their draft issues for that second game. And in the case of Army Geniuses, they're really looking to prove that this team is Div 1 ready, because they have a lot of ex-Div 1 players, but not quite that Div 1 category just yet. For us, though, that's going to be it. Remember to follow the channel, follow us at Mr. L Plus and at Seek and Strike Dota. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we'll see you there. Thank you so much for that, and we'll see you in 30 minutes with the next game of the day. Until then.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the blink cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We got another couple of matches coming up for the remainder of the day. We're starting it off with UD Vessuwan versus Polaris. My name is DK Truman and I am joined by Winter. Thank you very much for joining me today, Winter.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So yeah, this match, both teams, of course, previously have won their matchups. So they are 1-0. You did say that you, of course, know a bunch of the players from the UD Vessuwan roster. How do you think they stack up against the Polaris team after watching them previously?
How did you know that? How? I just said that they know English.
He said that you were befriended with some of them, so
Okay,
obviously...
fine. I am friends, quote unquote friends with TNT, Boomboy, and Lionex. I think I probably have the better relationship with Lionex because he took care of me when I was in Thailand. So yeah, he's the only real friend. The other two are the quote unquote friend.
I've talked to them before, kind of friends. But okay, so Lionex being a good friend, these two teams up against each other. Of course, it's going to be not the easiest for either team, especially for UD Vessuwan, because they have recently lost against Polaris on the 31st of January, aka about 4 days ago they lost 2-0, but that series had some very interesting picks as I'm quickly checking. Polaris played the safe lane Arc Warden then.
Even without Natsumi, they're still playing Arc Warden.
Their new safe laner is pretty good. Akashi, I've seen him play in the previous series as well. He's actually really good. But I would say probably the most experienced player behind them. God, these voice lines behind them the entire time would most likely be still the same Bocarino, being, one of the oldest in the scene.
That's pretty interesting. Ricky number 8 after they see Tusk and Batrider. I mean, I guess MP first pick is kind of like normal to respond with like a Batrider right away, Batrider and Tusk, but I don't see how Ricky is good at protecting the MP against his Batrider. I was kind of expecting something more along the lines like someone that can save him, some hero that can protect him in the lane, Clockwork maybe, or if you want to go for some defensive support like a Baden, Oracle, or in the lines of that, but Ricky is not something that I would say, or even like a Silencer, because Silencer just annoys the shit out of Batrider in the lane. And Ricky doesn't feel like he can annoy the Batrider in the lane. I could be wrong, but...
I don't think the Ricky is meant to be in the lane against the Batriders, probably as a 4.
Yeah, but then why are you picking it here? Like, because the logic is, right, you first pick an MP. MP is gonna be maybe your flex pick, maybe your win condition. Like, he's gonna be a really important hero in the draft, right? And then the enemy counters with a Batrider. And then you choose to not respond to anything, to pick any hero that can deal with that. That itself is like, doesn't make a lot of sense for me, Okay, sure, then maybe in the next ban, you can ban some heroes that are good against the MP, but the problem that Batrider still places in the game against the MP is still there, And then that you are giving the enemy the second phase bans to remove all the supports or any heroes that are good against Batrider. So it makes their Batrider even stronger. I mean, that's the logic that I feel that doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, I can definitely see what you mean with... they both don't have stuns or roots or anything to keep the Batrider up.
Silence! That's the only thing.
Yeah, the silence, which, you said it previously yesterday. If he doesn't play too greedy on the Batrider, he pops BKB before he blinks.
Oh,
and then
okay.
he doesn't care about the silence and he just takes him for a spin.
Yeah, this Batrider seems like he's gonna have I feel like he's gonna have a very awesome game at this point.
Look at these bans from Polaris.
Why? It's so weird. Yeah, they're just banning like the heroes the cheese heroes, yeah. Because I know that KMP he's a Lycan spammer, so I can kind of understand that. and BB is a Huskar spammer, so they got those two heroes out. I mean, BB can also play Arc Warden, but Arc Warden feels like I wouldn't pick this hero in this phase, you know. Like if I'm gonna pick this hero, it's gonna be the last phase, you know, because the hero has to be the absolute strongest hero in the game to win. You cannot pick the hero early and leave the opponent one pick or two picks, then this hero is gonna be trash, you know.
Yeah, just like with the Tinker in this patch, just don't go too early, otherwise they'll counter it heavily with like that hero, for instance. The Silencer, you did mention, of course, it being pretty okay against the Bat Rider. It adds the silence, it adds the harassment, of course, with the Arcane Curse against the Bat Rider. But they still don't have any significant lockdown on Polaris, which is kind of scary.
Sprout level 20 leash.
Yeah, okay. Sprout leash. A Quelling Blade beats that one.
Or stuff.
4-staff Quelling Blade.
Yeah. I will have to see. The Silencer is definitely great against all three heroes. The global stops the snowball save, the global stops the kiss, and it's very annoying for the bat. So yeah, it's definitely a very good pick here. Their offlaner has to be some kind of stun, you know, like Beastmaster, Centaur, you know, somebody can start the fight, abuse the global. You don't want to pick Silencer and then have 0 stuns. That kind of sucks for the Silencer.
I know that if Silencer pops his ulti and you're used up, you still get silenced. Does that also work with Snowball? If you're in Snowball, you still get silenced when you get out?
Yeah, you still get silenced. The used one I know, but the Snowball one I'm not entirely sure, but I think the mechanics might be the same.
Yeah, it has some weird, because I think with...
Because you're invulnerable. Because you're invulnerable.
If not.
I don't know, yeah. It's actually very... I'm not sure, but it might be the same. So they go for... I mean, I wouldn't say this hero is like a super lockdown hero, but it does provide you with some form of lockdown. It's pretty decent against the Grandma, because you can use your Wind Panda to cancel his ulti in the team fight. It's not that you need to do it in most cases, because the Silencer is going to be there to deal with it. Yeah, but just in general, like a team fight hero to support the Riki, to support the MP during the 5v5 clashes, because all these heroes, they need somebody to be the distraction in front, and Brewmaster is that for them.
I'm getting a little bit worried with the Polaris draft right now, because that Spectre, if he gets the Ags, he can solo kill those supports every time they appear on the map.
So they need to ban Viper, I presume. That's the only hero that really poses a problem for Spectre.
But if they pick Viper, wouldn't they then just have lost because the rest of their lineup would just suck?
Yeah, kinda. But Viper is gonna be annoying for like the Spectre for sure, you know. And even though sometimes it might feel like it's terrible for the enemy lineup, I wouldn't say it's that terrible. I feel like they can still maybe make it work with their lineup. It's definitely not ideal, but I mean, what else do you need to ban? Like Stark's pretty decent. I think Stark is very good against Spectre. But apart from that, I feel like there might not be anything that you need to ban anymore for the Spectre. I mean, that they are probably not gonna pick Necrophos. Like the heroes that you're afraid of are probably just like Necrophos, like heroes that can own the Spectre in the lane, and then you build the mech and pipe and allow them.
So you expect that this is not a Brewmaster offlane?
No, I'm just saying if you were to ban something for the Spectre, obviously it's very likely it's gonna be a Brew offlane. But in the event where you don't feel like there's any other core heroes, like carry heroes that you need to ban, or mid hero that you need to ban, you can consider banning all these heroes.
I do like the choice of banning out the Naga though, because it's just a pain in the ass that you constantly will be split pushed upon. Which Spectre obviously is one of the better heroes to deal with it, but it still is going to be annoying to try and find the real Naga the entire game.
Yeah, I mean they feel like the MP might be a flex pick for them, and they don't want the Bat Rider. I guess with the Naga ban, I feel like the Bat Rider is going off lane, and so they are eliminating heroes that can lane against Bat Rider. That's why the Slug as well. The Slug is decent against Bat in the lane. Naga is also pretty good against Bat in the lane. So that leads to me to believe that the last pick is going to be a mid hero. So Weaver here, so they want the Weaver. I guess they want the Weaver to lane against Bat. So I guess the MP is going to be mid. So no stuns. Just Gleipnir heroes, you know. Why do we need stuns when we can buy Gleipnir?
Yeah. So yeah, the Batrider who obviously can go mid, can go off lane if they so please. On UD, looks like a really good bat game.
Yeah, tell me how is that possible when they open? They open.
Yeah, it's kind of scary. This bat feels like because they have Brewmaster to stun and lift. That's it. That's all they
Yeah,
have.
Global
Batrider
is-
can just go.
Global is
Yeah.
the main problem. That's it. Like once the bat has BKB, he's king.
This is a wild draft from Polaris. I guess they're throwing everything on, like trying to win the laning stage. And hope that you just don't fall behind too far, because this looks like a very rough game if they want to try and get it to any later portions. Even though Weaver can be very strong, DK last
this
pick
is
coming
nice.
up.
This pick is actually very nice. This hero is very good against the MP. It's very good against the Weaver. Like it's just in general very good against the enemy cores. And I presume that you put the bat mid right now and put the DK off lane. I think that might be the case though with this pick, because the DK the lane is so easy. You know, if you're laning against the Weaver, there's nothing they can do to you. Like it's literally free farm lane. Then he just sits in the lane, buy 2 braces, and stare at the Weaver and stun, deny the creeps. That sounds fun.
Well, it is going to be BB on that DK.
So
The rest
mid,
of the team still needs to choose.
yeah, I guess that is a mid DK.
Yeah. So they choose to go for the Batrider offlane, which also does, like, if Akashi at one point Shikuchi's aggressively, he's probably going to die, because the moment you Shikuchi aggressively, he's just going to Firefly, run you down, and kill off the Weaver in that lane.
Yeah, but this
So-
this lane is gonna be. I feel like it's gonna be easy for the Weaver though, because it's a Silencer and Weaver. Silencer is also very good against Bat in the lane because of the curse. And Bat, I think, is going to be laning with Tusk overall, and they need. I feel like they need maybe level 3, level 2 or level 3. That would be their power spikes to kill. But at level 1, the lane is going to be so incredibly difficult. So the only thing I feel they can do in the lane at level 1 is they have to try to pull the wave and try to secure level 2 and level 3. If they can do that successfully without using too much resource, trading too much regeneration, then they can win the lane. But before that, the lane is going to be pretty hard for them.
Both of them definitely going to enjoy having a stick in that lane, at the very least. The mid matchup, DK versus NP. That seems like a pretty okay lane for the NP, I would say.
Boring lane. I'm gonna
Yeah, well,
farm.
very boring. There's like
I'm
0
gonna
kill
farm.
potential.
You're gonna farm. We all farm, and then the MP TPs to the side lane to gang. Then I'm gonna pop my dragon and hit the tower, and then the MP TPs back to the lane. So it's gonna be a boring lane. Because the MP,
It's kind of any DK lane, to be fair.
it's a bit
all of
it's a
them.
bit different with MP because MP has 2 TPs.
Okay, slightly different, but against the puck it's the same. Against the Quap it's the same. It's always they just farm next to each other because no one can kill the DK without heavy rotations, and the DK just doesn't have any lockdown enough to solo kill an NP, especially with the Sprout and Nature's Call that he can add.
Level 6 with a rotation, they can kill, and if the Spectre's level 6 as well, you can horn. So those are the things that could happen for the DK in the mid lane. I mean, DK is just in general, he's more like, I'm gonna sit in the lane, and not much rotations are gonna happen unless I get a haste rune. That's pretty much is gonna be his game. And right now, UDV are trying to set up for an
30
aggressive play at the
seconds to
top
battle.
rune here. They have Observer Ward on the high ground, so might be planning for a first blood here.
Yeah, we hopefully get to see some aggressive movements. Come on, give us an opening fight. Well, they are gonna go and face check it. Though the level 1 fighting for Polaris seems also not great.
They have to run. Yeah. Oh no, I think that guy's dead. 5 seconds on Super G.
Nakashi,
Yeah, he's dead. Wait, he took fire? What? What?
he actually gets out.
What is the
Okay.
fire?
Well, that is disengaged plus 3 bounty runes for Polaris, so they
Okay.
come out ahead-ish.
I mean, I guess he values his laning a lot more because he needs the fire against the Treants in the lane. But then again, it's first blood though. It's a lot of money, and you're a Dragon Knight. So, but I'm not a mid player, so don't ask me. I don't know why. So the game continues. Snapfire TP's back to the bot lane. So it's actually a silencer at the bot lane. What the hell? The silencer's not laning against the bat? What is actually happening? The Ricky's laning against the bat?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a Ricky that's playing pretty much the 5 position role here. And the Tusk just going to pull the creep wave behind. Doing good old supportive +4 thing. So now that the lanes have swapped, what lane do you think is going to be the most interesting to follow?
The jungle lane at top. Is this the jungle lane?
Yep. the fourth lane that's come up. Always, it's kind of like they did with lane swapping back. It was a while ago, but there were patches where they constantly tried to lane swap the entire time. And you saw safe laners just farming the jungle until the enemy safe laner entered the other lane. That sort of shenanigan. That was horrible to see.
Probably during the patch where the denies were pretty significant in the lane, right? So people were just trying to abuse you in the lane to a point where you can't play the game. That's why they did all these lane swapping shenanigans.
Yeah, it was a horrible patch. Because you just saw like Lycans or Life Sealers just in the jungle, AFK farming until they could go to a lane. They were level 1. The supports were, like the Crystal Maiden was level 3. That was a good patch for supports though. But they got that free farm. In the meantime, no real harassment. A lot of damage onto the Spectre in the early stages. But yeah, this... there's definitely kill potential on the side lanes. It's not as significant as it tends to be. Batrider definitely can go for kills, but I guess that's the reason why they put the Ricky there. Just so that he can, you know, dodge and weave out of there if he gets fireflied upon.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely start to see why they did this. They are a lot stronger like at level 2. Like the silencer is more like a very defensive lane, right? If you are laning silencer plus Weaver, so they can never kill the Weaver, but it's also not that easy for you to kill them. And maybe it also has something to do with having a range plus melee in the lane as well. They don't want Weaver with a range hero. They want a melee hero with Weaver.
Yeah, and Jing is being very annoying on that Ricky. He still has 2 Tricks of the Trade and a Blink Strike available to run away. He's just right-clicking away at both of them. And does 21 Magic Wand charge as well, so... Constantly gonna have his perma regen going.
You know what? This hero looks fun.
It is very fun. I pick it just to counter, and my enemy is picking it every single game. And then you get the Sleeping Dart, and then you're a stupid hero. They don't have any great combos, though, with Sleeping Dart this game.
Yeah, they feel like they just value the hero against Batrider in the lane. I mean, it's not exactly just for the shot, you know. I feel like they probably have their own reasons, you know. Like, I'm not very sure why, but... I mean, the Sleeping Dart is still nice on its own, you know, without a combo. It's still like a pretty decent disable.
Spectre went for this patch classic, by the way. I think Skeeter started it off the first time I saw it in a pro match. The 6 enchanted mangoes. So that he's walking around with 8.6 HP regen.
And then you tell your support to buy a Basilisk. That's what I would do.
Yeah, you're not going to use those mangoes.
That's a pretty nice...
It's weird that mangoes are the best tool for the HP regen in this patch.
It's pretty nice, this build. I like this build a lot. It gives Spectre everything she needs in the laning phase. You basically just need HP regen and mana. And then you'll be able to survive the lane. I mean, usually as Spectre, I always use the word survive because you're generally not expected to win your lane. If you're getting farm, it's like a victory for you.
Well, his farm is going pretty okay. The Batrider, though, is struggling in the top lane against the Ricky Weaver. Speaking of the Ricky, he's going to get gone on the moment, but can dodge Ice Shard's block. However, can he dodge enough to stay alive? TNT actually needs to disengage. Jin goes back in with the slow. TNT is dropping low. They get the kill secured. Akashi's got himself the javelin done. So he does a lot of damage, especially with Geminate attack.
Tip him, man. This Ricky is a boss. He definitely knows the limits of his hero. Like, he knows exactly what he can get away with, what he needs to do to bait the Bat Rider to commit with his spells. Because once you're committing with Bat Rider and you don't get a kill, you feel so bad. So oftentimes you see Bat Rider players, they get too aggressive. And mid lane, you see the DK level 6 and his supports coming in.
Going in for Mac, the Nature Prophet in trouble. Silence the TPs through as well. Jing is here, but Mac gets the TP away. That hurts very much because now Linux is in a rough spot and very likely going to die. Ice Shard's block. Won't be able to do anything because Jing gets the kill secured and it's going to favor Polaris again. It's looking really good for their laning stage so far, even though still have my doubts with the draft, but they're making it work.
So right now, everybody is kind of very winning their lane. Except the MP. MP is like 50-50 with the DK, or like DK is a little bit ahead. But yeah, like you said, the side lanes are going pretty well. Brewmaster is half level away from his level 6. That should be the next direction of play. But mid lane, they're going on the MP again with the DK.
He doesn't have a TP this time around, but the smoke coming out.
Not again!
Mac, can he get away? No, he cannot. This time he will fall. Jing needs to back out himself. Luckily enough, it's Ricky and he has stupid mobility, but it will be the kill secured. BB does not have his level 6, so he can't get the extra damage in on the tower just yet. Well, he does have his level 7, but not the Elder Dragon.
This is really good what the supports of UDV are doing. There's the matchup of the MP and the DK. Once the DK gets level 6, the MP, there's nothing the MP can do already. And he doesn't want to be in this lane. He wants to sit on the other lanes, try to farm jungle, or try to push some towers on the side lane. He just doesn't want to see the DK in the lane, And this is working amazing for UDV at the moment. Their supports are just playing around that fact and trying to secure this tier 1 tower mid.
Are fortified.
Yeah, NP is currently jungling it up, and mid lane is being pushed in by BB with the Elder Dragon forms.
Yeah.
That tier 1 tower should probably drop soon.
They should rotate the Weaver at some point to defend this tower. I feel like they shouldn't just give the tower like this. This tower is way too important. Jing is in trouble. You should be able to get out.
He has Tricks of the Trade and a Blink Strike as well, so he should be just fine. He's just trying to bait them in to use more spells, waste their mana.
Oh wait, what the hell? Brewmaster already used ulti? He just tried to kill the spec.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're gonna lose the tower like this. There's no brew split. That's a huge deal. I feel like when they're pressuring a mid lane so heavily, like you have to prioritize saving the ulti to defend the
Dragon
tower.
form's almost gone though.
Yeah, but the tower is like I feel like they can still hit the tower. This is very worrisome, Like the next time they get to do it again, the tower is dead.
Well, Mac, he's going to go for the Gleipnir, which Akashi, the Weaver, he has his Maelstrom done, so it wouldn't be surprising if he also goes for the Gleipnir later down the line. I guess if you don't have any lockdown, you just build lockdown.
Yeah. Alright, that's just a pretty good item for the hero, in a way, 10 seconds.
Always nice to... I love Gleipnir. Great item.
Broken item. 10 seconds. Dragon Farm. They're just posturing around. They want to pressure the tower again. You see the two supports, Lanax and Bombui, they're already hovering around the DK once more. Spectre has Horn this time, so there's going to be an additional hero as well for this push. This is big. I don't think they can defend the tower. Brewmaster has the TP. He has the TP. He has Hood. Okay.
Well, that tower is gone, so TPing won't do anything at this stage.
Yeah.
The tower does get secured.
I mean, this is really bad. I feel like they have to try to delay that tower going down so easily. It's too... The enemy committed so few resources to get the tower. That's very bad for them. So, at the moment, Brewmaster is going to have split up again, so I feel like they have to try to make use of that. Supports have to play around that. They have an MP with ulti and TP to come in with the blue split. I mean, this Spectre has been just uncontested for 10 minutes, He He doesn't have like a high amount of farm, but it's pretty good considering she's a Spectre.
And they've also made a nice triple stack of the Ancients. I think the Batrider's about to farm it. Never mind. I was thinking, oh, he has a Blade Mill on Spectre. He can get easy farm. But Batriders are not very nice when it comes to enemy allies wanting to get any stacks.
Sounds like you've been in a nasty game where your Batrider stole all your carries farm.
I don't really. As long as they take the farm, that's the most important for me.
You get that
If
goal.
I make stacks, my teammates need to take the stacks, not, oh wait, I'll take it in 5 minutes, and then the enemy team comes walking in, steals all the stacks. Because that's a moment in a game where you just want to quit.
That's what you call toxicity. Not my kind of toxicity. You call me toxic when I'm flaming. But that's
I don't quit. I never quit, but I want to quit so bad. They do bully KMP out of the lane.
Yeah.
Spectre back to base.
okay. So Silencer last hits the tower. Okay. Alright, so they got the tower down. They still have split. He does not have a lot of mana, also he has to be very careful how he uses his mana next. Alright, they should be aiming to defend the top tower with the split and the global silence, because Silencer already TP top. Weaver is still around the neighborhood. Ricky is doing Ricky things, scouting what the enemy is doing. MPS TP in 10 seconds. Yeah, so they are still pretty happy at farming the map. Everybody is getting good CS as of right now. And UDV wants to use the Haunt, so they are doing a smoke here with the supports and Dragonite. Oh, okay, I don't
get
think
a
they can
catch,
burst him though. It's too tanky.
Yeah, no, he's got a Hood of Defiance. He's not gonna die.
Yes.
He's not even forced to pop the split.
Vitality booster, you know, like he can toggle his earth.
Raindrops, everything, defensive.
Yeah.
He's just fine. Okay, that's a very sad gank attempt, because it's probably the worst possible target you can go for.
But I feel like if they wanted to get that kill, they needed the DK and the Bat in the smoke. Or at least the Tusk in the smoke, you know. I saw
Currently, Akashi, he's going Lincoln Sphere on the Weaver against DK Stun. Lasso. Honestly, it's a pretty good one.
Yep, Batrider here. He sees the smoke. Or did they smoke? Or maybe they didn't smoke.
The Batrider needs it seems he needs a blink before he wants to really go for any engagements. The game is playing pretty evenly. Who do you prefer if this game drags on to the late game?
Spectre lineup, I guess. Spectre should be stronger late game.
Well, according to Gaben's win probability, it tends to be the case. Actually, no, in this case, win probability is favoring Polaris. Quickly just checked for fun. But, okay, that's an interesting one. I personally think that the DK is just super scary when it comes to later portions with the, you know, Aghanim Scepter. If he gets the Manta, I don't know if he'll get the Manta this game. Wouldn't be too surprising if he does because of Silencer.
Maybe after the Axe. I think the Axe is too good of an item on Spectre at the moment.
Invisibility.
I feel like maybe you want to get the shard as well. The shard is also nice, but we shall see. There's so many items you want. You want the Skadi, then you want Basher.
Yeah, we all know that the Spectre just wants his Ags. One of the greatest Ags in the game. It is really good.
Right. Apart from Warrior's Kick, is there anything that's better right now? Like that? It's on top of my mind. I think Spectre is definitely one of the best ones.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it depends on what your role is on certain heroes. Like Dark Willow with Ags is also kind of pog.
Sure. Alright,
If
sure.
you're playing like a mid Dark Willow, I
Then you get a Moonshot, right? Then you have some Daedalus or something. Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah, and then it's fun. Then it's fun. Other ones, phew.
Yeah, no, not many comes, you know, on top of my mind, you know, apart from Tuska.
Got it.
I mean, there are a lot of good ones, but this one is kind of a must-have on Spectre. The other ones are good to have. Homeboy in the pit, he is very much in a rough spot. Sobel sends him to the other side of the river, and that's going to be an easy pickup on the Tusk.
Yeah, but isn't that a problem when you say it's a must-have? Shouldn't this item be like just a good optional item? But DK is getting steep darted. They don't really have a follow-up stun like you said earlier. Okay, never mind, they have. Bruce bit.
Oh, DK will get taken down. Tier 1 tower at the same time as well. Three big things handled there by Polaris. A tower push, 2 kills, easily done as well. They didn't have any response whatsoever. And I mean, there are items that will always be must-haves. It's the nature of the game, like Leshrac with Bloodstone in this patch, or Blink Dagger for Tinker. It's a must-have. You can't play the game without.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Doesn't mean that the item necessarily is broken. It's just that hero specifically in that situation always needs that item.
Yeah, but what if it's every situation you have to have Axe? Then doesn't it mean it's broken?
I guess his toolkit is otherwise too weak to be considered a core. So it's kind of like he's got 3.5 spells, and with Ags he gets 4. Okay, on the back line.
Wow.
He gets the kill onto the Ricky. Akashi, well, who's going to be the target of Kimp? He's actually taking a lot of damage with the Spirit Vessel on top as well. He's just dropping low. Akashi goes back in with the time lapse. In comes Mac from behind. Right clicks come plenty. With the kisses from Lionex, he's trying to deal the damage. BB as well, but it doesn't have the damage really without the Spectre available. So it needs to disengage, and it's going to be the 2 cores remaining for UD and Mac.
Wow,
Okay, no, they're just going to TP out.
He cancelled his TP. He wanted to fight, and then he realizes his carry is TPing out. Lucky
I got a little bit scared there as well, but luckily enough, BB went away beforehand.
I mean, he's lucky he's an MP. He has 2 TPs. Yes.
He's got value. He's also adding another route into the mix with that Ags.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good this game. Some games I would say it's better to go TPS items, but this game I feel like the route is very useful for their lineup since they don't really have too much lockdown. So at the moment, Spectre is one small item away from finishing his axe. That should be the next timing that they have. But the more important item is the BKB on the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, he died really easily in that fight.
Yeah, he needs to.
He just got 15 dots on him and slowly died.
Yeah, he needs to finish his BKB before the next engagement. That would be ideal for him. Oh no, Bat has the BKB. Oh dear. All right.
Well, he does pop it, but that's not a first BKB usage that you want to use. Does get the TP off just in time. Bruce Split was used though, so at least that was forced out in the engagement, but that's also the first BKB of the Bat on cooldown.
That's pretty worth it, I would say, for the Brew. Like the first BKB charge is pretty huge for them. And you're gonna be farming anyway until you have to fight again the next Roshan. But wow, they're doing sleep dart in the enemy base. What is going on?
They're very aggressive right now. Ricky is very dead as well. Lionex will just seem to survive it. Lasso comes out onto the Weaver. And that is, yep. I mean, you pretty much said it right there. The, oh, he still died in the end.
Our friend had global. He didn't want to save his friend. I think if he go over there, at least the Weaver would have been able to get out.
To be fair, it was on themselves. They dove into the enemy's base. It's your own fault.
Yeah, that sound, you know, that looked like the silencer didn't want to go in. That's why he didn't want to commit his spells. And the Ricky was the one calling for the for the aggressive move there. And he's like, fuck you, no global for you, you know. Yeah, but either way, that was a pretty bad dive for them. They lost the Weaver. That's a huge deal. But game goes on, you know. They have to try to secure the map again and try to get Rosh. Roshan is the next big objective for them.
BB is going to go for the Ags after his BKB, so no Manta style shenanigans or shard. And KMP wants to get himself the Manta style while their opponents are still going for the Gleipnir Axe, and currently Roshan should be a nice target considering they are very far away. They did smoke up on UD. Are they fast enough is the question. Very likely not, because Roche has just fallen.
Well, they might take the fight anyway. Right, nice start.
Kill onto
Nice start.
Jing, going for more. Silencer can't pop his global. But the rest of Polaris is out of there before any fight continues.
Yeah, that's pretty good for UDV. I feel like that's a decent trade-off for the Aegis. And they have the late game lineup anyway, so they don't have to be too worried about the game dragging. So all they have to do is try to buy time, split push, wait out this Aegis, wait till Spectre gets to the ultimate timing, which is Manta plus Skadi, and they'll win the game later, So they're not in any rush at the moment. DK is poking at top tier 1, but not really committing to anything. They know that they have to chill, play slow, and just wait for the Spectre.
A lot of faith from Winter right there for UDV. Oh, top lane, Jing. DK is not the nicest target to try and go for. He has a BKB as well. He doesn't even want to use the BKB. That's how little he cares about this Ricky. But the Weaver with double damage is a lot scarier. Bumblebee, can he get away? He does have a snowball still. Use it, but
Blink.
that's just delaying his
Nice.
death. Oh, yeah, no, he does get smacked by Mac. Lineax, they're beneath the tier 2 tower. TP's come in. Lasso drag comes out onto the Mage's Prophet. Buyback gets used as well. The Spectre needs to get himself some damage in there. We have the Spectre with the Haunt going in for more. They already got themselves the kill onto Mac. And the supports need to disengage because Spectre can solo them easily. TNT, no BKB. Akashi can go back in. He still has the Aegis for 3 minutes. Boost Blitz has ended. And that's immediately when Bumblebee's going to go for the Weaver. Does he get the first kill secured? Yes, he does. But now the Spectre's in a lot of trouble. The slow.
Kill the bug.
KMP in the trees. Can he get away? Oh, he tries to go for the mini hump, but Jing does get the jump going. And that is going to be still a very favorable fight for Polaris. Or is it? The two supports are trying to bring in the damage onto the Brewmaster, but he takes almost no damage from the entire combo.
Pipe and Drunken Brawler with Earth Brawler activated. It's just too tanky.
Yeah, that's fight started to look nicely, but of course the Aegis is a big problem in that scenario to deal with the Weaver.
Yeah, but I felt like they went too far though. The initial engagement was fine. Like they killed 1 or 2 heroes. After the Aegis, they just have to run. I feel like they just beat too much. Of they can chew. They have to just respect the fact that the Weaver at Aegis, he's gonna kill all of you, and you have to run. But it's not the end of the world. They're still gonna be able to play this game since they have the Spectre. But they have to be more careful the next time. If it happens one more time, I feel like they could easily lose control of the game.
Well, they are currently 5k behind. Tier 2 tower bottom lane will be secured. That's going to be first tier 2 tower of the game, aka the outpost can finally be taken over.
Oh, Glimmer.
Akashi's got the Gleipnir now finished up as well. That's something that they didn't have in the fight. Now they have 2 Gleipnirs to work with.
Yeah, and they have a Glimmer. More magic resist. This Mortimer's Kiss is gonna do very little in the team fights.
So Akashi gets a 2-man Gleipnir catch. They're going to snowball to the Treants on the side, right towards the Spectre, who got hit by the ulti from the Nature's Prophet. Spectre dropping pretty low, but it's going to be Boomboy dying. Actually, KMP, can he get away? He does get the jump to the side. I have no idea. I lost track of him. Towards mid is where he went.
The global was a little too late though. They could have secured the kill on the Spectre if the global was on time. But nevertheless, they only lost 1 hero there, the task, which is it's pretty good for UDV. They should have lost the Spectre as well. But the tower is going to be too hard for them to hold, so they're going to lose that. I feel like the next tower at top is also going to be pretty hard for them to defend. They don't have the Dragon Form soon. You're already using. Oh, they're actually deciding to fight here with the Dragon Form. Oh, that is a pretty risky business here, I would say.
Well, they
They have ops.
Are getting pretty aggressive here.
They need an ops on a high ground and then break the smoke and try to blow someone off from the battle. Oh, they seem to know that the MP is here.
Yeah, MP sends out the treants, but he is just around the corner, and they ping it out that they know where he is, but he's this is a little bit deep if UDV go for that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it might actually be good for them not to fight anybody, because I don't think that fighting would have been the best case for them.
Has been killed.
They should be trying to wait in the high ground, just play around the map, try to finish as many items as they can. You know, the Spectre is pretty close to Manta. We should try to finish that up first. Let's chill. Barra is going Yule Snakes. Okay,
Radiant's top
interesting.
tower has fallen.
He wants another way of removing the global, I guess.
Wouldn't Lotus be a better choice then?
Yeah, I feel like
Because that also gets rid of roots and
Yeah.
you can just run.
I'll probably like them more, and you can do it on your teammates. Use is just for yourself, you know. I mean, sure, the move speed is nice. If anything, if I'm going for an item for myself as bad, I would probably get 4 staff instead, actually.
This Weaver right now, he's got the Chrysalis done. He's going for Skadi next, so the damage from the Weaver is gonna be
Man.
very scary in the next team fight.
Is that like the third double damage he's gotten?
Yeah, he's very lucky with DDs. Silencer, Global, and Boomboy just gets absolutely cracked by Akashi. Spectre Hunter as a scouting tool, it seems.
What is happening?
The actual real Spectre is dead though.
Oh,
Was he caught?
no,
That
he was
popped
trying
his
to
ulti?
kill. No, he was trying to kill the MP. Like that felt like a very long shot of killing him. Like even if you kill him, I feel like it's not worth it. You're gonna die anyway, you know.
I thought it was just a global, like, you know, with Zeus to check where the enemy is.
But
Something.
then,
I have
but
no
then
idea
you
what
don't.
he tried.
But then you don't send your real hero there, right?
Yeah, no, you don't send your real hero there. That seems a bit suicidal.
Oh, another
Okay.
sleep dart into the Gleipnir. Right.
Bat does have a BKB, will be able to get himself back, but now no BKB for the next fight. They do have the Black Dragon form though. Ags is done on the DK. The slow is pretty nasty. Of course, Weaver does not give anything about that slow, neither does the Ricky.
I mean, does it still work, the bug? Where if you pop your Black Dragon form, you stand on top of the enemy cannot run away?
I don't know. I did not even know that that bug existed.
It's a pretty recent bug.
I assume they fixed it. That was pretty fast with that sort of stuff. Will be hilarious if that's the case.
Yeah,
And just see Weaver stuff.
so basically how it works is you pop your Dragon form, and then you walk over the enemy hero, the hitbox, they can't move. Because it has something to do with, because you're not phased or something, because Black Dragon you're not phased, but you can walk over terrain. So you can walk over the enemy hero's hitbox, but because you're not phased, he can't move, you know.
But wouldn't that work with like Wyvern as well and stuff? And Bat Rider?
Not entirely sure. You might be faced with those spells, you know. Alright, Lasso, Global Pop. Alright,
Okay,
he
that
lassoed
is...
a creep or
He
something?
lasted a tree. I think he lasted a treant. Because he popped BKB, then Lasso came out, and then Lasso was gone.
Alright. Ricky,
Oh,
probably gonna die
gonna
here.
go for the Ricky, quick kill, but now they need to disengage. There is no global silence, but there is a primal split ready to be used. Bibi's gonna go for the TP out. Linux not gonna be so lucky, will be caught. There's also the Sprout leashes now, so you also have to be very careful. Normally when you go for any TPs out, and Polaris now with a 12k net worth lead. That was a... Like, they find the Nature's Prophet, which is great, but then you kind of F it up completely.
Yeah, this game I feel like they made a lot of like very small. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's entirely small, but they made a lot of like mistakes with the smokes and their movements, you know. I feel like the way they played the lane was okay, the draft was okay, they did what they should be doing. Everything was good, and then up to the point where they started to make moves, and then the Spectre committed to it started in the top tower 2 defense, the tier 2 defense at top. And then after that they made a smoke to the jungle, and that's number 2, and this is number 3. Like all the moves they've been doing are not executed well enough. I feel like the ideas are fine, but just the execution is not there.
Yeah, they're kind of in a rough spot right now. There's the Aegis plus shard to be picked up
Sleep
on
Dart.
Dire side. KNP, can he get away? Needs to get himself back to base. Gleipnir into Gleipnir, always fun. Akashi's trying to get the damage in onto the Spectre. They take so much damage just from retreating as well. They actually go in with the snowball. BB does get himself back in the process. Bruce Split was expended for this though, so that's one big plus on their side. And also the fact that the fortification was still, the back to protection was still going. So they used a lot on Polaris' side here. Obviously, you still don't want to go for an immediate dive chase after them, because they do have that Aegis available.
Yep, 4 minutes to go. So even though they wasted the blue split, but it's not that big of a deal for them. They can chill for 1 minute, wait for the blue split to come back off cooldown, farm a little bit, then go for a push again. They have time. Okay, the Spectre is gonna finish his basher in the meantime. I feel like he shouldn't save for buyback anymore in this game. Just spend all your gold, hope for the best.
Hope for the best.
Yeah.
That's the best tip ever. Just pray. Just pray. They have gone a bit too aggressive before. Maybe Ricky does the exact same thing again. Tries to go for a high ground sleep dart. I mean, currently it is scary how farmed this Nature's Prophet is though. And he is currently looking for TNT. Who on that Bat Rider will be able to get the TP back to base. High ground push from Akashi comes in. They've got the load sword that they can spam on him as much as possible to make sure no lasso shenanigans come out. But even if you lasso him, he still has that Aegis.
Okay.
Hey, BB.
It's making holding on his BKB. It's really holding on.
And is dead. Bombui now with the snowball into a very unfortunate spot. Does he get the blink back? Yes, he does. Just in the nick of time, but there is no BKB on the DK available. Does have his Elder Dragon form popped as well. But that smoke screen with 1 second cooldown is ridiculously annoying.
Yeah, and he has the psychic headband for further cast range and intelligence. Sometimes Dota is just not fair, man.
1 second downtime on smoke screen and has 75% miss chance.
Yeah, but why is the Spectre here? Like, he should be out on the map farming and just waiting. Like, he's not gaining anything by being here, you know. And they need him to get more items.
Well, he's just gonna be sleeping for now. He doesn't have buyback. 1,000 gold away. And they're going for the backline catch, but the Yule Scepter, Mac gets... I don't know what happened. Did he just get used by Bat? He used his Lincolns on Boke, and then Mac had no Lincolns. Bat Rider tried to use him to get rid of the Lincoln Sphere, and then, well, without Lincolns, he just used them. That is actually hilarious. Giving away your Lincolns actually saved you there on the Nature's Prophet.
They always tell you to be a selfless teammate, you know?
Oh, going in, the Bat Rider tries to get rid of the Ricky. CML drops very low. The kisses, last kiss hit, does it do enough damage? No, it does not. Jing, both supports are going to survive. And in comes Mac with the BKB on the high ground. They're trying to get the damage in. The supports are in trouble. Bumbu gets blown up. And with an 8. Too surprising if they manage to secure it.
Yeah. Looks like a GG, yeah. Just too little, too late for them. They don't have enough time to get more items on the Spectre. You know, the Spectre is not at a phase where he can just stand in front, carry the game, and kill everybody. You know, they're just not there yet. This Weaver and MP dual core, okay, tri-core with the Brewmaster just ending the game right now.
Well, they finally do manage to kill off Jing, at least. But Spectre does not have a haunt or shadow step for the foreseeable future. Aegis will be reclaimed in 15. They're gonna play it safe. There's luckily enough another DD in the river, because Weaver hasn't had enough of those.
Is this the 4th one or 5th one? I lost count.
I think it's the 5th one.
And he's gonna see it again. I go, oh, alright, DD runes. What do you know, man?
What can you do?
Coin for me.
What if he gets a DD now? And then 36 minutes he gets another haste.
Then you're going to be very sad. Actually, I mean, it's a Weave. You probably want Arcane Rune.
Okay, fine. Yeah, that's right. Okay, Arcane Rune and DD. Haste and DD is only good for some other hero, not Rio.
Yeah, you're going to Shikuchi the entire time anyway. But yeah, UDV is just... I mean, who needs control if you build control, right? The laning stage did not go as superbly.
You should ask.
UDV's
You should ask.
laning stage not
You
good.
should ask Kuro that. He has so many drafts where there's no one that has a stun. They just,
Okay, B. He is rooted. Does jump away. Batrider TP's in actually. Oh no, KP gets caught by Jing with the sleeping dart. The two supports are here. They're trying to delay it as long as possible. Lasso control and they get themselves the kill onto the Ricky. A gem is on deck, which CML manages to pick up. TNT. Akashi with double damages. It does do some damage, I would say.
they are trying to
And
get a
BB
pick
just-
off. They are trying to get a pick off, but there's a ward here. Oh no, they're gonna die. Oh no.
Slightly on to 2, and there's tons of damage coming in. Linex cannot get away. BB is going to get Sprout leashed, because that's the beauty of late game Nature's Prophet dominating for Mac, and that is most certainly the end of the game. 70 seconds, no DK buyback.
Radiant's
And
top
Spectre
barracks are under
doesn't
attack.
really have anywhere near enough damage.
Yeah, too little, too late here. I mean, they have to try to refocus for the next game, you know, and figure out what went wrong this game. Like the way they are moving around the map with the smoke, that's the few things that they have to try to take note of and try to improve on, you know. I feel like the laning phase was fine, the strategy of the draft is okay, just the execution of the map movements, you know, the smokes are not there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, there's going to be a chase on the back line. Can they get any damage in? CML's the target. The silencer with the Glimmer Cape will be taken down, but that doesn't really matter because it's just the silencer. KMP will at least be trying to disengage, but that's the Ancient gone regardless. I mean, they're even delaying taking down the Ancient because they want more kills. Nonetheless, Polaris take home game number 1 against UDV. And honestly, again, just like their showdown yesterday, very convincingly, they never really felt like they were in trouble in this game, even though they had the more interesting draft with only one real stun on their side, and that was the brew split. They really confidently won their lanes, and they did a very good job at just extending their lead every single time, step by step, bit by bit.
Yeah, props to them for sure, you know. They are definitely the better team here. They understood how they should be moving. They understood their timings much more. I feel like the Ricky has been one of the standout players, you know, for better or worse, you know. I mean, sure, he did some YOLO plays, but overall, I felt like he had a pretty huge impact in the game, like scouting out the enemies, like exploiting the vision that he's giving to his team, and just all in all, playing the map correctly. Because like the MP, the Brew, and the Weaver, they were all farming very, very well throughout the game, and a lot of it has to do with how much the Ricky's scouting with either the ward or with his hero himself, you know, just being the human ward walking around, giving them information.
Yeah, here we have the stats of Mac, who got himself 836 GPM. That's a lot of gold. Did a very good job, had some struggles, of course, in the early game with all the supports joining in to try and gank him towards mid. It got a little bit rough on that part, but the moment he got out from that position, he really did just farm away the entire time. When his team needed him, of course, he TP'd in and plentiful on his duties when he joined them. It was more than enough. UDV looked a little bit lost. A couple of Spectre Hunts went the wrong way. Batrider, I think, started joining the team a little bit too late. He got the bots and then wanted Blink before he did anything else. And at that point, they had 3-man push mid. It took like 2-3 DK ultis before they finally took down the tier 1 tower, when there was almost no one defending it. It just took all a step too long for UDV to really start their game going.
He went travels into BKB. I feel like even when he had BKB without Blink, I feel like he should already try to join the team to play around the horn. I feel that they're strong because the DK had a very early dagger, and I feel like they weren't really. I remember they did a smoke to bot lane. It was the DK and I think it was the Snapfire, and I felt like at the task he was level 5, so he didn't take the book, right? So he's taking level 6. But then the Batrider was so rich, and he's doing the Ancients at that point. They should have done that smoke with 3 people because they wanted to sweep their own jungle and reclaim their territory for the Spectre to farm. I feel like they should have included the Batrider there, and they would have actually secured the kill on the Brew. Remember the smoke broke, they saw a Brew, and then they couldn't really kill. Like, okay, Dragon.
Yeah, then he took like 300 damage.
Dragon Tail and then Cookie and then what? Like there's no damage. But if the Batrider is there, Dragon Tail into Kiss, then there's a lasso to follow up, then they could have actually killed the Brewmaster. That would have been actually a pretty huge kill for them, because the Spectre could have joined in with the Horn as well. Things like this would actually change the face of the game a lot. So I feel like they have to really look into how they're making the smokes, who's in the smoke, who's doing what, and figure out how they could do it better.
Yep, definitely feels like they need to change a couple of things up for game number 2. We'll be going towards a short little break before everything is ready. Don't forget to be here when the second game starts. We'll be right back.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the blade cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 has just passed, and everyone is currently getting ready for game number 2. My name is DK Truman. I'm joined again by Winter for this second matchup. Game number 1. We kind of both were leaning towards the UDV side after the drafting stage, but Polaris definitely proved us wrong, didn't they?
They had a better team in the first game. Like, they understood a lot of the team aspects much better, how they're moving on the map. They had their issues, with defending the tier 1 in middle lane, but overall they did a lot of things much better than UDV. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to replicate it in game 2, or if UDV can actually fix some of the issues with the smoke and how they're playing on the map, which I find that highly unlikely to happen. Given just one game, it's very difficult to change so many things, because when you see this kind of smokes happening, it has a lot to do with the fundamental aspects within the team, and you don't fix certain things like this just in one game. It takes a long time talking, discussing, and looking at the replay together to fix those issues.
Okay, yeah, that seems to be a reasonable assessment of the situation. Do you think there was anything particularly wrong in the draft, possibly, or was it just their in-game rotations were not solid enough?
You mean for UDV, right?
For UDV, yeah.
Draft was fine. I think I really liked the DK pick at the end there, They got away with Tusk Bat Rider in the first phase, and then the enemy didn't pick any counter towards the Bat Rider. I mean, the Bat Rider player, I feel like TNT, I think he didn't even play the hero that well in that game. He had a really good start. He was really rich, but there are a lot of situations where I felt like either he botched his initiation or he was kind of focusing on the wrong hero. If you are given such a good start as Bat Rider, I expect you to do a lot more in the game.
Yeah, I had a feeling sometimes I forgot that he was actually the offlaner, not the mid laner. With the way that they were playing, with the Bat Rider was the one getting most of the farm pretty much in those scenarios. But yeah, game number 2 draft is on its way. The bans have been placed, and not too surprising, we get rid of the Lina immediately, and Nature's Prophet as well. UDV don't want to deal with another Mac NP, and that is not too surprising, because Nature's Prophet in this current patch is really annoying to deal with. It's just everywhere. It farms incredibly fast. Sprout Leash is stupid. It's so stupid, especially because it pierces BKB. Especially that part annoys me, but that means that one hero has been left through, and that is the Riki. However, this time it's going to go to the side of UDV.
I am not a big fan of this hero now.
Well, you just said that the Riki from last game, Jing, was really good on the Riki, and he was the ward and made all the plays, and now you're like, yeah, I don't like this hero.
From a strategical point of view, I don't like prioritizing the draft with this hero. I feel like the hero has a lot of flaws, and you need to have it's very hard to draft a Riki first pick, because you need to build a draft where you have to deal with the issues that Riki doesn't provide you team fight. Riki doesn't provide you with too much lockdown until you have a Sipping Dart. So your draft has to address those issues for the first 15 minutes. And I feel like when you first pick a hero, it shouldn't be a hero that limits the way you can draft later. It should be a hero that's just a general hero. He's good in everything, so you can pretty much pick anything later.
Yeah, well, they don't pick anything later. They pick Terrorblade first phase. That's wild. Why would they choose to go for the DP counter in the first phase?
It's a DP counter. Terrorblade outranges the DP, you build Skadi, reduces the healing. It's just in general one of the better heroes in a game against DP.
Yeah, but worth it to get it in the first phase?
Yeah, it's the 8th pick. When you are the first pick team, the 8th pick is your strongest pick. So I always say that how well a team drafts, I would just look at how they use their 8th pick. When they are on the first pick phase. That's your most critical pick, because you pick a win condition hero there, and then you go into the ban phase right away to protect that hero. And if you look at the first phase, your other picks are not really that big of a deal for you, because it's not the last pick. and in the second phase you get countered also. You know, the second pick team has the final 2 counter picks to counter your heroes. So your 8th pick has to be something that has win condition for you. Otherwise, it's difficult to pick the win condition later. You can pick it later, but it's more or less going to get countered by the enemy team.
Okay. Then it's understandable. Thank you very much for breaking it down. To me, it's just not a hero I see too often. Though, interesting to see how they're going to be handling this. Doom on Polaris.
Doom is like kind of the hero that people used to pick against TB back in the day, because you just do him so he cannot thunder, so you just kill him. But that begs the question, right? Is this going to be like some offlane Doom, or is it going to be like a carry Doom and you put your DP on the offlane against it, or it's going to just be DP mid and Doom offlane? So it could be anything at this point. I feel like Doom is also a pretty decent safe lane hero if you have like a greedier offlane or a greedier mid hero. So they banned
That's also not too surprising if they want to like win the game early before TB gets big.
Yeah, that's possible too, since you have DP. And you look at the bans, they ban Darkseer, Zeus, Batrider. So those are heroes that are really good against TB. There's still Lash in the pool that's good against TB. Anything that can clear out illusions. But UDV go for the very, very strong lane combo. Rubik Centaur. It's a pretty decent lane, and you have Stampede to run away from the Doom. So it kind of forces the Doom to use ulti on the Centaur, which is not what he wants, because he wants to Doom the Terrorblade. But he might have to Doom the Centaur in the engages later, depending on how the fights happen. So that's something he has to think about. And right now, what do they go for here? They have to pick another support, right? Since they go for... Yeah, it's rather strange they go for the cause here though. So maybe one of these picks could be the support. That's why they picked the Doom here. But we shall see. Okay, Outwarden. This is a Terrorblade counter because of the bubble. So then it leads to me to think that one of the Doom and the DP might be the supports here. Otherwise, it's rather strange to leave your position 5 as your last pick. I feel like the DP might be the support. So DP could be the position 5 with Warden, and Doom and Tiny are the offlanes, and they're going to last pick the mid hero, Pango, Park kind of hero, initiating hero.
It's kind of wild. Arc Warden versus TB. That's going to be pretty much the main core matchup. It's there is a Centaur, of course, on UD, so they do have ways of getting on top of the Arc Warden, especially with the Ricky with Sleep Dart. You can find an opening most of the time. So it's not like it's the necessarily easiest game for the Arc Warden.
Yeah.
Also, if Rubik can get like... Even though it's really hard, Rubik has some very good steals this game. Like Doom is a good steal, Avalanche Toss is always a great steal. Arc Warden spells are pretty okay, depending on the situation,
ghosts.
which one you steal.
You want the ghost, the race spot. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, but that one's really hard to pull off.
And you just spam it on a cliff, and then stand there. Okay, maybe I'm having too much fun.
Stealing Arc Warden's duplicate as well. You get 2 Rubiks.
Yeah, that was nice too. Double lift, double fate bolt.
Double lift, double fate bolt, indeed. And double whatever items you have for Staff Glimmer shenanigans. But that one's even harder to pull off than the ghost from DP. So we'll see. Rubik has to play his A game here if they want to have an advantage going. Nonetheless, I always find Arc Warden very enjoyable to watch. I love big farming heroes because it's just entertaining. My favorite hero to watch is always Alchemist because they just relax and watch.
Oh my god, you're telling me you like 80-minute games? That's what you're telling me.
Yes. I just like watching people farm. It's soothing to me. But yeah, the Pangolier here last pick, so should be a mid Pango up against. Honestly, don't really know what the mid laner is for Polaris just yet.
It's a PB. Just like I suspected, the DP is a support. Because of the way they pick, the sequence of the way they pick the heroes leads me to believe the DP is a support. So it's gonna be a position. Wait, no, Tiny is post 5, I guess. Is it Tiny post 5?
Yeah, Tiny is post 4, I think.
Oh yeah, Tiny is post 4, okay.
Yeah, CML's post 5 on the DP. Then they're going to go mid-primal against Pango. Arc Warden safe lane, off lane Doom. It's a very interesting draft, and Polaris, they've got incredibly strong early game as well, so that they can create a lot of space for the Arc Warden.
But I feel like it's worrisome that Centaur and Pango, those two heroes are excellent against Arc Warden. And just in general, those heroes work really good against Arc Warden. Any hero that can just face rush you, get close to you, find you in the backlines, those heroes are just in general very good against Arc Warden. I mean, I do agree that the Arc Warden is a very good carry-to-carry matchup if you look at it that way against the TV because of the bubble. But I feel like the TV can also solve that issue by getting a blink. I mean, usually you don't see Terrorblades get blink, but against this specific matchup, I think it's probably a decent idea. I mean, maybe not your first 3-4 items, maybe like a 5th, 6th item, you get a blink. But it's when you feel like you're ready to outcarry the Arc Warden, you just blink in, bring in the bubble. But at the end of the day, that might not even be necessary if your Centaur and Pango can take care of the Arc Warden. So the Terrorblade just has to kill the rest of the heroes.
I think the supports of UDV are going to be very important in this game. The Rubik, of course, with the spell steals possibly, but also like the smoke screen that the Ricky is going to throw out during the fights, and also the sleeping dart that he can use, because there's, let's say, Primal Beast. If you get him caught during the team fight with the sleeping dart or the Arc Warden, you can get your entire team on top. Same thing with Arc Warden having his bubble, you throw a smoke screen on top of that, and then the Arc Warden has very little use of the actual bubble because he can't cast any spells, and I don't think that Arc Wardens go for... It's still just magic damage, right? With like Aghanim Scepter, Octarine, Gleipnir.
Yeah. I mean, early to mid game, there's a lot of magic damage for sure. But yeah, later in the game, when you start to transition into more physical damage, then yeah, sure, the smoke screen will start to affect you less and less. But for the first, say, 30 minutes, it's going to be annoying for you. I think it's going to be hard for the Arc Warden, considering everything, The game is going to start the same way. Last game, I think UDV did the same setup here. They have 3 people at top. They have a cliff ward, but not the same cliff ward, a different cliff ward, and they're trying to get first blood here.
Yeah, they did swap sides, obviously. KMP. He's got a nice orange gem. The Pyroclastic flow. Looks nice. Always, I mean, every TB kind of has a very similar to the same skin. But it does look very nice. Went for Reflection level 1.
Oh, very nice.
4 bounties for UDV. That is a painful start. Akashi's even being bullied out in the bottom lane.
I'm commending the Terrorblade. He did that just to secure the bounty and even body blocked the Tiny. Because he knew Tiny took the tree grab, so there's no way he can do anything to him there. Very, very smart play there by KNP.
And Lion Axe on the support. Ricky being a bully, harassing away at the Tiny, who has, of course, no armor at level 1. So Ricky doesn't do... Yeah, he does do pretty high base damage.
7 armor against 0 armor? How is that fair?
You just play an Agi hero. Easy.
Just play an Agi hero? Okay.
Oh, this harass from the Ricky. It's almost like it's old school Ogre back.
Is there another edgy support hero right now? Like a position 5 hero. Like position 5. There's none, right?
Maybe Hoodwink. Some people play 5 Hoodwink.
Okay. I mean, this is so not fair, And then the Terrorblade has Reflection. So there's nothing the Tiny can do. He has to realize this, and he has to pull the lane. He's realizing it's too late. The Doom is late to the wave. This is bad news for them. The lane is going to be very hard.
Well, he at least has the speed aura now on the Doom.
Okay, sure. I mean, I don't know how much that's going to help you if the lane's so bad.
He's slightly faster. It's harder for Ricky to stay on top of him. But yeah, Lion Axe is doing a very good job at bullying.
The important thing is the Tiny has to pull the wave. Alright, this lane is so done. The Doom is done. Like, if this happens to you in a pub game as an off laner, you are just pretty much done. Your game just got gigantically screwed by the support.
That's only the top lane. In the other lanes, where do you think a lot of action will be happening? Because mid is also a scary one for Pango, I would assume.
I like how you dodged that.
Yeah, you used that.
Okay.
Don't blame the supports, guys. If the core fails, it's his own
Come on,
fault.
it's not about blaming the support, you know. It's just about how they should be playing the lane as a duo, you know. I mean,
He's doing it now.
I think it's like it's probably not fair to blame just one person, because the Doom could also have some responsibility to tell the Tiny, oh, I need you to pull the lane. You know? I mean, sure, if you say it that way, you know.
Well, they did it this time around.
2 minutes too late. Look at the CS. The Doom has 6 CS. The Terrorblade has 16 and 5 denies.
Yeah, but 3 of those CS were Devours, so...
So technically he had 0. So technically he had 0 last hits, right? That's what you're trying to say.
No. It's he still got. It means it's more value. It's 150 extra gold, easy.
Yeah, sure, easy. And mid lane is gonna be like a I farm, you farm lane, so not much to see there. Pango against the Primal Beast, and it's gonna be about the battle of the rotation. Who gets the runes? The runes are gonna be extremely important. The power runes. They'll decide that who gets the better rotations towards the side lanes. And bot lane, you see the Arc Warden and the Centaur, they're both pretty much on equal footing, 13 and 14 CS respectively. So, I mean, I guess the DP's position 5 is doing wonders.
Ooh, DP taking a lot of damage, but Spirit Siphon did keep him alive. Yes, just enough. Just off the mark to get the kill secured. Top lane, they're going for a bit of harass. I heard the gargle of the Primal.
Why
Why
do we hear all these random PB sounds? Like he's not even.
He wasn't even charging or anything.
Yeah,
He was
there's
just
no
like
spell.
walking.
He's not using any spell, but you hear it for some reason.
I also thought, oh, he's going in somewhere. Where is he? And then you see him walking in the river. Okay, yep, makes sense. Oh, top lane, they're actually going for a fight onto KNP. TB's in a lot of trouble. Boke is very fast with that speed aura. And KNP is dropping low. Is going to get first blooded by the Doom.
He actually got the kill because of the aura. Well played there.
Value right there. Value right there.
Is under attack.
This creep is actually pretty decent. Now it makes me want to consider taking this creep for the lane.
He only has a wind lace as well. 12% movement speed, so that's quite a lot.
Yeah, it's for your teammate as well, you know, so it's pretty big deal for the lane. So the Doom has probably kind of salvaged his lane so far by getting that first blood. He's back on track, I would say. He's gonna try to finish his arcane boots as soon as possible and get some creep to spam some spells. You know? That would be his goal here. The TB has to be very careful now. The Doom can definitely kill him with the Scorch Earth right now with the tiny horseback.
Well, they do have the smoke this time around to keep them from dealing damage in the top lane. While BB dies mid to Mac as Primal Beast is... Well, if you're out of your spells, like you use your Swashbuckle and Shield Crash, you're pretty much a sitting duck on Pango.
Yeah, the difference maker is the denies though. The PB managed to get level 6 a little bit sooner, that's why he got the kill. He has 2 extra denies more compared to the Pango there. Oh, he's keeping the catapult alive. Okay, that is huge. But he has no mana. Okay, never mind. Pango can deal with the catapult. Gets level 6. 6 spirit runes, so advantage to the PB. He gets the rune. As his Facebook completed, let's see if he can get a kill at bot. That's also going to be a bounty rune for him to refill his bottle. If he gets a kill on the Centaur, that would be huge.
Stop gargling!
Yeah, why do we hear it? Even if he's not casting any spell.
It's really annoying. I constantly think, oh, he's going in, but no. Just Valve making you second guess every single move.
He's actually doing a really smart thing. He's sending an illusion in mid lane to trick the enemy.
Oh, nice lift there from Boombui. Is it going to be enough to keep TNT alive? He gets hit by the Pulverize, and that Centaur is...
Oh, nice
very
body
dead.
block. Nice body block with the illusion. Alright, Mac deserves a tip there for sure, you know, for that play.
BB is here as well, and they do have a Rolling Thunder, but Akashi, the bounces are a little bit too far away to go for the Arc Warding kill.
Are scanning.
Yeah, Akashi has to be careful though, because the Pango might still sit in the jungle here, and they did use the scan, so they know Pango's still around probably. So he's playing very, very defensively. That's the right play. Doesn't want to die before he finishes his Hand of Miners. This should be your favorite item in the game, since you like farming so much.
Yeah, but it's not something I can ever buy, because otherwise you get reported.
You must have dreams, you know.
No, I mean, if you play Ogre, that's the only time when you can realistically pick it up. Be like, no, it works. They have a Beastmaster.
Why do you limit yourself to those heroes? You should always aim to get.
I don't play Ogre. I despise Ogre.
You
It's
should
so boring.
aim to get minus regardless of your hero. You just want to get minus because you want to try to carry the game as a support.
Dire are scanning.
And then get reported. Alright, Doom on the Ricky. There you go. First Doom of the game. That should be a kill. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Radiant's
Ricky
middle
is
tower
gone.
is under attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Close.
He's
but
fine.
He's gone. Okay. That was weird.
He would have actually gotten a kill if he didn't replace the spell. If he still had the speed aura.
Yeah, he'd be fast
Oh,
enough.
no.
No, Ricky will still be caught by Jing, who gets himself a nice freebie with the Avatar.
I think not. Coincidence?
Throwing out their own voice lines into the mix. Don't forget
Oh,
to
Mac
check
is
out the
here.
Polaris voice lines.
Mac is here. He sees the Terror Blade. Alright, he's dead. That's
No
not
Sunder. And BB with the Rolling Thunder. Can they get the damage in? Should be enough to kill off the tiny... Ah, Rubik didn't steal the kill. Slightly
Why-
disappointed he
why-
didn't just Fade Bolt there.
Why do you have to say that? Why?
Miss my reflection.
Why? Why do you have to remind
It's a
everyone?
Rubik, he has Fade Bolt.
You have to
He
remind
TP'd for
everyone.
that.
You're Rubik. You're allowed to take kills. You're allowed to take farm. Nobody is gonna report you. See,
Exactly.
we hear it again. He's just using his. So do we hear it every time he uses bottle or something?
I have no idea. I think it's just random on a timer. Like every 3 minutes, it decides to do a TNT. Center Stampede. Can he get away? Not really. They even have the toss plus the pulverize. Kind of anti-synergy. He's just fine.
Yeah.
He just walks it off.
So
They
techy.
in the meantime got the kill into CML as well with the BB rotation.
The cloak and the vanguard just too much for them to handle.
Oh, but BB, that's a big
What
kill.
the hell? So much.
That one they
how?
will secure.
That deal like so much damage. What the?
That's Primal Beast.
How
It's
did they
fun.
just kill him from full HP? Oh my god.
It's a pretty good hero in the early game.
That
And
did-
then
that
kind
did
of
like
horrible in late game.
600
Dire's
damage from
top
2
tower
spells.
is under attack.
That's like way more than the stun toss or something. Okay, equivalent to stun toss probably.
I think not.
He is pretty high level as well, so he's got everything maxed out now. The onslaught and trample.
What did he go? What is he going for? He's going for a BKB rush. We have face boots here. So and he's gonna set up for the Centaur again. Not sure if he can kill the Centaur though. They need more heroes. What
Oh,
the hell?
he is taking a lot of
what
damage
the
now.
heck? Oh, he has
There's
a
no
DD.
stampede.
Okay, he has a DD.
Oh, Boom Boy is going for the stampede in return. Trample in return. Go! Walk!
Oh, nice,
BB
nice
meta.
juke.
Dire's
That
Nice
was
juke.
such a good sidestep. Mac does he get away? Mini charge, BB. Swashbuckle. Shield crash.
save
One
your
more
bro.
right click. Oh, the save coming in right there from Jay. Center Stampede. Gotta get it. Gotta get it. Zap! 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 No! So close. And now Akashi TP's in. Actually, Akashi needs to be careful himself because
Radiant's
okay, there's no hoof stomp available. Oh, misses the avalanche. Oof. And now they need to dip out before any more TPs come in. Because there is a DP who popped his exorcism, by the way, 50 seconds ago somewhere else. Charge in, Mac trying to get the kill onto the Pango. BB does get himself back. There's no charge forward. Doing a good job at keeping them occupied. Spirit Siphon gets stolen. That's a great steal for Rubik because you kind of don't die anymore.
Okay. Nobody
And that's
dies.
Primal Beast comes in for the smack.
And this PB is playing amazingly. All his small little items allowing him to survive just now. The wind lace, the raindrops, the face boots, you know, and sending the ogre axe. And now he's gonna find another kill. Charging. Alright. This PB is doing so much in this game right now. Terribly has to run. They actually might catch him though. 5 seconds cooldown. 2, 1.
And the Doom as well. Yeah, he's very dead. That's a TB down.
By one,
And a
3-1.
Rubik kill. They're just getting absolutely run over, literally, by the Primal Beast.
Yeah, this is a classic buy one free one here. Like the Pango is just not able to match the Primal Beast tempo in the game. Like PB got a solo kill. I feel like y'all started from that solo kill at level 5 when the PB got level 6 right away, like a little bit earlier. And he has been able to dictate the play across the map. And the Pango is just trying to mirror him, you know. Okay, he's going top, I'm going top. He's going bot, I'm going bot, you know. Try to at least get a kill in return. But overall, the PB is definitely the boss in this game.
Mac is honestly Mac's been playing a really good tournament so far.
Yeah, he's
Like,
not
proper last game
the
down in
highest
Primal.
net worth, but he's doing the most for sure.
Radiant are scanning.
He's creating all that space for Akashi. Boke also went for Handamitis because why not?
Because he can, yeah.
Yeah,
Dire's
because he
bottom
can. He is
tower
going
is
for the
under
Guardian
attack.
Greaves though, so he is building more supportive Doom instead of like Blink Dagger BKB Rush.
Yeah, he should just be the aura guy, you know. Maybe get a. I feel like Pipe is also pretty decent this game. You get Greaves, Pipe, then maybe you get a Shiva, Crimson Guard, you know, negate the illusion damage.
KMP needs a lot more farm here. They're going to go in. BB gets tossed up. The charge goes forward.
Very
and
nice.
Again, BB taken down. That's his 4th death of the game. Not loving life against this Primal.
Yeah.
He also has a haste, which is a pretty okay rune for a Primal Beast.
Isn't that like the best rune for him because of
It
his,
is 100% the best rune.
the trample is like based on move speed.
They
Terrorblade
find the
dead.
TV. No, Sunder, play comes out. Center Stampede doesn't really matter because Mac can chase you down with the haste rune. And he's gonna go for even more. Trying to hide inside the smoke as much as possible. Gets even the courier snipe. And Mac is just toying with his enemies at this stage. He doesn't have a charge available. There's a Rolling Thunder in towards mid. Boke is trying to sidestep, dodge it, gets the Doom off on the Pangolier. And with the Exorcism from the 5 position Death Prophet, they need to disengage. TNT goes for Piggy, rush to safety. BB, is he going to get away from Boke? It's close. And he's going to tick down the kill again. Secured. Looking for more. Ricky is going to be left behind. 10k net worth advantage for Polaris. And that's without Akashi really even doing anything on the Arc Warden. He's still in farm mode.
He's just shopping lanes, you know. That's his job. So the Doom, he was able to. Never mind. Centaur's dead too. The Doom got
And
that
Mac-
kill because of the talent. He had the 20 damage talent at level 10. That talent is actually so good for Doom. Like without that, he wouldn't have dealt enough damage to kill.
The 20 scorched earth damage. Yeah, every little bit helps.
Let me
Mac
ask you.
sidestepping the center stomp.
Let me ask you the important question. Did you see this tiny farming blink at 500 gold, 800 gold, 1k gold?
Well, to be fair, he has 7 kills. So, if the enemy feeds you 7 kills, you don't have to farm Blink for that long. Double damage for Primal. Oh, they got the Sleeping Dart now. They're going to try and go for the DP.
Oh no.
What did they do? Why did you lift him? Boom boy! Why did you do that? You got him out of the smoke and now they're going to catch themselves a BB kill. And yeah, that was a really big misplay. He actually lifts him out of the smoke from the Reki.
They look so disorientated, disorganized. The team actually might have took a pretty big hit from the last game, you know. Like they look like they're tilted. A lot of the team plays are not coordinated very well. People are just going in without saying anything, you know. I'm sure that they just need to say like who's gonna follow up with the stun and then everything should be fine.
Missed jump from Jing. They'll still get the Avatar in. Rolling Thunder from BB. He's trying to get the kill onto Jing, who has a blink in 3, 2, 1. Gets Nightmare slept, so he is going to get taken down. Boomboy in return will falter. And BB's Rolling Thunder is on cooldown, so he kind of needs to disengage as well. The rest of the team just have to get out of there. 12k lead.
Oh no.
Without the Arc Warden doing anything.
TB, does he know he's being hunted? Does he know?
He's got Manta, but that's not going to keep him alive.
Tower is under attack.
Especially not against the trample of Mac, who is going... He's pretty much done with the blink, and then afterwards he wants to go for the scythe. Just immediate hard lockdown.
They should be going Roshan now. They have the map. I feel like just get the Aegis, use the Ghost, secure the Aegis, and then keep pressuring them. They have to figure out how they can evade the triangle, the Ancients area. Okay, maybe they don't have to wait for the Aegis, they're just going in.
Well, Lionax needs a jumping target. Let's get himself onto Boomboy. And the disengage is successful, but there is still an onslaught available for the Primal Beast. And the Blink Dagger! Mini Leap gets the kill. Center Stampede was used in return. Jing with the nice Avatar. Will try and get themselves a kill onto BB, but BB with the Rolling Thunder is a little bit harder to control. They could doom him because it's still available. They'll actually just make sure the other support does get taken out. Mac is going to go for KP. He's trying to get the Sunder off, but he gets denied. The doom might not have been necessary there, but...
Yeah, why not? You know, it's whatever.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, you're that far ahead. It doesn't really matter at this stage.
Tower is under attack.
It's almost 1k net with advantage per minute.
It's just the Mac show, you know, so far. Mac has been everywhere, killing everybody. He's involved in 16 of their 21 kills.
Mac's pretty good.
Tower has fallen.
Also, Polaris giving a tip there to Book for wasting his doom.
Tower is under attack.
Nice two-man stomp. But they don't have Rolling Thunder just yet. And Jing is also there. Oh no, in comes the Arc Warden as well with the Primal, the onslaught, the damage, the everything. It's just... It looks like they have a decent shot, and then it immediately gets crushed. Into the Roche pit they go. Secure the Aegis. This game is not going to last that very long.
Is Arc Warden even in the game?
Well, he's going to be probably the one building the Aegis. So.
But should he get the Aegis? I feel like he doesn't need the Aegis.
Yeah, but Primal's never going to die.
Give it to the Doom.
No, he wasted a Doom, so...
okay, that is a fine reason for not giving him the Aegis. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, it's a privilege, not a right. Well, Lionax back to trying to get some counter warding going. Top lane, they're gonna go for the tier 2 tower push.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still need to take the outpost though. They're gonna try and go for the kill onto Mac. He does have a 10 kill streak, so it's a lot of gold. But it's also a Primal Beast with 2.3k HP and the BKB.
Oh no.
The illusion. Rolling Thunder on the illusion. And he's even gonna go for the Ricky. Oh.
He has a gem.
Does manage to jump away. Oh yeah, he does have a gem. Got a dip. Jing! Oh! The Pulverize interrupts the Pango TP. The toss forward coming in. Oh, the team play is beautiful. He has his charge in the second. And BB tries to stay alive with the roll up. Charge is going to chase him down. Center Stampede not going to save you. The toss back coming in. Oh my lord. Jing is playing perfectly with Mac right there.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That was just beautiful.
Yeah, good Dota, you know, just some good old solid Dota.
Dire's
Terrible has
bottom
nowhere
tower
to farm,
has
can't
fallen.
finish his BKB. I mean, there's not much they can do, you know, at this point.
They found really good players as replacements for their team with Akashi and Jing.
They have new plus old. Wait, I hear a BKB. They have new plus old players. So Bok has been wasting his BKB, wasting his Doom. Alright.
He's old, okay?
Yeah. Is he
Sorry, shit.
actually the oldest player on the team? Right, let me check. Might be true.
Yes, Analyst, do your job.
MMR is just a number, age is just a number. Relax.
Be selfish. Your grace is noted.
Yeah,
What I'd say if I was as old as you.
he's 29. Okay, he's definitely the oldest. Oh my god. Alright, you're right.
Old man Boke. Still really good, just this game, it doesn't really matter anyway. Unless they actually lose somehow magically at this stage, but 26k net worth lead in 23 minutes is... It's hard to throw that one. I mean, Jing and CML are both the same net worth as the enemy's cores, so... You got a DP with Boots of Bearing. What does Tiny now have?
Radiant's top tower is under
Oh, he has a
attack.
4-staff after his blink.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Akashi's going for the good old classic Octarine core. So spam, 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 spam.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh. Just half a second you encounter the enemies and you're just dead.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Hunting for more TNT. Just get himself caught by the avalanche, but luckily enough the
Radiant's top
shield,
tower
the barrier
is under
he still
attack.
had on keeps him alive.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top lane. BB. Okay, he got his roll off. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, they want to...
Doom? Oh, that was close.
Well, this is your best bet at least fighting, I guess, if you're UDV. But they're getting bullied by the 5 position DP. They kill off the DP, but Akashi is still in the vicinity spamming his spells. At least they found a kill. It's been a while.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That was terrible. I have BKB and Manta. He needs, I would say, another 2 or 3 items. 2 items, okay, to have a chance in this game. That's like another 20 minutes of farm.
They're heading out.
Water has... Oh, he's building a dagger next one. Does he need the dagger? Okay, that's rather interesting.
Center Centipede's annoying and stuff. Rolling Thunder.
I mean, then shouldn't you just get a BKB if you're worried about that? Blink seems to be a very weird solution for that.
I guess you can also get aggressive with the Blink. With your Gleipnir and your Illusion, especially with the Gleipnir.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just giving yourself chances to throw the game.
I mean, you need to do a lot of heavy throwing. Oh, BB rooted up in the trees. Gonna get spotted by the illusions. He does have another
Dire's
TP scroll.
bottom tower is under attack.
Is he gonna TP though?
No, he's gonna clear the wave.
Yeah, but Jing is nearby.
Oh no.
Dire's middle
Oh
tower
no.
is under attack.
Way too close right there.
Such is
Almost
life.
got him. KNP is going for the MKB next. He's got the Manta BKB done on the TB. And look at the position he's walking. They will lose the Rubik, but KNP is continuing to farm. He does get pinged out though by Jing. And Mac is trying to say hi, KNP. Gotta quickly get the TP going. We'll be able to TP back to safety. Okay, he keeps him occupied and gets some farm in the process.
This is one scary hero when he's ahead.
What's holding Polaris off from going high ground? Do they just want the next Roshan, or is it a fear of something that UDV can throw at them?
I'm not sure. I feel like they have everything they need. They have BKB on PB, Doom. I mean, all they need to do is just group up together, pop EXO, and just fight around there. They don't have to initiate, you know, just wait for the enemy team to come on them. As long as they get the Doom on the... I mean, I feel like he can even Doom the Pango. He doesn't have to Doom the TB or the Centaur. Like, the fight should be pretty easy for them since they're so far ahead. Playing a little too overly
There's the
cautious.
scythe coming in. Mac with the solo kill onto BB. No Pango for 45. Bumboy dies as well. They do have a buyback available on the Pango, not so much on to the Rubik, and I guess that is going to be high ground push momentum. Yep, Exorcism popped. Your 5 position DP just chilling. Doesn't even care because just in the bubble right there. The toss back from Jing onto the Centaur. Gets hexed up immediately, and the Centaur, he didn't even have Stampede available. Gets taken down. The buyback from BB. The Doom thrown out onto KNP. Terrorblade is just absolutely evaporated. Rolling through is BB. Can't really do anything. So he's just gonna chill for the time being. Maybe they can kill off the Arc Warden illusion for the extra cash. Yay, $300 bucks. At least he's getting close to his buyback money back. The mid-center racks have been secured.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I mean, are they just gonna back off and do Roche first?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's a free shard. Always extra bit of value. And that's why he went for the Arc Warden Blink, just so that he can be a nuisance and chase the enemies out. But I guess they are going to back out, including TPing all the way towards bottom lane there, Mac. I guess Polaris is just having fun this game.
Mac especially.
Oh yeah, 100%. 14-0-12. He can, at this stage, pretty much 1v5 the enemy team.
I think he needs at least the Doom and the Tiny with him. I don't think he can 1v5.
Okay. 2v5. Oh, but they do manage to get a jump in. The TPs come in return. KP with his BKB Metamorphosis. Book is dropping low. The Doom gets taken down. That's a pretty big kill secured. But in return, there's no BKB left for KP, and he's just gone. Mac is easily tearing the rest of them up. And that will be the secural of the Centaur. Bumboy with the just barely on-time blink back to safety. BB needs to cut the creep wave bottom lane, or get some farm in the meantime, but they're just going to go up the high ground. Bumboy, Rubik. Nothing you can do when they're hunting you. 37k net with advantage. He does have buyback. The rest of the team also has a buyback, but there is no Metamorphosis for 100 seconds. And Bumboy is even getting bullied inside the fountain. Look at Mac's positioning. Just lying in wait
Dire's top tower
for a freebie kill.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
What a sad way to
Dire's
lose.
top barracks has fallen.
I feel like there was nothing they could have done in the game, like from after the laning phase, you know, when the Pango lost his lane, and then they just got ran over by Mac. This is a very sad way
Radiant's
to lose the
bottom
game.
tower is under attack.
And just simply got stomped. Well, Jing, he has a Yule Scepter as well. His Rolling Thunder has been wasted. Looking for Mac, who is on the enemy's high ground. Doesn't have his BKB for 3 seconds. But the rest of the team is there, and the Doom gets thrown out. Center Stampede, does he get away? BB will not be able to disengage. In comes Mac, BKB popped, and there's a quick charge
forward onto KNP, smack him all over the place. GG gets called. I am very surprised that it took them this long to call the GG. But it is going to be Polaris, the first team to go 2-0 in the Southeast Asian Division 2 region.
Looking good, looking good. There are certain small details that I feel like in both games, the laning, there are certain things they can do better, but when it's past the laning phase, they know how to play the map much better than their opponents. The teamwork is there. Yeah, I think apart from a lane, I think everything that they did in this game and in the series, pretty good. Maybe a little too safe, in this game. They definitely toyed around the opponents a little too long. Could have ended the game a lot faster, but yeah, well played.
Yeah, better safe than sorry in this case, but Polaris, game one looked quite a decent bit closer, but still it felt like Polaris was always in control, and game two it never really became a game. It just, UDV started off with the 4 bounties at the start, and that's the best that they've managed to secure this game.
Now that you say that, they actually started with 4 bounty runes, but they still lost the lanes. Somehow, okay, they won. The only lane they did well was top lane. Okay, bottom
TB did get first blooded in the top lane as well.
Yeah, but the lane was going okay, I feel like, for him initially, because the Doom and the Tiny, they were playing their lane wrongly, they didn't pull the wave. And bot lane was also going pretty decent for the Centaur. The laning phase actually was okay for UDV, but the same problem arises this game compared to the first game. When the game goes into this stage where you have to start to make rotations, people have to play around each other and use your timings, that's when they falter. They are not doing it as well as Polaris, obviously, and Polaris they've been doing it very, very well, like bouncing off each other. Mac is just dominating everyone this game with his rotations. The Pango can only match, he tries to follow the Primal Beast all the time, but eventually it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, definitely Mac, the MVP of the series, first game as well, and that Nate's Prophet second game. I mean, he just, it's a mid laner's dream right there. You're active, you get all the kills secured, you make all the plays, and they couldn't touch him whatsoever almost the entire game. I don't think there was ever really a moment where I'd think he'd die. So, big props to him. And Polaris, definitely looking like one of the most dangerous teams in Division 2. As we heard in the interview 2 days ago as well, the only team that they really would possibly fear would be Army Geniuses, a team that will be playing slightly later in give or take an hour or so. They will be up ahead against, I think Atlantis is the matchup they're going to be going for. But regardless, this was a stomp. This was... I did not expect this series to be such a one-sided affair.
Yeah, the next series is going to be AG against Atlantis. But, yeah.
Which of course, will be still an interesting one, of course. Atlantis, I think, lost to UDV on the first day. But that was also a very close series, if I'm not mistaken. UDV did have some... I personally like their style of drafting. It's just once the laning stage kind of ends, the first rotations that Polaris made were just way stronger than UDV's.
Yeah, their drafts have been pretty solid so far, but they can only play the lane. After the laning phase, they don't really know how to play the game anymore. So they have to sort out those issues, try to have a lot of team-to-team talks. Like usually issues like this, right, it doesn't get solved when you constantly play scrims here. On the other hand, you can only solve these problems by having talks. Playing less is actually beneficial when you have this kind of problems, when you have these macro problems within the team. You have to spend more time, because the more you play, right, and if you don't fix this problem, it hurts the team's morale and chemistry a lot. So it's actually very bad if you keep playing and you don't solve the problem. So you have to try to talk more, go through the replay, sit down together. Everybody has to be willing to sit down and look at the games together and try to figure out who should be doing what at a given point of time in the game, There's no point playing if you don't solve the problems.
I'm wondering, unfortunately, we don't have an interview with UD because that was the question I would like to ask them, would be if they have a coach. Because I don't know. Do you know if they have a coach?
Probably not. I don't think so.
Yeah, because Polaris didn't have a coach, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, Polaris did not have a coach. Army Geniuses had the general, who was very coachy. But yeah, we're quickly getting everything sorted for the interview right now, ladies and gents. That will be with, of course, I don't know who from Polaris, but CML is going to be the one that we're going to be. Right
yeah, hello. Oh, wait, I cannot hear you guys. Hello? It's the voice is gone. It was there a moment ago, and it's gone now.
Oh,
it's I think. Can you try again?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. And can you hear me?
The mic is
you can't hear me.
Low. Yeah, now I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll talk closer to the microphone.
Yeah, I think so.
Congratulations on your win. That second game, did you expect it to go that one-sided?
We're not really expecting anything. We're expecting them to be so good in the early as well. So it's gonna be hard for us, especially in the early, because their heroes are more of on the early phase of the game. So we didn't expect the second game to be that we were able to snowball them.
Okay. And in that first game, you guys went for a draft where the only stun you had was the Brewmaster against especially the Batrider, which we initially found to be a very scary prospect, and still you guys managed to pull it off. Was it just you knew that your draft was going to be able to handle the Batrider no matter what?
Somewhat we're kind of confident because we used to practice it a lot, those kind of lineup, even if we had limited stuns. However, the items or the Ricky Shard will be able to fill up that kind of void in our lineup. What's lacking in our lineup.
The Ricky Shard, the amazing Ricky pick.
Yeah. So congratulations on the win. I've been really impressed by the way your team has been playing for the first couple of games. I think you guys work really well as a team when you are moving around, especially when you're moving around the map. The way you play the map and the way you utilize as much farm as possible. And I just want to know how is the team getting all these ideas together? Do you guys have a coach, or just you have a captain that's telling everybody his ideas in the game, or everybody just shares what they have in their mind, so everybody has some opinions and you try to put it together as a team?
We actually have analyst slash coach. It's JL. I don't know if you guys know them. We've been with him for a long time also, from Adroit to Smart Omega. So for now he's transitioning into a coach as well, and me as a captain are we're mixing our ideas to have this kind of a play style and to fix our problems before.
Yeah, it's clearly been working very, very well. Your team, I feel in the first couple of series we've seen, your team looks like the team that is the strongest. I think the next team I would say that's impressed me the most should be Army Geniuses. So both of the teams have been playing really well. So overall, I feel like you guys did a really good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. I had one quick last question about the drafting phase. Is it a collaborative effort as well? Everyone says what heroes they want to play, or is it more you steer in, you want to play that, or you play that?
The first communication will be between me and JL, the analyst or coach, and then afterwards we'll give the last call to the player. So basically, we're gonna be suggesting at least 3 to 5 heroes, and then the player will have the last call since he's gonna be the player who's gonna be using the hero.
Okay, completely different from Army Geniuses coach, because he decides to draft and they get no choice. Congratulations again. As Winter said, you guys are looking like probably the best team in Division 2. Army Geniuses
Thank
is
you.
also good, but you guys have never had any problems in your games whatsoever. So thank you very much for joining us for the interview, and good luck on your next matches.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was CML right there, and yeah, that team looks like it's going to be making waves. Honestly, it would not be a team that would stand amiss in Division 1 either. I really think that the pickups of Akashi and Jing was superb, especially that game. You saw the combination between Jing and Mac with like the tiny primal, the tossing each other over the entire time that just looked really confident.
Yeah, you need old blood plus new blood. You don't want like 5 new players, and you also don't want 5 old players, but you have to find a balance between mixing the 2 generational players. The new bloods are there for the novelty, for the aggression, are there for the hunger, and the old players are there for the stabilizing
Are
material.
there for wasting Doom and BKB.
I'm sure, you can say that, The old players are there to fuck up the game sometimes, and the new players are there to carry the games.
But that was it for now. We'll be going towards a break. Give or take an hour, that break will be, and then Atlantis versus Army Geniuses will be on its way. Hopefully we'll see you in that time. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for the last best of 3 of the day. It's going to be Army Geniuses versus Atlantis. Myself on the mic, DK Truman, joined once again by Winter. And, well, to finish off the day, we have the other team that, you know, quote unquote, is considered one of the top dogs in Division 2. And Atlantis, of course, previously lost their match, their first round match. Did make it a very close series regardless against UDV. But looking at these two teams, you know, initial thought process behind it, Winter, where do you think this is going to be headed between AG and Atlantis?
2-0. 2-0.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Man has zero faith in his countrymen.
It's nothing to do about my countrymen or your countrymen. It's about the Dota, you know. The Dota doesn't lie. The Dota doesn't allow you to, you know, do stuff that you aren't capable of doing.
I mean, it's still Dota. Anything is possible. A good day for
don't you
Atlantis.
wish Dota still has a lot of like cheese strats coming up? Like nowadays, those things are just
most cheese strat. Yeah, most of them are dead. I do hear a first pick. I'm not even seeing it just yet, but I do hear the first pick, and well, that is what was used to be considered a cheese pick. Now it's just your
staple
average brood.
This is my rice. My rice now. Every day I see it.
Every game you either get it banned or picked. They actually banned out Crystal Maiden on Army Geniuses.
Interesting.
That's a very interesting ban on their part. But yeah, the Broodmother used to be, of course, cheese. There are still some cheese heroes, but only in exceptional situations. I mean, Meepo, for instance, is dead. It doesn't exist anymore. Sometimes you see Arc Wardens still. Tinkers can still be a little bit cheesy. Lone Druids can tend to still be some cheesy, but it's not to the same level of cheese.
Lone Druid is no cheese. Lone Druid is no cheese. Lone Druid is actual hero. Why do you consider Lone Druid cheese?
I consider it cheese as in last pick, no one suspects the hero to come out, and then boom, game's over.
Fair enough.
But yeah, the other heroes being picked up, Sapphire, there's the Primal Beast. Of course, Primal Beast, we saw Mac play a superb Primal Beast in the previous series. But in general, it's really good to deal with the Broodmother because you can kind of chase down the Broodmother, get rid of the spiders very easily, have no real problems with it. It's also kind of weird that in the picture, it looks like Primal Beast is the same size as Snapfire's mount.
Have you seen the hero? He's he's the only hero that doesn't need the Giant's Ring. He's already big.
Yeah, I've played my fair share of... actually, what's it called again? Dire Tide? Or what? What was that mode where you had to, like, jump circles around him? And he threw rocks at you and charged.
Your beast. I don't know.
I can't remember what it was. You had, like, a wyvern boss and...
Okay, let's just talk about the draft. Then you don't have to think about
Aghanim's Labyrinth. That was it.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah. Eventually I'll get it once my brain starts working. Though it's also a pretty good Rubik pick because of the spell steals. Primal Beast ulti is nice to steal. Snapfires, Mortimer's Kisses, Cookies. Even the Scatter Blast is a pretty okay stun for the Rubik to secure.
Rubik is just a good hero now. I don't think you need to pick Rubik into a good game. Like, Rubik is just a staple. I feel like Brood, you know, he's a staple hero. Like the supports that I would look to pick if I'm in the first phase, I want to pick a support. The supports that I would immediately consider: Tree, Rubik, Tiny, and maybe Tusk. But Tusk is mostly played as a core. But those are the heroes that I would immediately consider, you know. I feel like Rubik is no longer a hero where they have all these good spells, then I pick Rubik. No, I think Rubik is just a good hero in general, regardless of whether he has very good spells to steal in the game.
Yeah, I do concur. It does get first phase picked or banned most of the... Actually, it doesn't really get that many bans most of the time.
Yeah, it's not worth banning. He has a lot of utility. That's about it, you know. Stable laning phase. I feel like the shard is one of the reasons why the hero is very popular as a position 5 right now.
Yeah, it's not too costly, and it can do a lot of work, especially against heroes like Tusk, like Clockwork, who of course have ways of blocking. You can save your allies without them accidentally turning around and the Force F sending them into oblivion. You do need to make sure that you don't accidentally lift the enemy's DP out of your teammate's smoke. That's probably a good idea behind it, but for the most part, always solid. There we have the Lesh and Clockwork secured on Army Geniuses, and they finish off this phase for Atlantis' Nature's Prophet. So the NP... Do you expect this to be off lane, mid, or safe lane NP?
I'm not entirely sure. I think carry is fine. The lane against Brute. I mean, you can lane against Brute initially, but I think once Brute gets level 6, then you have to get out of that lane. I mean, they have the 24th pick, right? Yeah, they have the 24th pick, so I mean, they can look at the last hero and then decide. The draft is pretty open right now. For Army Geniuses, they are kind of set in stone, you know. They need a carry. I don't think they can change their draft too much here. Brute's gonna go off lane, Lash is gonna go mid, so they need like a. I would prefer like a fighting carry that can abuse the timings of like Lash and Brute. What is good here? I mean, Spectre's okay.
It would lane possibly against the Primal, because Primal could go obviously off lane, mid.
Yeah, lane should be okay.
Don't really think safe is a thing.
Lane should be okay for him. I think Spectre's a pretty solid pick. I mean, the other pick that I might consider is like all the long-range artillery heroes, the Drow stuff, but there's a Primal Beast. So maybe that would deter me. So the other stable hero is like something like a Ursa. It's like a frontline hero, stable laning phase. Just rush hero.
If it's laning with a Clockwork, you can keep him alive with Clock's Cogs, right?
You mean the Drow kind of hero, the long range hero?
Yeah, Drow kind of hero, bit more greedy right click.
Yeah, but I do feel like they kind of need like a frontliner to enable the Lash. They need somebody to go in, create chaos, and then the Lash is just there to do DPS. Because Lash is kind of like a win condition mid hero, you know, he's a bit more greedy than the usual, like the Pango and Burst puck that you see often. So I feel like the carry doesn't have to be that heavy in terms of farm. All he has to do is just to enable his teammates, play around their timings. They're Brute, so Brute is going to take care of the team items. Imagine in the game, Brute gets to the Mag Pipe timing, and then Lash has the Bloodstorm, whatever he has, BKB, and then you just need a carry that can fit into that timing. I don't think you want a carry that wants to farm too much.
Okay, so you're looking for more of an early game Brood Mother push, Lash push, third hero possibly even have a bit of push as well?
Yeah, as long as a fast hero. The hero doesn't need push if he doesn't have. I feel like the most important thing is like a stable laning phase, and you have some sort of like a late game, you know. That's why I suggested Ursa. Okay, they go Ursa. So they have Rosh. They have a decent lane. They might actually lane like Rubik with Ursa here. I feel the lane is better that way, Clock and Brute. So we shall see. And they see this Ursa. What do they do now? Are they gonna pick some disgusting hero here to counter the lane, or they will put the MP off lane against the Ursa and pick another carry?
I mean, they could go really disgusting and get Arc Warden or something, but
Arc Warden's not so good here. I think it's hard to play Arc Warden against Brute. I think they need a hero that, number one, they can lane against, can deal with the Brute in the lane.
I mean, Nature's Prophet can still go safe. They can still... How does Primal Beast fare up against the Lash?
Not very sure. Should be 50-50, I think, with it. I think Primal Beast might get a little bit less farm than the Lash. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not a big player, but I feel it doesn't matter for the hero. The hero, as long as you get levels, you get runes, and then you'll be able to do your Primal Beast stuff, you know. Rotate around and just set up for kills.
Okay. Yeah, Atlantis, they still have a reasonable flex in their lineup. They can pick, honestly, all 3 roles, core roles, if they want to.
And they need something that will tie the whole lineup up, I feel. The MP and Primal can both be played in a very fast-paced game, so I feel like it's better to tie everything up together, play a fast-paced game, try to do well in the lanes and snowball, as a unit. So they go for the Queen of Pain. So I guess the Primal is off lane. Who's the off lane player? Is Primal the off lane?
Yeah, so that means that they are going to be playing with the Primal off lane, the safe lane Nature's Prophet, and then the Queen of Pain in the mid lane. So yeah, the Queen of Pain last pick. Do you think that they have enough damage to go through what eventually will be, as you mentioned, like the Guardian Greaves Pipe plus BKB Lash, Bloodstone Lash? Or will they struggle in terms of damage?
If they snowball, like they do well in the lanes, I think yes, they have enough damage. But if they don't do well, I feel like it's going to be hard, But at the moment, if you picture the game, right, MP does well in the game. Queen of Pain doing well. The MP can rotate off the Queen of Pain's lane, like you can TP and gank the Lash. I feel like during maybe this would happen 7 minutes, probably around there. Quap is level 7, maybe you have enough damage, you kill with a support. Because that's when you want to ditch the lane against a brute. You don't want to stay in the lane against the brute too long. And then you give the support the lane. And you start playing on the other side of the map. Maybe you go jungle after the kill. If you can get the tower, you pressure the tower. But that's what I feel like needs to happen. They need to do well on the mid lane, that's crucial. And then the MP is going to rotate there with one of the supports, and the game will begin from there for Atlantis.
Okay. Yeah, Brood, of course, being notorious for being annoying and forcing... it might force the Primal Beast to be playing in the safe lane eventually once the laning stage is over and Brood's got his spiders, because Tusk can't do much against spiders. Snapfire can do okay-ish, but you need to hit kind of skill shots, which can be a bit rough. And the downside with that is that Primal Beast is pretty much your best playmaker in your team, so you really want him to get aggressive in the early game. I do love that Primal Beast skin, though. It is sick.
I feel like every single skin I see on this hero is just good. I don't think I've ever seen a set where, oh shit, that looks bad on the hero. Everything looks cool.
I guess the hero just has incredibly fun and scary design. Though the only downside of the hero is the random gargles he makes during the game.
I'll actually help you keep count on that this game. I'll keep a gargle counter in my PC.
At the end, we'll see how many gargles we've heard that result in nothing.
Right, so... Okay, 2 runes...
Courier snipe? With the trees under the tower. Ha! Nice.
2 runes apiece, so everything should be a-okay for them overall. Yeah, but the laning phase is going to be very crucial for Atlantis. They have to do well in the laning phase, at least break even. But actually maybe breaking even is not enough. I feel like for their lineup to accelerate, they have to do at least a little bit better than the opponents in the lane and play off the map with the MP and Corp. Because Corp is a hero where you're not happy being in a 50-50 game. You always have to be ahead with this hero.
Yeah, there is definitely kill potential in that top lane, I would expect, with the Snapfire Primal Beast.
Level 3, I guess, is when they start to have a lot of power to kill the Ursa. I mean, it's not going to be that easy though, because Clockwork can protect the Ursa with the cogs.
Yeah, Clockwork is pretty a-okay to try and deal with it. But
okay, one gargle.
Gargle number 1. Queen of Pain mid against the Lash. Is it the Queen of Pain pick that he went for just to deal with the Lash, or are there any other reasons specifically to go for the Queen of Pain? He does, of course, have the Sonic Wave against Ursa, which is pretty a-okay.
it's more about the idea. I don't know if Queen of Pain actually deals, like quote unquote deals with Lash. I feel like they feel like they needed like a damage source for their lineup anyway, and they decided that Corp would be the best for it, because they also need to win the lane to allow the Primal Beast and the MP to roam around to pressure, you know. And Queen of Pain kind of likes that kind of game where there's a lot of action going on the map.
Well, Mango Rose taking some heavy damage there from DB in the bottom lane. Luckily enough, it is an NP, so he can just TP into TP, and he will be back to full HP. First blood still not happening. What lane will be the most dangerous lane here? Winter.
Probably the top lane. The Primal is gonna hit level 3 in a bit, okay. Snapfire is getting chased out by Clockwork, but not much the Clockwork can do there. Just try to...
Primal hasn't even taken a spell yet.
But I guess at level 3 is quite common. I think every game you see just 2 Trample and 1 Onslaught. I don't think anyone gets the uproar anymore nowadays. That spell is just not good in the lane anymore. Like
I do like the Aghanim Scepter effect, it's kind of cool. Mango Rose needs to be a bit careful. DB is chasing him down. There is no Ponyo for quite a bit.
Yeah. I mean, this lane is actually going a lot worse than I expected. Like, you can't even play the lane at the beginning. It's so difficult. Now the wave is at the Brood Mother's tower. I thought the lane will only get hard when the Brood has his level 6, but I'm wrong. You know, the lane is already hard now. Brood is just such a strong laner with his two set right now. Too much regen, he has a slow, you can't trade against her.
Oh, Yokam taking some damage here, but actually in return, DB going in for the damage. Mango Rose dropping pretty low.
He's dead.
Can he get the kill? One more right click. There's a Mango on Rubik, but the right click is more than enough. Yokam gets first blood secured. And yeah, that's not the way the lane, NP wanted to start the lane. Top lane though, they almost find the Ursa in return. In your dreams staying alive, but barely. And well, there's healing salve on the Clockwork at least.
I think he doesn't want to use it yet. You don't really want to use it unless you have to, because it does half on the
teammate. He did go for Uproar on Primal, by the way.
Wow. Not sure if I like it.
If he had Onslaught right there, you'd have a double.
Yeah, I feel like he would have gotten a kill with the Onslaught. I think that's rather strange. I'm not sure.
I think that was Gargle number 2.
Look who's keeping count. And even the Corp is not exactly like the last pick is not exactly winning the lane, you know? So that's not a very promising start for the hero. He went for the lane dominating
Breeze. Top lane will be caught out. And Primal's going in for more. And gets the kill secured. That's a double kill. Easy Primal Beast gaming. He's not easy to beat. Primal Beast is a monster. He's going for bots rush, and he's actually very close at finishing those bots.
Oh, so greedy, yeah.
Mango, TP out. Lift was already used.
Yeah, he has to...
They're losing bottom lane significantly, but top is going superbly.
He has to help the bottom lane at some point. Because the MP would... I think he cannot lane anymore right now. He can only go jungle. Like, this lane is too difficult for him. So either the Primal has to come or the Corp has to come at level 6. So one of those two things has to happen. The Corp has no mana right now, so he needs to pray for some miracle rune like a regen or haste maybe to help him.
Snap can TP mid and recharge bottle. Which he's doing right now. And then probably gonna guard the rune against the Rubik, who's doing the same. While that happens, Primal actually gets taken down in the top lane. That's a little bit unfortunate for Atlantis, but it is a haste rune for the Queen to secure. Snapfire needs to get out of there. Wonder Boy jumping in, has Sonic Wave, and that should be a kill onto the Lesh secured.
Jokam almost got the deny. But that's a pretty important kill for the Queen. That's going to start her rolling in the game. Alright, but the MP still has no game. They have to try to figure out how to deal with this Brood later. I mean, Primal is kind of like one of the better heroes to have in the game to deal with the Brood. So I would see that he has to go to the bot lane somewhere in the future. And the MP has to trade positions with him.
Wait, if you use Onslaught, you actually charge over the cogs?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yes. Poor cogs.
That's busted. That's stupid.
Radiant's
That makes no sense. Why should that be a thing? LTP in from the Tusk. They're going to go for a fight, but there's no Onslaught just yet. However, in comes Mango Rose from behind. The charge will continue. They're inside the cogs, trying to stay alive, but that's going to be very hard to do. Veriz actually gets the kill before he falls, which is at the very least something secured, but the Ursa will be the next target taken down. Mango Rose gets a double kill, and that's a good way to make sure that the NP has a better lane by just giving him 2 kills at the top lane.
Alright, now I understand why he took up row in this lane. It's just to slow the Ursa when the Ursa is going on him. I think it makes a lot of sense in this lane, but I still prefer the another point in the Onslaught, because it does 100 more damage, man. Almost 100 more damage. But, you know...
And hey, don't forget about the 3-second cooldown reduction.
Okay, 3-second cooldown reduction. And here comes the Lash and his team. They're doing a smoke to reclaim the top area. Tusk should be an easy kill. But are they going to be able to get more than the Tusk? Probably not. Primal seeping to the bot lane. He deals with the spiders.
Well, DB needs to be careful. Wonder Boy's here. It's got Sonic Wave. DB in the trees. Get the DP off! No, he does not. The Cookie King just in time, and they find another big kill here for the side of Atlantis. They're making some very good rotations so far.
Very, very nicely done. They have to go back to mid lane at the moment. Corp still has her ulti. Can they kill the
No
Lash?
man at the moment. Reese comes in. Nice split earth stun, but the save from Ponyo coming in. Good snowball. And in from behind comes the Snapfire as well. They find the kill secured onto Yokam, and they're looking for that tier 1 tower mid. Atlantis is very aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, they're playing like they run at you kind of lineup, you know. Their heroes are always allowed to fight as long as they're HP, mana. They don't really rely on a lot of item timings at this stage. They are pretty strong with just their spells right now, so they're gonna be able to secure this tower. That would be big for them. Okay, just barely have enough damage there. A little bit more, 100 damage more.
Well, the Ursa's going in. Mango trying to go for the TP out. Split Earth is going to connect, and they find themselves a double kill, actually. They lose the tier 1 tower, but it will be at least the tower secured. They should also get the tower counter ward going in because they just got hit by the Nature's Prophet ulti. And yeah, that gives away all the vision the enemy side has. Also, Primal just finishes bots. So now you have a very fast Primal that has, of course, max level trample. And that is still very, very scary.
That was a very good move there by ENG Dream. I always talk about how the carries have to come to fight, you know, in the mid tower, the tier 1 tower. You have to at least try to get rebuttal kills if you can't hold the tower, or do your best to defend the tower, you know. And even though they didn't defend, but he managed to get 2 kills, and that's pretty crucial for them. At least it was a decent enough trade. He's going to go on to the Battlefield route this game. So it's going to take some time before he's going to be battle ready to join the team fights. Root is going for... Wait, did he finish his mech? What did he buy? Hood? Oh, he finished his hood. Okay. Lash has half of his Bloodstone done. Snowball. Okay, alright.
It's a little bit wild all over the place, but the Sonic Wave comes out. The kill gets secured. Onslaught gets stolen by the Rubik, which... Rubik has a lot of great spell steals, but always those ones where you put yourselves in the middle of a team fight are terrifying.
Oh, the Primal is in trouble. He's getting really greedy. He's taking one too many waves.
Gets stunned up by the Rubik. Does have himself an Onslaught, but it gets interrupted by the Battery Assault, and that is going to be the Primal caught. Tusk could not walk in to save him without sacrificing his own life and not even being able to get him out, so they just fall back. There's also no Sonic Wave, so currently they feel a lot more confident in walking in towards Atlantis' jungle.
They need like a couple of minutes more to farm their first few items. Like Lash almost has Bloodstone done. That's very key for them. I feel like I'm quite surprised that the Brute is going for a Hood first instead of the Mech. Not sure if... I mean, I know usually you get both, but sometimes the sequence, which item you get first, is actually going to change the first fight, you know. I feel like for Brute, usually when you get early Mech, it always helps you win the first fight, I feel.
I think it's because he just only dies to the Primal Beast, and he doesn't want to die to the trample magic damage every time.
Yeah, I get that, you know. Like, protect your spiders too, you know. There's a lot of value in that. Putting the barrier on your summons. And I'm sure he's gonna get Mech anyway since he already has Arcane Boots.
Yeah. Just wants to have the extra, what, 400 HP, 400 damage shield that you get. I think it's 450 magic damage shield. It's always a necessity. Okay, that was a very weird combination for Ease with the hook shot. Looked like he got stunned, but I guess looks can be deceiving.
I mean, it's so strange when I look at the map. The Ursa and the MP is 1v1 at top, you know. I feel like both either teams, like, look at what Atlantis is doing, right? The PB has supposed to travel. I feel like they should be trying to play a top side, kick this Ursa out, and the PB can travel and connect to his team. You know? Like the MP is not really getting like the full amount of space at top because he's scared. He's alone at top. I mean, he has an Observer Ward in the jungle that helps him a little bit. But I don't feel like the Ursa should be. Look at where the Ursa is farming. I don't feel like the Ursa should be allowed to farm all these camps here. You know, he's so far up.
There's no pressure coming out from Atlantis at the moment. They do have bots on the Primal, so they can rotate very quickly with both the Nate's Prophet and the Primal if they want to. Speaking of which, Primal is in a little bit of trouble bottom lane. NP wants to TP in, but in from behind comes Ponyo. They actually get the kill onto Wonder Boy. Can they get the damage here in Nate's Prophet ulti? It's a lot of damage coming out. DB dropping low. The onslaught charge forward. Vreeze is going to be the next one down, but Mango, he needs to find a TP to safety. Because they don't want to deal with more of this engagement. I think the Lesh is getting his Bloodstone delivered now? Or...
I sprout anew.
Oh no, he still needs the recipe. He just only had the Soul Booster marked up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, he should have it soon. Ursa just finished his Battle Fury, so he still wants to farm. I think maybe he can join the fights if he comes like last, you know, just to clean things up. But he should be focused on farming. I felt like he did his part in the early game already, helping his team a little bit when he could. And now it's his time to really focus on ramping up his net worth. The Lash and the Brute is supposed to fight for their teams right now. What did Quad chose to buy? Oh, he's going into Orchid.
So if this game goes to late game, what team do you prefer if it just stays even in terms of like net worth and experience?
Probably the Quad and MP lineup. Yeah, I feel like I would favor them for sure. I think Ursa's not that great late game.
Okay.
Oh my god, is he actually just dead?
Well, that's not fun for the Primal Beast so far.
Mid lane.
Getting blown up is Vreeze. Yahweh does pop his Bloodstone full HP. But they don't have a Sonic Wave, they don't have Mortimer's Kisses, so they don't really have the damage to continuously chase after the left.
Oh, he's going back in.
Oh, what? In return, you'll come with the Stolen Snowball. Okay. That's pretty nasty.
That's pretty big. That's a very, very big kill there. So now Ursa's gonna have his blink.
Is under attack.
They're fighting in a lot of different areas at the moment, or at least being a nuisance in different areas. Brood is trying to push out the mid-tier 1 tower. And Primal hasn't... The moment he's gotten his bots, he hasn't actually really done anything anymore. He's just been trying to farm.
That's because he bought bots. If he went for less greedy items like face boots and teams went to fight, it would be different, you know, like what Mac did in the previous game. He went face boots and a windlace for his early game items. I mean, I think this lineup is like, I feel like somebody has to play for the team, you know. The Corp is also pretty greedy with what he's doing. I mean, but I can understand, you know, she's a Corp. They're supposed to play
It does
like...
have an Orchid, which is pretty nice. For the, especially the early game, but a nice jump in from Yahweh.
Oh, nice cookie.
Quap gets away. Cookie save coming in. And Mortimer's Kisses of Sands will manage to finish off Yokan, but Sands can't really disengage here from the Lesh. He's trying to at least delay it for as long as possible. Will eventually get taken down while they actually find
Wow, that's a ball blink in. You're always in trouble.
And now the Lesh in a bit of trouble. Can they get a catch? Quap does have a Sonic Wave again, so Wonder Boy can blow up his opponent, pushes him back before he actually takes too much damage. Hookshot comes in from Maurice, and a huge catch onto Mango. Rolls in from the other side is DB, and the Lesh, hey, look, he's almost full HP, full mana, just chilling with the Bloodstone.
They went on the wrong boss, man. They messed with the wrong boss. This guy is just absolutely a monster right now. They don't have enough damage to kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, that's Lesh Gaming. I mean, he did in that fight, the Lesh did 6.6k damage. That's
and
quite a significant
the more
amount.
heroes around him, the harder it is to kill him because of the lifesteal, the spell lifesteal. I think they have to try to farm up the next set of items, any BKBs. Have to finish the BKB on Primal, you have to finish BKB on Co-op, same goes for the MP. This Lesh is too powerful right now. There's too much magic damage. And their offlaner is not a... I mean, this is the difference, right? One team's offlaner has the team items, the mech and the pipe. The other team doesn't. So you're unable to take the fights.
OWS Primal in trouble. Does have himself the charge. Can he get away? Onslaught was used. Could possibly have used Tumbler Spike to survive for 3 seconds longer, but regardless, that is a Primal that's not really having a good time. Wonder Boy. Mini stun comes in. Snowball save not coming in, but the air splitter. That is, it's disgusting how well Army Geniuses is playing some of these engagements.
Oh my god, is he gonna get just a solo kill? There's nothing the MP can do here. He's just gonna die.
He just needs to run, but...
Run? How?
Sprout? Nope.
Yes, Quelling Blade.
Quelling Blade Leshrac, that's also a thing. Split Earth connects onto the Snapfire Yokan with the stolen Snowball.
Yep, this
Chase
guy
comes through, and that's a godlike Lesh.
This guy is showing why they are picking Lesh, you know. He really knows how to abuse the strengths of the hero. He knows what he can do, what are his limits. And now they're gonna get rushed for it. Yeah, the draft is just finally coming together. What they've been doing the past couple of minutes. Playing around the Lesh, also just connecting whenever he can. And now they are going to be able to take at least, I think they're going to be able to take the triangle away, the Ancients area. There's no way Atlantis can fight right now. They have to farm their BKBs. And that's...
Bob's still very far away from his BKB. Primal does finally have it though.
Yeah, but it's not enough though. The Primal BKB alone is definitely not enough. They need it on the MP and the Corp as well. I mean, this is the thing why I don't like the travels on PB this game. Whenever you have like an MP, it's like you have two heroes that wants to play in a way where you come last to the fights, you know. And it becomes too greedy, you know. It's too hard for the team to play, and somebody is going to pay the price, you know.
And so far it is the pretty much entirety of Atlantis that's paying the price. 8k net worth lead. Ursa's close to his own BKB. You do have the almost full Guardian Greaves pipe up on the Broodmother. And even the Lesh's BKB is almost completed.
How are they gonna fight? Like I feel like there's no way they can kill the Lesh now with the mech and the pipe. Oh, he's gonna solo kill. This is a solo kill. This dead.
Mango again getting caught. That is a really unfortunate NP.
I mean, you see what's happening, right? Like the last couple of times he died in the same position, right? He's at top, and then his team is like doing some random thing. Like I feel like they should actually place the MP at bottom. and then the primal doesn't have travels, he goes for like say like a Facebook or whatever early game item that he has. The three of them are playing at top area. Like they have to be three of them together, and then the corp and the MP are the ones that are farming. You know, like the way they are doing right now is like it's too greedy, and it's sacrificing one of the core, right? And if you look at the three heroes, the primal, the corp, and MP, like I would definitely rather sacrifice the primal beast game. You know, if I have to choose. And that's why I feel like he's being too greedy in this kind of setup.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the same impact we saw from Mac, but then again, that was a mid primal, and it was also a really good primal game. This one has a little bit more annoyances, but still,
Radiant's middle tower.
they're a little bit far behind. BKB is completed on the Leshrac, so killing him is going to be near impossible at this stage. Because they only have magic damage and a bit of pure with, of course, the Sonic Wave. But primarily they only have magic damage on the side of Army Geniuses. This Slash is 2.5k HP.
As long as he's standing next to the Brute, I don't think there's any way of them killing the Lash. Like maybe if the Brute is not there, they can't even kill the Lash. I don't know. You know? I feel like they probably don't have enough damage at this stage.
Well, bottom lane, TP's coming through. Primal does have the BKB, gets lifted up. Splitter, he gets stun locked. Is he going to be able to survive? No, hook shot comes in, does get the BKB off. Charge to the side, the damage will not be enough to kill him. So at least he keeps him distracted for quite a decent amount of time.
Top lane.
Walking up the high ground, Ponyo needs to find a snowball away, but it's on cooldown right now. And it's a freebie for In Your Dream.
Yeah, they have absolutely no space on the map right now. ENG is doing the correct things. They kick the primal out of the bot lane, the guy with the travels. Then the carry is holding the high ground, the triangle area, the entrance area with the Brute, and that alone is enough, you know, to stop them from getting in the area. And now the MP feels like there's no way he can farm. You know, you look at the ops. ENG plays the ops in their own entrance area to see if the MP farms. And this is actually a really smart ops.
Make sure that he has absolutely no area on the map. Speaking of which, he's TPing right onto the earth. TP out, quickly.
Oh, he doesn't have Basher. Oh my good lord.
Oh, that's just terrifying. You're never safe. I mean, at this stage, where can you farm? You can only farm your own jungle. But now he can't TP back out because his TP is on cooldown.
Everybody wants a piece of the cake right now. The
and they're really close to Mango. The supports.
They have to try to. The supports need to go and feed. You know, they have to try and break. I don't like what the Tusk is doing. I feel like he should try to just walk around. Okay, they see them now. But whenever you don't see the enemy team in this kind of situation as a support, you just go feed. You know, go and break the smoke and go and give vision. Because everybody needs to farm, right? So you don't have a choice. And you can't really save them if you are just camping behind them, you know. So the only thing you can do is just go and give vision and break the smoke and die, and everybody gets away.
Oh, this is scary. Walrus Punch got stolen by the Rubik, so even if you pop a BKB on Primal and try to TP out, you can get caught. I mean, they already have hook shot, but now they have hook shot.
Oh no, MP! No! Oh no, they see him. He has no big. Oh, he's barking. He has no BKB.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yep. Okay, I'm even glimmering himself, knowing that.
He sees him. Huh? What the heck? How did you see him?
Magic.
Wait, how did he know he's there?
I guess that was the best prediction ever.
No, that is so fucking weird. Like, why would he just randomly sprout that place? There's no sentry there.
Radiant are scanning.
What the fuck?
Just a really good prediction, I guess. Maybe he does that.
That does not make
sense. He
sense.
expected them to chase him down. Yeah?
That does not.
Or he saw the Rubik on the low ground when he was standing on the high ground.
That does not make sense at all. Like, why would he? It's so random, you know, that sprout. And look how he's hiding and TPing now. There's no vision, but how come he knows that they are there?
I don't know. Ask him if we get the interview. Sonic Wave onto the Ursat. But he'll be able to walk it off, and that is your biggest damage spell that you have. Okay, good catch onto the Lesh. Is healing back to full. Lesh does not give a damn. Mango Rose is going to get pushed back. That's going to be an easy pickup for the Army Geniuses side. And Yoe is going for more. Ponyo, nice sidestep. Wall response, keep the Leshrac away. Slow comes in. Orchid, can they keep Ponyo alive? No, it is not going to happen. And the Primal Beast needs to disengage. But the Earth Split does connect. And the Primal Beast is going to get taken down. And that is honestly a superb Lesh game. Like, insanely well done.
Yeah, just a very, very solid draft, like overall. As a whole, you know. They not utilize their timings, the brute went perfect items for the game. And it's just too difficult for Atlantis to deal with this Lesh Bloodstone with the mech, the pipe. The Ursa is just there to secure the game, you know. Get rush, come to the fights if you need to. But most of the hard work is done by the brute and the Lesh. And obviously, like the Rubik did a lot as well this game. The Rubik and the Clockwork.
Yokam had a lot of good catches, good steals as well on that Rubik.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And what can they do? Mango Rose in the trees. He's being chased by Yoe. And Mango, no. No, Mango, not again. Not again.
Hardly notice.
This NP died 8 times.
Right, try killing the brute. Yep, good.
Yeah, that's
try harder.
Lotus
Try
Orb,
harder.
Spell Reflect.
Try harder. It's a fucking brute.
DB is just fine. Has a Guardian Grief still to use. If need be, Sonic Wave comes out and is gone. Bye! The 2 supports might be taken down in response though, but there's going to be a TP coming out from the Lesh, and that is the scariest hero in the game right now. Because Yoe is charging for more onto Ponyo, onto Wonder Boy. Can they get out? No, they cannot. It gets denied and it just gets cleaned up. God, I still hate that.
Alright.
They're gonna go in for the fight. Can they get the kill onto the Spider? Spider does fall, but the Ursa is still very scary.
Let's 1v5.
Very
Let's
strong.
go.
Yoe charging in. There's no BKBs available soon. Primal Beast is ending his BKB. The rest has to disengage. Split Earth. Actually, he's going to go for the TP attempt out, but this is all a bait.
It's a bait. They can't kill him.
Oh, he is too tanky at the moment. 15 seconds until his bloodstone. They can get them. But Mango Rose buyback, but he buys back, and there's DP waiting. Oh, a poor defense, the Ursa says. And he's going to Fountain Dive. Bought the Ghost Scepter just to dive the Fountain there. Ultra kill. He's going to try and get himself. Come on, go for Rampage. Go for Rampage.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He has a blink. Ah, disappointing. I was really hoping he'd go for the Rampage wildness.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
No, I'm happy.
He actually sold the...
I'm happy he's a disciplined player.
No. He actually sold the Ghost Scepter, by the way. To buy the blink. And, well, that kill goes to Clockwork. Obviously, Clockwork's the best.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, just well played, you know, by AG this game. Like how they played around the map, how they coordinated and played off each other's spells, item timings. This is just how you want to play Dota. You know? Like, it's very hard to find much fault in this game for them. And I mean, there are, I feel like, small little details that could be better, but overall, you look at the bigger picture, the fundamental understanding of the team. I feel like they have what it takes, you know, to be a strong team.
And it also does help if you're having a superstar performance.
Yeah, Yoe.
On your mid laner.
Yoe. Definitely the MVP this game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Every single moment he TPs in anywhere, you see Atlantis trying to scatter away. He's almost got the overwhelming blink, because, you know, that's exactly what a Lesh wants. Overwhelming blink. So much fun for supports to play against. Oh, Mango. He's going to try and farm that BKB. but only bottom set of racks are still left standing for Atlantis to try and defend. Primal's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter. What are your thoughts on the Ags?
I mean, it's good. For sure, it's a good idea.
Loadstorm Spell Reflect. It comes out. Wonder Boy is going to almost get one shot. Blinks out just in the nick of time. They will lose their first Sonic Wave. Keep Mango Rose alive. Is it going to be the case? No, that's not going to happen. Wonder Boy even gets smacked by In Your Dream next. And Yahweh comes in from behind. That's going to be the GG's called. And Atlantis lose game number 1. Army Geniuses, especially Yahweh, looked sublime.
I mean, the draft is like, I feel like the MVP. I think the hero sequence, the overall understanding of the strategy, that's what I felt was the very key decisive thing. I mean, obviously Yahweh executed his hero. He did the most in the game, but I feel like the MVP is the overall setup, like how everybody's playing off each other with their items, and everybody understands their role in the game.
Yeah, it was. It started off really nice as well for Atlantis. The first couple of rotations that they made worked out really well for them. Unfortunately, that's where it kind of stopped. Like until they had about 9 kills, I think. They started rotating, getting good kills, pushing towers, making objectives happen. Ponyo tank to smoke gank top, then they smoke gank bottom to kill off. I think it was DB on the Broodmother. And kind of the moment that they killed off DB at bottom, they stopped with their aggressive plays on the Atlanta side, and that's when Army Geniuses just farmed. And well, you did of course point out once they get their items going, the BKB, those items, and their laning stage did not go horribly wrong. Army Geniuses was in a very comfortable spot, and as you can see with those statistics, that is very true. Look at that scoreline: 17, 1, and 15. That's a beauty right there.
What hero is he going to impress us with next game?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, of course, because the coach decides. He has no say in the matter.
I'm sure he has some say. Come on, every mid player has some say. There's no way.
No. I believe wholeheartedly that Clairvoyance is a general, and you have to listen to the general no matter what.
Mutiny.
But regardless. Yeah. He's going to suggest Rubik, and then he's going to be put back on the bench where, he's going to be in timeout. Don't say anything to me, Clairvoyant says. But that will be it for the first game. We'll be heading up towards a short little break. Ladies and gents, before game number 2 starts, we'll be right back.
Three, 2, 1.
Let's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 will be starting momentarily. But first, we'll be discussing what, we already did go over what went exactly wrong in game number 1, and that was a lot. A lot went wrong. There were some very weird movements coming out. The Nage Prophet got caught the entire game. And eventually they didn't even have BKB ready on Queen of Pain at the end of that entire game. So they were just way too far behind. And, well, the General brought in a heavy draft in that first game for Atlantis to deal with. Game number 2, would you like to see them go for a slightly different tactic, or do you think it was just min-maxing that they need to adjust?
You're talking about Atlantis' point of view, right? From what they're doing.
Yeah,
what
not
they need
Army
to...
Geniuses, they won.
I think it's a bit difficult for them because they have this idea of how they have to play the game, where they try to enable all 3 of their cores. Because I've seen some of their old previous games, they also play in a roughly a similar way, where they try to farm on 3 people. And usually I feel like those kind of strategies are not very good anymore nowadays. I think a year ago, maybe some time ago, where the meta is a lot faster, and where you don't pick any carries, right? You just have 3 cores on 3 different lanes. Like when Arma was like pretty dominant, and your offlane is farm heavy, I think that's fine. But now I feel like things are reverting towards more to the traditional way of playing, where the offlane is the utility. You want to have an offlaner where he buys the mech and the pipe, whatever team items that's necessary, and allow the mid and the safe laner to have much more farm priority in the game. I mean, obviously some games the offlaners can farm, but I'm just saying in general that's the easier way to play the game now.
Yeah, you're talking about like when OG had ATF go completely bananas every single time on the offlane with
Razor Viper, Razor
Viper, Timbersaw every once in a while as well. His Slardar that went Mask of Madness shenanigans and the like. I think the Primal Beast probably needed to be more active in the game, especially considering he had bots. I would have expected him to use that to TP towards his teammates or
not that game,
stuff.
Man. I think you shouldn't do that when you have NP. I think if the carry is like some Monkey King Patch, like a hero that can fight a lot more, I think then it's okay if you go travel. I think most of the players, I would say that they are playing the hero, but they are not playing the game. Not sure if it makes sense to you. So the hero, it's normal to play a hero like this, but then again you have to look at the game, what is actually happening in the game, and look at the overall strategy and figure out what is best for the overall strategy instead of just figuring out what is best for your hero. Because a lot of the players just get travels. It's good on the hero. Like Primal, you want boost speed and you want to run around ganking people, so travel is like a very natural cost of item for the hero. But in that game, it's not so optimal because of the overall strategy, the overall lineup. So the understanding of the overall lineup, how they have to win with the lineup, I feel like it's not the correct understanding.
Yeah, well, we saw it. They kind of got crushed in game number 1. Though new game, new chances, and they go for the disgusting combination of Ricky Mirana. The moment they first picked Mirana, I kind of already expected them to go for Ricky. Took a little bit longer for them to actually choose Ricky, regardless, but we do have it there, and on the opposing side, it's going to be the Rubik Beastmaster. And I guess they were already aware of it as well on Army Geniuses, because that Beastmaster is always nice to find the enemy team.
So Rubik Beastmaster is I think not a very common opening, but it's a very solid duo. The Beast is, you can use your summons to block the arrow, which would be nice in the game, and then you have the vision to see where the Mirana is like camping around and such. And I feel like Beastmaster is also a hero that allows your team to, even though he doesn't exactly buy the mech pipe sort of build, he goes for the helm probably, and then you play more on a little more greedy on your side. But Beastmaster is a hero that also, like, in the game allows your team to group up at some point and just stick Roshan and push towers. That's not what you want to play against, as Ricky Mirana.
Okay, yeah, it's
it's not gonna be easy, you know. The other three heroes,
Nothing is going to be easy in this game.
the other three heroes in that draft have to fill in the void that's left by the Riki and Mirana. Because by drafting Riki and Mirana, it means your draft has no team fight at all. Not much damage either, you know. I mean, okay, if the Mirana is doing well, he has items, Axe, then he does a fair bit amount of damage, you know. But overall, your draft is going to need a lot of like very, very big team fight heavy heroes. Like you want to have say like something like some Pango. You want some. I think Pudge would be nice, or some like frontline hero, like some Tide, like some those kind of like team fight heroes. Kanka. But they ban out they ban out Lash, Void Spirit, and Kanka. Okay, the Void Spirit, I'm not very sure if I understand that ban. I mean, Kanka and Lash I can understand more. So we'll just have to see how they draft around. See what AG is doing. They are just picking heroes, like defensive heroes, that allow them to group up together and just avoid this sleep dart arrow combo, you know.
Yeah, that's what some other teams have been going as well. You did mention the Pudge. Some teams go for like a Pudge to counteract the Riki sleep dart so that you can just hook the teammate out of there. Tusk is always another hero that comes to mind, trying to save allies in a rough spot in that scenario. Wondering if Army Genius is going to go for any of the... Okay, so they're going all out with the sleep dart combo.
This is like a Sunstrike Invoker with Sleep Dart Arrow. Like they have absolutely no team fight at all until the later parts of the game. And I feel like going this kind of drafts, it's like they don't know what to do. They're just like whatever, you know, pick this kind of play around this.
They don't know what they're gonna get eggs on Voker. They're gonna just every single time.
Like for me, like this way of playing, like thinking about Dota, it doesn't work at the highest level. I feel like teams are just too good, you know, to fall for that. It's a very pubby playstyle, you know. Like you want to just keep, like it's a very pick-off centric lineup, like a bounty hunter lineup. You know, then maybe you have a Tinker, but this game the Tinker's like the Invoker with the Sunstrike. So you're basically banking on this way of playstyle where it relies heavily on you to win the lanes enough to the point where you can delay the opposing team grouping up as 5, and then you can slowly pick them off and drag the game to a point where Invoker just solo carries the game. You know? It's a very difficult way of playing Dota now. I feel like it's not easy to play like this.
It's kind of a one-trick pony, as you mentioned, where you're reliant on the enemies not having any counters to your idea. It's kind of like when you go for the Voker plus Legion Commander, even though it has worked even at TI specifically in the past. But if the enemy gets any kind of save on their part, it becomes a lot more problematic. Force Staffs, for instance, are the most obvious counter to Voker, and considering you're up against a Tusk as well, like Rubik needs to get a Force Staff, Trian probably needs to get a Force Staff, probably even Beastmaster at a certain point to get a Force Staff, and you can just get out of dodge every single time someone gets slept.
Yeah, Zeus is a pretty nice pick here. It counters the invisibility from the Riki and the Mirana, Moonlight Shadow. It's pretty decent against the Invoker in the lane, and it gives them a lot of like damage because they are lacking damage with your heroes are more about like setting things up with the Beast and the Overgrowth, and Zeus provides a lot of finishing moves for that, and all they need is like some carry that can utilize the aura to kill buildings right now. And they have the overall last pick, so they have the opportunity to see what Atlantis goes for here. I feel like this task is probably the core on the off lane, so they're gonna pick like some, I don't know, some speed farm carry, someone that can run around and have a stun to use the Sunstrike. That's the kind of carry I would go for. Okay, Monkey King.
Not necessarily the big stunner. Does have a nice stun,
but it's good enough because Monkey King, you want to play in the dangerous area with the 3 dance, and then you're like trying to split up the map, and this TA rounds the whole draft up very nicely for AG. At the moment, they have a very, very sharp timing, I would say, with the Blink, Deso, and then the Beastmaster with its auras. They can easily just snowball. Like it's very similar to last game where they had the Ursa, they had the Roshan carry, and whenever the team hits like a specific timing, they get Rosh, and then they just ball out of control in like 5 minutes of gameplay. You know, I feel like they have a very similar setup here, and if they get through the laning phase without suffering too heavy losses, I feel like they're just going to repeat what happened in the last game.
That is a little bit rougher for them. The TA especially, as you mentioned, doesn't really care that much about being sunstruck. If
And
you've got
sleep dart arrow.
your sleep dart combo, you're just standing there with still some refraction charges on you. They throw sunstrike, you don't care. Like, the only thing that's really terrifying is if you get a fat meatball on you as the TA.
But
once
honestly,
you get BKB, you're safe.
if you think about how the game is going to be played, right, do you actually feel like the Invoker is going to be in the smoke with the Riki and Mirana? No. So that's probably not.
Very likely not.
Yeah. So that's probably unlikely to happen. Like, I feel like this. Oh, the other reason the Riki is good against the TA is good against the Riki is because you can usually dodge. If you're paying attention, you can dodge the sleep dart with your melt pretty easily. So it forces the Riki to, he has to get dust, he has to get sentry to deal with you as well. So it just makes everything harder, That's why I really like the last pick TA here, and it goes really well with the Beastmaster aura and with the aura composition.
So in this game, do you expect the Vogue to go Quaswex or Exort?
Definitely Exort. Like, there's no way if they go Quaswex, they should just leave the game at the start. There's no way they play this game if it's a Quaswex Invoker. It has to be Exort.
Okay. Well, we'll have to wait and see if that's the case, because Quaswex does.
Obviously, I'm exaggerating. I'm not telling them to leave the game, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, no.
If it's
there's still
Quaswex,
something to say about Quaswex. Maybe like what Stormstormer does. He starts off with like 2 points in Quaswex, and then he goes to the Exort, because you don't really use the Sunstrike really until 15 minutes in, and Ricky finally has himself the sleep dart.
Yeah, but you also want I feel like the Exort build is for the lane as well, because you can dominate in terms of CS. Last hit and deny with the Exort. Like Quaswex, it's hard to last hit, It's difficult to deny creeps, get secure creeps. In most cases, you have to use Tornado to secure the range creep, and it's difficult.
Outside?
Well, it's alright. This is a rather unusual. Okay, I understand why they're doing this. Because they drafted Treant, so they expected the enemy to come early to this area to cut all the trees. So they are doing a smoke towards the trees to kill the enemy when they're doing this before the wave starts. Pretty smart.
30 seconds to
Well, that is not much map control at the moment for Army Geniuses at the start, at least. So it should at the very least be 2 bounties for Atlantis, maybe more. Depends on if WS and Sans are going to get aggressive. Obviously, a Tusk is still pretty scary at the early game with a nice choice block, but considering no one's rotating through to go for it, it is going to be a 2-for-2 bounty rune trade. So yeah, Tusk playing off lane. I haven't seen as many off lane Tusks recently. Most of the time it's either mid or support. Is it still just you go for a BKB rush, or is it a blink first item kind of role?
Stagger. I think you need stagger this game. The way they are playing the game tells me that they have to keep getting pickoffs. So they have to get a dagger. Maybe Dagger, Dazzle, BKB, or Dagger, Falcon Blade with BKB. Depends on how the game is going. Alright, so bot lane.
Ricky with the 6 armor. Yes, nice.
Yeah.
Right, like harass against the Rubik. Oh, Rubik, to be fair, also has 5 base armor, which is quite a lot.
Yeah, what the hell? Okay. 5 armor.
I didn't know that Rubik had that much armor, and I'm a Rubik.
Wasn't it 3, or 5? Okay, now I know why people are talking, you can trade so well with Rubik. Okay, 5 armor. Right,
and DB starting it off with Wild Axes level 1.
Yeah, this build is just the default build for most of the players nowadays. It's just very, very stable for the lane. You get the range creep last hit, you harass the carry out of the lane. It's just cheap in mana, so you buy a couple of mangoes to start in the lane. You just snowball from there. Have too much spam in the lane against the Monkey, And Monkey is one of those carries that he has a very high base regen at level 1. But even then, you know, he's struggling to tank all this harass.
A little bit of mischief helps.
Oh, the
but,
Triad. Ooh.
yeah, he's stopping the chase.
I thought he actually would have been able to. Actually, maybe not. 285, 290. Mirana slightly faster.
Yeah, but he had Nate's grasp and lead seed coming back soon.
Sometimes
Hit him
you
with
just,
the slow, hit him with the second slow.
Sometimes you just have to let it go, you know. It's not worth chasing so far and leaving your carrier alone.
Nah, we're not gonna go into his Frozen musical. Cold never bothered me anyway. Actually, that's a lie. I hate the cold. It's despicable. You don't really have to encounter that.
Oh, it's cold now.
Define cold.
We don't usually get this much of rain in January. Okay, February now.
Your cold is rain. Okay, our cold is ice.
We see the sun every day, you know.
Yeah, we don't.
So
We see it rarely.
whenever it rains for a week, that's not normal. And usually during the beginning of the year, Chinese New Year, it's always very, very warm, very, very sunny, you know. But this year has been
mid.
Rain. Oh, the Zeus is actually what? The Zeus is doing so well. Okay, I thought the matchup should be
Kind
better.
of destroying.
Yeah, I thought the matchup should be quite decent for the Invoker. Okay, I'm wrong.
Zeus Gaming right there. There is no Quaswex, so there is no like EMP mana steal on the Zeus.
Yeah, but should he be doing so badly in terms of CS? That's what I'm not sure.
I don't know. Early levels, Forge Spirit dies pretty quickly, I think, to the Arc Lightning.
Yeah, actually looking at the damage, Invoker has a null, but he has very similar base damage with the Zeus that doesn't have a null.
Yeah, Zeus has pretty high base damage, that is very true. But of course, with Exort, you do have that extra buff. That's a nice addition in terms of right-clicking. And there's also no setups for Sunstrike so far. Top lane, nice Ice Shards block. Sands also still has leaps available. But side lanes are going pretty good for Army Geniuses.
Yeah, they're kind of doing well across all three lanes. Beastmaster's free farming, kinda. Zeus is doing really well mid lane. Oh my god, is he trying to... Okay, now I thought he was trying to solo kill the Invoker there. But he has a raindrop, so not worth it going for that kill. 7 on charges and a fairy fire. Zeus is going to have to wait until he gets level 6. I think once they get level 6, they should be able to kill the silence. He's almost there.
Speaking of which, Ponyo taking a lot of damage. Drag back, dropping low. Zeus really wants that level 6 right now. Actually, Mango is in a world of hurt himself.
He should be dead. Zeus is gonna be 6 after this wave. One more creep.
Top lane, Breeze dies. In Your Dreams going for the kill onto WS. Zeus is very close. Just kill off a creep.
Okay, Zap. Mango and Zap. Oh, he doesn't know? Oh, he doesn't know. Okay.
He has to know. No,
he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Come on,
he has to know. He can. There we go. Finally, he knows. His team is like, 30 seconds later. Okay, I think he's still low. Kill him.
And this Zeus is actually doing much better in this lane. And Beastmaster is the leader in terms of net worth right now. He's going to have his helm fairly soon. TS free farming top. Not much the Tusk can do about that. It's just the hero. I mean, just everything is going really well for AG, and for Atlantis, they have to try to use this Sunstrike to get some kills soon. Arrow. Alright, not enough damage. Nice getting the melt off there before the arrow lands.
Come and fight
They
me.
need to make a couple of plays. Maybe send the Mirana to the bottom lane
They're going
to
mid.
snipe.
They're going to try to set up mid here. Smoke screen.
Okay. Good catch onto the Zeus. Do they have the damage? There is a Sunstrike available, but it's not enough damage just yet. Ponyo is actually the one in trouble instead, and will get zapped down by the Zeus. So another kill coming in for Army Geniuses. Gank has significantly failed.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be
Is under attack.
over very quickly. Like at the rate it's going, AG is going to hit like critical mass with the levels and the first couple of items. Atlantis, they have to try to get some kills with Sunstrike here. Okay, Sunstrike.
Bottom. He has Helm of the Dominator, so he's very tanky. Actually, in return, Mango is dropping very low. DB will be staying alive, has Aurora available as well. Suns has rotated through, but is under Hawk Vision. So nothing much more that will happen there. Yeah, it's just Army Geniuses all the way. The most farmed hero on the side of Atlantis is the Voker, but you know, first item Hand of Midas means he's still going to be on the farming curve for quite a bit of time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this Beastmaster, I didn't expect him to be doing so well. It's the first big hero, you know. Did well in his lanes, pressuring the enemy carry. I mean, they are just been playing so well as a team.
DB is pretty impressive for a safe laner that went to offlane.
Those are the offlaners which will become scary, you know, because they know how it feels like to be on both sides of the lane.
Yeah, he knows. He knows how to bully. This is how they used to kill me. Every single time. Oh, top Dusk, dropping low. Zeus has Thunder God's Wrath available. Will he steal it? Come on!
Oh no!
Should have waited.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's okay, team player. You know, your way is a team player.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure that his teammates wouldn't die top by any TPs or shenanigans, so gave them vision. Calculated. And Wonderboy gets roared up. Do they have anything more? No, that's it. Roar for
Death's bounty.
nothing, really.
Yeah, if Rubik is not stacking, that would have been a kill. But he went to stack some ancients, so yeah. And Beastmaster kind of overestimated the damage he had, but it's okay. They're still controlling the map very well. You look at the minimap, Zeus is taking one side, T is taking one side, Beastmaster's down here with the Rubik. Everything's going very good for AG, whereas for Atlantis, the map is very constricted for them, you know. They don't really get to farm too many waves, too many jungle camps. Things are not looking good. The monkey has nowhere to go.
He is trying to get himself the Echo Saber farm. Voker's actually going for drums, so he wants to be a little bit more active in the earlier portion. But I think it's a really good choice. But Yokam, oh, that catch. That was very well done, getting the vision for the Zeus to start blasting. And a quick kill secured. Now he also stole Tree Dance, which is great for Rubik because you can get all that easy vision on the enemy's jungle, possibly even go for some ward shenanigans. He's actually going for the Guardian Greaves this game, knowing obviously that that's the greatest item the game has ever seen. Somehow. Actually, no, that's probably Wraithback.
Not anymore.
Back when it was even busted.
Not anymore. So imagine they have this Rubik mech with the 3 armor. With all the Vlad's aura and everything, how are you gonna kill anyone?
Yeah, and the Beastmaster just... It's gonna be not easy, I would say. Foker does, Quas Exort Foker does do a lot of damage if you get like a big fat meatball on the enemy.
Or you get to farm 50 minutes in the game.
that as well. But then you also need to make sure that the enemy doesn't farm during those 50 minutes, so that one's slightly tougher. How far is the Ricky? Okay, so Ricky just bought his boots. That means he has 15 gold right now, and in 4 minutes he needs to buy Shard. They are going to go for the TA. Arrow is not going to connect. They're throwing everything they have to try and kill off the TA, but the Overgrowth comes out in return. There's going to be the leap forward from the Rubik. Zap, says the Zeus, and they get themselves 2 kills. Looking for more. Ponyo and Wonderboy, can they disengage? Ponyo does have 2 more Blink Strikes available, but so they're going to focus on Wonderboy instead. And Wonderboy zapped into oblivion. Stolen Sunstrike coming into play from Yokam just to see if he could get the strike connected, but that is just horribly wrong in every direction.
Yeah, it's beautiful Dota from AG, depending on how you look at it. For Atlantis, everything is wrong, but for AG, everything is right.
There's a whole lot of right on their part. That overgrowth from Reese as well, catching a 4-man root into the extra damage from the Rubik, Zeus ulti on top, and they just have so much damage at the early game on Army Genius' side. Granted, so does Atlantis, but the problem is refraction charges.
They don't have any urn, right? So nothing can break. Only the meteor can break the refraction charge.
Dire are scared.
Yeah,
no
but
urn.
downside is he doesn't have a point in Wex, so he doesn't have Meteor yet.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
There's just nothing much they can do if they are lined up right now, being this far behind already. Like eventually they're gonna, okay, so they have to try and farm, right? So eventually people are just gonna split push, the Invoker's gonna farm one side, Monkey's farming one side, the Pats is farming one side, and slowly they're gonna just die, you know? People are gonna get caught by this Rubik, or even the Beastmaster Raw. Like, it's very hard to split push like this against Beastmaster. Like, he always has the vision advantage, he sees you, and they set up a kill on you.
Is under attack.
Yokam's trying to hit Sunstrikes the entire time. It's...
Did they even get like a Sunstrike kill? Was the kill like a Sun? No, right? Like, not even one?
I definitely know that he didn't hit the Sunstrike yet, I think. First kill, was that... Who was that died? It was...
A tree?
Tree. When did Tree... Oh, top lane. No, that wasn't Sunstrike kill. Wow, he just TP'd out as well previously on the Monkey King, gets taken down by Zeus. Into the Roche pit they go. Yeah, Army Geniuses and Polaris are two terrifying teams. I'm really looking forward towards their match against each other, to be fair. Because they're looking like some scary contenders at the moment. I haven't seen Myth Avenue yet. I know that they won their series 2-0 this morning.
Yeah, but they didn't look convincing like this, you know, and they had a lot of flaws in how they played as a team. I feel like AG and Polaris, they're a lot stronger as a team. I mean, they have their problems in like laning and such, and have other smaller problems, but I think MAG has much bigger picture problems here.
Middle tower has fallen.
And our AG has also boot camped from the start of Div 1, but there's going to be the meatball thrown out. TA dropping low, but he has the Aegis, so that's going to be the second life coming up. They don't care about any Wukong's command shenanigans. They're looking for more. 2 kills secured. Wonder Boy on the high ground, very low. Has Invis, won't be able to use it. Doesn't even matter because Zeus gets the zap, and that is going to be a godlike streak again for the Zeus. Yoe absolutely on a wear and tear. Man's on fire. I think he's even the youngest player on the team.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Why do you always make me check shit out?
I think he's 21. And the oldest is Varese with 26.
Radiant's middle tower
Just
has fallen.
all in all, not even that old of a team.
I mean, DB is like 22. Yeah, you're always the youngest.
Radiant's middle
Well, Rax lost pre-16 minutes. And at least did get rid of the Aegis, which is a plus, but they are just, again, just like previous game, so far behind. So very far behind. Yeah, they scan, the Mango is heading towards the creeps. Exactly where the Zeus is heading. The Zap, can he interrupt him from jumping into the trees? Okay, Mango does get out, but in the meantime, Meatball thrown out onto Varese. That's going to be a kill secured. Stolen Meatball, though, in return. It's a cube thing. I really love the visuals of the Arcana, but Rubik Arcana is just a soft nerf to yourself, which is sad.
Radiant's top tower
But it
is
looks so
under
nice.
attack.
And you can't call it a meatball. It's like a Rubik cube ball or something.
Yeah, needs to have a different name though. DB, that's going to be another kill. They find themselves 2 kills in a row. Zeus though is still zapping away at his enemies together with Yokam. And they just absolutely tear them apart. Blink out just in the nick of time for WS.
Radiant's bottom
And yeah,
tower
they get
is
1
under
kill, but in
attack.
return, it is again Yoe's Zeus just going ham. He's close to finishing up the Aghanim Scepter as well, so he's going to have even more global presence with the Nimbus joining in the fun.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Wonder Boy, cube thing, whatever it's called. Does not connect though. He does steal Forge Spirit, so at least we'll be able to use that to farm.
Cube ball.
Radiant's
It's called
bottom
Rubik's
ball.
Cube.
is under
Yeah,
It's
it's a
also
meatball.
not a ball, it's
Rubik's Cube and meatball, right? So cube ball.
kind of like Legos. Maybe something Legos.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, Ponyo,
Radiant's bottom
Can he get
tower
away?
is under attack.
still very mobile. He is 700 gold away from
Oh,
Shard.
Nimbus.
Bottom tower
He just got his Nimbus.
Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that part anymore. They also have the Hawk in the trees, so they got that good old vision. With the TA traps, they have vision everywhere. And second set of racks. AG is not
Radiant's
playing
bottom
this
tower
game
is under attack.
super passive. They cut the tree! Mango's tree gets cut, stunned for 4 seconds. Snowball save attempt. The meatball comes in this time. It will deal a lot of damage. Though the TA does not really care. The damage gets returned in full. Triple leaps already used by Sans. He's going to get taken down. Sunstrike not going to connect on.
Radiant's bottom
In
tower
your
is
dream,
under
and they're
attack.
just going to go and finish off this bottom set of racks. Yeah, GG gets called. Not too surprising. They're not going to egg around with this game. They know it's 100% over. And, well, Army Geniuses look like a very scary team as well.
I might even be stretching this, but I feel like they look like they are better than Boom and Fnatic when I saw them playing like last week. As a team, individually they might not be as good as them, but as a team, they show that they have a lot more understanding on how to play as a unit, especially when compared to Fnatic. Because some of the games Boom play, they do show that they're very good teamwork. Just that they mess up some small details and they lose the game. But as of right now, I think AG has they have a really strong case of being the strongest team in Div 2 at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, Polaris is the one that can give them a run for their money. But honestly, they look sublime. And as you said, of course, it's Yokam that actually we'll get to see right here. Yokam 2-0-17, 2 games in a row on the Rubik. You mentioned him in the previous game as well. Played superbly well this time around. Got some very nice spell steals with, of course, the meatball and bound the strike a couple of times that he managed to pick up. And the other name that, of course, stands at the top would be Yoe with the Zeus. 13-0-7 on Yoe. That means I think he had a 30-1 KD in these 2 games. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I would give the man a lot of priority in the team.
Yeah,
Remember,
he doesn't.
remember he said that his coach just tells him, you play this, you play that, but I wouldn't mind letting the man make some decisions.
No, don't give him any decisions. This is working. Coach knows what he needs to play, what he's good at playing, so he will play exactly that. He's doing a very good job at whatever orders he gets from the general.
You're not wrong. Why change it when it's working?
Yeah, never change a winning format. And Army Geniuses, they are winning right now. They are both together with Polaris at the top of the board, 2-0 for both these teams. Still a long way to go, obviously. Still a lot of dangerous teams that they have to deal with, like the Myth Avenue Gaming and each other are still even team flow can be very scary in certain situations. So they're not out of it just yet. And as you mentioned, of course, 2 teams dropping towards Division 2, being Fnatic and Boom. Next year, they probably, even though you say that they are looking better, they probably still want to dodge them and make it towards Division 1 regardless. Because right now, there are no real big heavy contenders for these 2 teams.
You're talking about AG, right? AG and Polaris.
And
MAG is
Polaris,
MAG is like probably the third best team, but I feel like there's an obvious gap between Polaris and AG and MAG. Like I feel like Polaris and AG, they are near each other. I would maybe give AG a slight edge over Polaris, like overall as a team. But MAG definitely, you can see there's a very obvious gap between them and the 2 top dogs in Division 2, you know. So I feel like AG and Polaris are definitely the huge favorites to qualify for Division 1 next season. And we'll see how well they can fare. If they get there, we'll see how well they can fare against the big boys next season.
Yeah, exactly as you said, against the big boys. Because Division 1 was stacked this season. As you see with the 2 teams that get dropped down to Division 2. There are still a plenty amount of games to be played soon enough in Division 2, but the first week is now done. The first 3 days have been finished here. What are your thoughts on what we've seen so far in Division 2 Winter?
I think some of the games have been really good, considering the skills of the players and everything, and how some of them are fairly inexperienced teams. So I feel like overall the teams did show quite a bit of potential. Especially, I feel like I'm most impressed by AG for sure. I think they have a very high skill cap as a team. They are very good individual players. Most of their players are very high MMR. And they never really did well in teams before, and I feel like this time, this might be it for them. You know, the team is gelling. The team has a good direction thanks to the coach, and I feel like they have a lot of potential that needs to be discovered. You know, as a team, and only time will tell whether they'll reach their full potential or not.
Yeah, of course, this is honeymoon period. We get to see them with these rosters for the first time. Well, Polaris, I think, second time, but Army Genius is really trying to show what they can do. DB on the off lane looks very solid. I mean, his safe lane obviously was also really good, but you also have In Your Dream there, so one of the more experienced safe laners in the region that everyone expects kind of to be in Division 1. To be fair, everyone also kind of expects most of this roster to be in Division 1 because they are a star-studded roster. Yokam, Yoe, especially, like, he's got a lot of fans, I can see out there. We're currently getting everything sorted for an interview. It seems we're gonna have an interview with DB actually, so we'll be going.
Hello. Cannot hear. What?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, can.
Congratulations on your win. Yeah, specifically for you, a question. How does it feel to make the swap from safe lane to off lane?
I think it's hard because so many things to learn. That's it.
Yeah, especially heroes like Beastmaster and stuff that you need to get used to. But you played it really well, especially this game. You kind of destroyed them in the laning stage, which Winter was doubting. I never had any doubt.
I didn't doubt.
Oh, Winter.
But what do you what do you feel like you like the most? Which part you like the most about being in the off lane? You know, because most of the carries are asked before. You know, when they switch to off lane, they always feel like, oh, when I'm in the safe lane, the off laner always bully me. So now I feel good. I get to bully the other carries.
Oh, not really. Actually, it's hard, but it feels good when their carry is playing bot. So it's let me space to farm.
How long have you been learning how to play offlane? Has it been a year already? When you changed your role to offlane?
I think 2 months. 2 months ago.
Oh, not yet. It's just 2 months.
He was their safe laner last year.
Oh, last time you were the safe laner. And do you feel like with 2 months now going into the offlane, do you feel like you have been able to understand a lot of the basic things you need to do as an offlaner?
Yeah, I think I improved a lot as a offlaner, but maybe kinda stuck. But I'm trying to figure it out. So keep improving as a offlaner.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, I gotta ask this question again. Clairvoyance, did he decide both these drafts completely single-handedly?
Yeah, we just sleeping, and draft. And then the draft is done. Hey, wake up! Okay, we play. That's it. We just believe.
Well, yeah. Yeah, the general has spoken. That's nice to hear. Thank you very much for the interview. Any last questions, Winter?
Not really though. I think you guys are doing really well. I just want to congratulate you all. I really like the way you guys play as a team and the way you are drafting, and I have high hopes for your team. I think you guys are going to do really well.
Thank you very much. Sorry for my bad hands.
No worries. Have a wonderful day, and thank you very much for the interview. We'll see you next time.
Okay, see you.
Yeah, Winter. 2 months. He's been playing offlane 2 months. That's impressive.
He doesn't look like someone who only played 2 months. He looks more like someone who at least have maybe 6 months. That's why I thought it was maybe close to a year. I didn't realize before that he never actually played the lane offlane at all. Because he looks like somebody who has a specific amount of understanding more than 2 months. I don't think he...
I mean, he could have, pubs, it's different. You could have, but actively learning to be specifically offlane could be what he's focusing on. We'll be heading towards our results for the day, see what the scores all were. I mean, we obviously know 2 of them because they were very one-sided. I did not see Team Flow versus Myth Avenue Gaming, so I don't know. Were those matches pretty close?
I don't remember. I think one game was I remember one game, the game where Flo was winning. That game was very close. That's the first game. I didn't see the second game. But second game, I think it was a lot more stompy than the first game. The first game was pretty competitive.
Okay, looking forward to seeing what because I haven't seen either of those 2 teams play yet. So looking forward to seeing what they can. Actually, that's a lie. We casted them in the close qualifiers. Nonetheless. Yeah, those are some pretty nice scores. 2-0s through the day, so it's a quick day today. We'll be checking out the league standings, of course, to see who is at the top. As we've mentioned time and time again, it's Polaris and Army Geniuses both winning their games 2-0 in both series that they have played. Atlantis currently 0-2. Did win a game which was, I think, against UDV previously. And the rest is, it's spread out nicely. Myth Avenue Gaming, as you mentioned, looks to be kind of the third team in Division 2. So not too surprising, these positions that all these teams are in currently. But a lot of 2-0s have been played.
I mean, the games, some of the games are okay. It wasn't really a lot of storms. I think the last series was a storm. The previous series was kind of a storm too, but the first series wasn't so much of a storm. I think first game was competitive. The second game was kind of like a draft loss, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's still plenty more Dota to be witnessed in the coming weeks. Sunday there will be 3 best of 3s. Team Flow takes on Xerxia, Myth Avenue Gaming up against Spawn Team, and UDV against Army Geniuses. 1+ for UDV is they will at least have had the 2 top teams pretty much already faced at that stage, so they won't have to deal with Polaris or Army Geniuses at that point, which I guess is a plus?
depends how you see it. Sometimes it's better to play the stronger teams later, because in Division 1 we saw that sometimes when you get to avoid, I think I forgot who was it. They didn't play the stronger teams until later, and they were able to improve and get some wins out of it. If your team is a new team, like say your team just came together like a month, you only play for a month, and then you have to play the stronger team first, and then you lose. It might make it hard for the team to improve because your confidence will be damaged, after you lose a lot of games initially. So I feel like sometimes it's beneficial for you when you are a new team, especially, and you actually play the weaker teams first to build up some kind of momentum. And when your team gets better, then you play against the better teams. I mean, that's just my opinion. Some people might feel it's better to get it out of the way initially.
Yeah, no, I can get behind what you're saying, especially because the Polaris and Army Geniuses have been boot camping for quite some time, so they have each other's rhythm a little bit more than the other teams as well. Plus, they have a coach/analyst in Polaris's case that is right behind them and supporting them. But that concludes this show for today. Don't forget to follow all the socials, ladies and gents. Winter, any last words for the people at home?
Don't farm dagger when you have 500 gold only on Tiny. Look at what the Tiny today did. He was farming the dagger by killing heroes, not killing creeps.
He needed 7 kills though. That's not something that you normally get as a 4-position Tiny. But
fine. Fair point.
Thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the show. And in case we don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Three, 2, 1.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.